Kai gets hit with great news about the wheat finally sprouting, and he marches off with fire in his eyes, already gearing up for the harvest. Back home, a bunch of girls light up with smiles and hustle Kai inside, urging him to sit down and dig into dinner. Abyss fidgets as she shoves her homemade dish in front of Kai, praying he'll love the effort she made with her own hands. Kai takes one bite and freezes, then bursts out praising Abyss for the wild flavor, while everyone else sits there looking smugly satisfied. They stand there, gawking at their solid stone house, still shocked that the island was totally empty just 3 months ago. In his old life, he poured his heart into building calm little villages inside his go-to handheld farming game. Born with a fragile body, he spent his days trapped in the hospital, and before he even hit his 20s, life slipped away quietly. Crushed by loneliness and stuck in bed, he clung to the game, and from pure dreams he forged a whole world that felt like home. As his final moments closed in, he sank into death in quiet peace, wrapped in love and a soft, still silence. His soul rose up in slow, helpless silence, crushed by what he'd done and begging, quietly, desperately, for one more shot at life. A tiny hand jerked on the cold stone, and in that instant, his new life had just started. Beneath alien skies and towering strange architecture, the reincarnated baby lay alone beside a riverside chapel, just waiting for fate to strike. Confused out of his mind, he blinked and realized this wasn't a hospital at all. His body had been reborn into a baby. Panicking, he fought to crawl upright, and his breath caught when he spotted another baby abandoned right there on the street beside him. He went still as the truth hit. He was just a little toddler too, helpless and unable to help the other baby. A robed man swept in, offered his hand with a soft touch, and even as he spoke in unfamiliar words, his kindness never wavered. Even though the language was foreign, the man's warm smile still hit like a promise under the calm night sky. Lying in bed next to another baby, he couldn't help grinning, because this time reincarnation was real, and it hit like pure joy. Buzzing with determination, he dove headfirst into learning this world's language, its customs, and the daily survival skills he'd need to make it. Even with a young body, he sat down and copied those unfamiliar symbols again and again, refusing to stop until he cracked every mystery this world had to offer. 2 years flew by, and the gentle man didn't just take them in. He raised them with love, calling them Kai and Rukia. Kai suddenly felt it. This world wasn't just real, it was magic, packed with power he didn't understand, and maybe even gods lurking behind the curtain. Caught mid-daydream, Kai froze when Rukia popped out, grinning as she threatened, playfully, to report him again. Kai's adoptive dad was a priest, and he drilled into Kai that this world's god had a name, Farley. 13 other gods still lingered, and some kids got handed holy seals, tiny symbols that unlocked divine powers, far beyond anything destructive magic could ever do. At age 12, the blessed kids finally get their holy seals, but until that day, their true identities are kept totally hidden. Kai stumbled on a forbidden book in secret, packed with god names meant exclusively for the high priest. Even though Kai lived in comfort, regret gnawed at him, because he had no magic, and he ached for power he could use to protect people and prove he mattered. He'd broken down from disappointment, but Rukia's kindness wrapped him in comfort and somehow gave him the strength to smile again. Their playful bath instantly spiraled out of control when Rukia crashed in, grabbed the soap with wild enthusiasm, and tried to scrub everyone like it was a mission. Kai sprinted in a panic to tell them Rukia's holy seal had appeared while they were in the bath. Kai stared down at his chest, and then watched the same glowing mark crawl to life right before his eyes. The priest verified the seal's realness, and Rukia beamed with pride as Kai threw a wild celebration for the fate they'd just shared. Their father crushed them in a tight embrace, choking up with emotion as he called them miracles and poured out pure, heartfelt gratitude. While everyone celebrated, the priest snapped Kai's attention, then grilled him, convinced he'd slipped into the forbidden study room earlier in secret. 10 times, Kai blurted gods' names into the void, but not a single attempt stirred a response. He couldn't stop wondering if his god was one of those 3 hidden away, the ones the book never even names. Rukia clocked how hard he was trying, and Kai realized she still hadn't gone, and tested the incantation names herself. Kai softly asked Rukia if she wanted to hunt her god early, and when Rukia flashed a smile, she agreed without hesitation. Side by side, they rattled off name after name from memory, praying one of them would finally spark a divine response. When Rukia said the name, divine energy exploded from her chest and flared like pure light. Rukia's eyes lit up when she heard a voice calling out, like she'd been blessed by some truth-spouting god. Kai leaned in and demanded she unleash her divine power to pinpoint the exact god who blessed him. With a fierce breath, Rukia fired up her power, summoning the Eye of Truth and slamming its vision straight onto Kai. Rukia blurted the god's real name, Alamira, and Kai's whole world went silent when his divine connection was confirmed. Kai nodded with approval as Rukia's genius wowed him, but one thought kept nagging at him. Where was Alamira? Her name never showed up in those secret notes. Rukia admitted she only caught the name, while Kai hammered it into his mind to keep his reincarnation secret buried. Kai felt the blessed destiny inches away, and glad Rukia's power tore the truth wide open. He vowed to be a proper son, clinging to one bright dream. Maybe, just maybe, both siblings would someday repay their adoptive father. Kai snapped Alamira's power to life and unleashed his rare gift, building a whole village right in the palm of his hand, brick by brick as it took form. Kai stood before a sprawling fenced wasteland, and pure awe hit him as his new world finally came into view. He named it Tenohira Village, and claimed this insane power lets him fully command an entire fantasy realm. Under the blazing sun, the empty land stretched forever, and his divine power churned with untapped potential. A slick Japanese interface flashed the village's exact condition, and it made one thing crystal clear. His power had been custom-built just for him. Kai realized he'd stumbled into a dream space that fed on completed objectives, getting more powerful the more he fulfilled them. With the sun blazing overhead, Kai shot his arms up and vowed, right there, that he'd start tending the land. Kai flicked a coin down, tipped his hat to the elder, and then tore through the roaring market, buzzing with pure excitement. Back home, Kai blared, Tenohira Village, and couldn't wait. He rushed to step into his brand-new mysterious domain. He pulled out his brand-new tool and bragged about the investment, then broke down the village's level-up conditions like he was recruiting us into his plan. Kai dropped to his knees and started digging, running his hands over the silky soil in his God-given private world like it was a miracle. Kai bolted back without the seeds, his mind snapping to the divine rules that control the hidden powers of Tenohira villages. Kai tore through the nearby forest, snatching materials left and right, but one hard truth hit him. Just the field wasn't going to cut it. As Kai planted saplings, he weighed every resource the village would need: wood, stone, and rich, fertile soil, to make sure it could truly grow. While he threw himself into the work, Kai couldn't believe his eyes as the crops shot up overnight, blessed by something divine that felt way too lucky. Kai tried pulling people through, but only the items slipped through. Then Ruchin stepped in and offered to back her up too. Even though Kai was buzzing with excitement, he still only got a short stay, because in his divine village, overstaying meant getting forcefully kicked out. Days slipped by, and Kai kept staring as trees sprouted beyond the village edge, until unease clawed at his gut. He prowled through the forest, staring at every shadow, and wondered if some divine power was spilling past the village border. Kai stumbled on the crops, ruined, dried out, dead, and panic exploded in him as he couldn't wrap his head around how everything just collapsed overnight. Kai knelt over the soil and fertilizer, furious because the plants kept dying. Nothing looked wrong, yet everything still went. He finally clocked the truth: no clouds, no rain anywhere, and this whole world had zero natural weather. Kai stared at the sky and wrestled with the weather problem. No rain was coming, so he decided to manufacture it himself. He lit a tight, controlled blaze, betting the smoke and heat could twist the sky above. Even though he wasn't sure it would work, Kai bet that wildfire smoke could summon divine rain. With his eyes locked up above, Kai thrust his hand toward the unseen, and somehow he believed his reach would get answered. Rain finally came down in sheets, and Kai, over the moon, danced by himself, celebrating the miracle he'd summoned. Kai stormed back home soaked to the bone, grinning as he said the rain problem was finally solved, and his sister greeted him with a bright smile. With fresh ideas hammering in his head, Kai pictured himself digging ditches and carving new rivers that would snake across the land. After a whole year of grinding in the dirt, Kai stood there with a proud grin, soaking in how his field, grown by his own hands, had turned impossibly fertile. He hauled in massive crops, bursting with joy over his very first harvest, and that win supercharged his confidence. System messages screamed confirmed, village level shot up, the first harvest finally rolled in, and cultivation rank got reclaimed land back in its grip. Kai caught yet another divine voice as the village fence surged wider, blasting a fresh growth milestone into reality. Thrilled by the progress, he tore into the next objective and watched the population jump to 10, right as it powered him up to level 2. Even with big dreams ahead, Kai kicked back, roasted potatoes until they were perfect, and savored his first real meal he grew from the farm. Suddenly, a mysterious elf girl popped up in front of Kai, smiling softly, glowing with some hidden purpose only she seemed to know. She glided up to Kai and pressed something into his hands, and when he took it, confusion hit. Then curiosity lit the spark. Kai grilled the elf girl about who she really was, while she beamed and raved about how delicious his cooking tasted. She popped right in and called herself Eno, one of those support spirits keeping watch over the village Kai built with will. Enel demanded more outside food, swearing that if Kai kept hauling resources into this private world, happiness would finally come. As a reward, Enel handed Kai a mysterious seed of creation, meant to be used outside. Then out of nowhere, primitive villagers crept into view, barefoot, tense, and watchful. And that's when Kai's plan for growing the population kicked off. Kai waved to the villagers, but when they looked around, Enel was nowhere to be seen. So she told them the truth. He was basically a god. Kai pushed, "How do we grow the population?" And El snapped back with a plan, make life better, starting with more food. Kai picked hemp because it could do everything. Food for the people, clothes for the streets, and oil to keep the village thriving. He mapped out a plan to import river shrimp and fresh fish, so their meals wouldn't be stuck on just potatoes and beans. With NL backing her, cultivation exploded and spread like wildfire, while the villagers quickly adjusted as the day of the formal blessing ceremony crept closer. Rukia lit up and proudly spun in her outfit, while Kai kept fussing, convinced bugs would crash the party from her non-stop excitement. They talked through the blessing ceremony. Once the ritual woke up, it keyed off their names, and before long, they'd be apprentice priests. Before they stepped into the sacred chamber, Rukia locked eyes with Kai and begged him to protect her. He vowed, "I'll make sure you're safe." Inside, Kai gripped the holy cloth he'd kept secret for 10 years and prepared to rip it away, finally exposing the seal no one had ever seen. As the cloth slid away, the elders froze, staring in stunned silence at the bizarre emblem stamped on Kai's chest. During a sacred ritual, the young boy shook in fear as the priest's senses screamed that something was horribly wrong. A masked inquisitor burst in out of nowhere, hissed something to the elder priest under his breath, and shot the confused boy a furious glare. The inquisitor snapped that the boy was hiding an evil god, and the whole room went silent in shock. Without a word, temple guards seized the boy hard, crushed his protests flat, and dragged him away like he was nothing. Crammed into a cell, then tossed onto a ship, this boy finally understood he'd been exiled for good. Bound hand and foot, the boy panicked on that ship, terrified death was coming, and all he could think about was his family. Ship docks on a lonely island, sailors throw him off, and 2 locals step in to help. No big explanations, just action. Once the boys were finally fed and set loose, they stumbled outside, right as the ship pulled away and vanished. Alone and frozen in place, he stared at the ruined dock, then let the crashing waves swallow the silence around him. Gazing at the massive, jagged rocky island, he couldn't help but wonder why life had just dumped this insane mess on him out of nowhere. Kai stumbles onto a deserted beach, staring at this unfamiliar world like, okay, how do I even survive here? Deeper into the forest, Kai searches and finds nothing. No villagers, just crushing silence and the gut-churning sound of something growling in the dark. Right out of nowhere, a colossal beast crashes into view. Kai's panic detonates as he realizes he's totally unarmed and hopelessly outmatched. The lion lunges forward. Kai barely survives, tumbling backward down a slope by the trees just in time. Drenched in sweat and running on pure exhaustion, Kai gets spotted by a worried elf girl. She rushes up and hands him water. Kai blurts out that he's only here for a little while, and Nell's eyes widen because this is way bigger and harsher than they thought. Because of those restrictions, Kai can only stay for 3 hours a day. Then it's a full day of waiting before he gets another chance. Kai's heart sinks when he realizes the village has nothing but farming tools and absolutely zero hunting experience. They know this sealed-off world won't rescue anyone, so Kai has to gamble everything just to stay alive. With Enel's faith burning in his chest, Kai snatches the hoe and charges in, ready to shield everyone, even if the gods keep getting the story wrong. Kai spots that the lion is gone, exhales, and tiptoes back into the search with just his farming tool in hand. Next, a monstrous boar charges in and terrifies Kai to the core, so he grips his shovel, bracing himself for a brutal fight. Kai swings, and bam, a strange force rockets him backward, but right when he's about to crash, someone steps in with terrifying strength. To his shock, Kai learns a girl actually saved him. Turns out, people are living here. The girl tells Kai that monsters keep watch over the giant tree, then snaps a warning. Don't come near it recklessly. Kai stares as the boar backs away, and just like that the girl disappears, leaving him alone with nothing but terrifying uncertainty. He stews over those monsters' questions, why they dragged him to this lonely island in the first place. But when Kai thinks about his family, steel floods his resolve. Survival is the only thing that matters now. Kai stops fighting the truth and decides to stay right here, until he claws his way out of this place. With exhaustion crushing him, he slumps down and dozes off at the tree's base as the first morning light crawls up the sky. Kai jolts awake, freezing to the bone, and the brutal cold night starts shaking the very core of his will to survive here. Kai snaps to his senses and starts building a shelter right away, while Enel keeps him warm and hands over fresh water. Enel lays out what materials are up for grabs, and even though Kai's got no tools, he still manages to snag wood, rope, and bark. Kai hauls in supplies, logs, vines, even stone tools, heart pounding, but he can't shake the nagging fear it won't be enough to build. With Enel by his side, and those village privileges turned up to max, he starts plotting and gets ready to build a brand new shelter. Kai digs in anyway, teeth gritted against that brutal soil, chasing one simple dream: a place to sleep. Kai knuckles down and builds a shelter from logs and vines, shaping it with raw, primitive tools while pure determination drives every move. Even with its simple design, the little hut fends off the rain. But right now, a warm hearth is nowhere in sight. Kai spots the mysterious girl staring at him again, and it hits him fast. He's seen her before. He demands to know why she bolted first, but she goes stone-cold silent, ducking behind the leaves, lost and unsure what to say. Kai slams the hut closed and finally crawls inside, crashing onto a natural bed packed with insect-repellent protection. Sunlight spills through the broken roof, and Kai sprawls there safe and proud, grinning like he built this shelter with his own hands. Enel greets him like sunshine, but Kai throws his hands up and refuses to crawl out of that comfy bed, too overwhelmed by pure comfort to move. Kai digs into breakfast, and the whole village is booming now. More food on the tables, clean water flowing, and farmland bursting with life. Everything suddenly feels way easier. He realizes he has to grow crops on the island, because if teleportation ever shuts down for good, he'll need a way to survive. Enel corners Kai and demands he bring back brand new discoveries, because sharing those finds will help everyone on the island. Kai nods in agreement, and Enel's bright optimism wraps around him like a warm blanket. Her unstoppable positivity steadies his heart and helps him push through the harsh ordeal. Even with safety worries hanging over him, Kai can't help but love the field work. Farming gives him real purpose and helps keep survival risks under control. Kai spots fresh oranges sitting mysteriously near his shelter, and he can't stop wondering who had the nerve to bring them here. Kai's gut says that horned girl helped, so he darts after her, talking fast, trying to catch her before she slips away. With gratitude blazing in his chest, Kai shouts his thanks at the top of his lungs, ready to claw his way through, survive, and rise. As he bursts into the woods to escape, panic slams into him when a monstrous beast barrels straight at his heels. The horned girl, shunned and blamed, crumples to the ground, swallowed by guilt and choking sorrow. Later, the boy gets handed a mystery fruit he's never seen before, and his gut instantly screams, "Is this safe, or is it about to wreck him?" He hands the fruit to his friends, nerves buzzing as he wonders what it'll taste like and whether it'll unleash some nasty side effects. They take a bite together, and that deep, bittersweet flavor hits them like a revelation. Maybe it can save the whole village. They talked about planting the fruit, and the moment they realized the village's rush hour, fast time, could supercharge the growth, everyone got fired up. The kids split up the work, dumping one slice on the Nell while he went off to farm this island. A few days later, he hurried out to the fields, checking everything twice as he geared up to plant the rest of the potato seeds. Spotting the fruit drop night after night, he finally cornered the mysterious girl and hit her with a heartfelt, sincere thank you. Mid-bite, he caught sight of a lurking beast, and suddenly everyone started talking about arming up for defense. He pitched the idea of copying weapons like tools, but she shut it down fast. This world has no enemies to point them at. She tossed out a joke about unleashing the island monsters on the village, and he immediately braced for the whole place to come crashing down. They all agreed those puny weapons were useless, while just up the road, villagers in Kai were busy debating their next farming push. She stormed up to him, furious that he forgot something huge, then shoved a mysterious object in his face, and it hit him that he had no idea what it was. She called it a seed of creation, then demanded they plant it right now, before its power slipped away. He shoved a seed into the ground with a desperate wish, praying it would snap them out of their dire mess. He stared at his father's legacy and realized one brutal truth: no rescue was coming. Even when his mind sprinted through wild possibilities, he forced himself to hold back, because reality rarely ever matches the dreams or the memories that haunt him. While the horned girl watched in silence nearby, he kept grinding at his plans, forging a backup escape route in case things went wrong. Next morning, he jolted awake burning with fever and collapsing weakness, and he instantly knew something was terribly, dangerously wrong. He finally clocked it. This wasn't some disease that lived in the world. It was a brutal cold, and his only lifeline was his own immunity. As he lay weak and sick, he tried to pin the pain down, and realized it felt exactly like the frail misery from his past life. Cocooned in his tiny wooden shelter, he curled up alone and shook as sickness crushed him from the inside out. Cold, dark tendrils wrapped around him, draining his strength and locking him in a suffocating bubble of fear and vulnerability. All night dragged on as he stayed out cold, wrapped in dead silence under the moonlit sky. The horned girl stumbled on him, cradling his limp body, and panicked. Was he really seconds from dying? Clinging to him with all her strength, she held on tight, praying her warmth could pull his body back to life. She clung to him all night, startled to the bone but refusing to let him slip away. As his thoughts slipped away, he still caught that sudden warmth, like a flare fighting back the cold that was already crawling through him. They huddled under the blanket all night, her body guarding him through the bone-chilling cold. They woke up side by side, both breathing out that terrifying relief he made it, while she spoke softly, telling him just how deeply, honestly glad she really was. He tried to thank her, but fever-fogged memories left him totally lost, and she quietly blurted, shaking, "Tell me, are you scared of me?" She stared at herself and asked, in a whisper, if she really looked like that feared devil, like her face might scare people the way it scared him. He flashed her a smile, telling her she was cute, and it totally blindsided her. As she got closer, he panicked. Humiliation crashed over him, because the gap between their cultures and feelings felt impossibly huge. She leaned in and confessed She'd grown up alone on that island, born right into the blessing rituals. Some kids used to fear her. Some even got attacked. Others got left weak. So in the end, everyone blamed her and kicked her to the curb. Terror from her past failures kept haunting her, and she convinced herself isolation was punishment. Because she couldn't protect anyone, couldn't help a single soul. He leaned in and reminded her. She'd pulled him from the dark, cared for him like family, and never let him feel truly alone. He stretched his hand out with a bright warmth, told her, "I'm Kai," and begged to start over friends again. With a gentle voice, she took his hand and introduced herself, Abyss. With a genuine smile, Abyss welcomed Kai properly for the very first time, then called him her master. Even though the title caught Kai off guard, he still agreed, because Abyss slammed it in stone. "Kai, you're my master." Yuta slowly came to, yawning as the morning sun sneaked through the tent fabric. Abyss dove straight into bed without a second thought, chirping a robotic good morning, while gripping the sheets tight. Worried sick about Yuta, Abyss grilled him with questions. And when he heard Yuta slept peacefully all night, a huge wave of relief hit. Even with her strange habits, Yuta stepped into the Abyss, and that moment lit the fuse for the life he'd share with her. Now they worked as one. Abyss dashed to water the land while Yuta tore into the job of reinforcing the hut and the fields. Abyss stumbled on a weird little sprout, and with their food running low, every potato and bean felt like it mattered more than ever. He said it was a mysterious seed, and while Abyss craved meat, his mind raced with weird, impossible possibilities. Days slipped by and that bud swelled way too fast, growing at an unnatural pace, while everyone was left staring, clueless about what was hiding inside. Then, like it came from the earth itself, a creature with shut eyes and cat-like features slipped out of the soft soil without a sound. Stunned to the bone, both of them shrieked as the truth slammed into place. What they'd raised wasn't food at all. It was a living, breathing child. Abyss floated the idea of harvesting the creature, and Yuta snapped into panic. He refused to swallow a single thing that looked alive. Doubts and all, they still agreed to dig. Then Abyss's confidence cracked, because wasn't that giant head down there? You would have lifted it with ease, only to realize the thing was smaller than you'd guessed. Yet it was way more than just food. As he locked eyes with it, the creature snapped its eyes open, roaring the moment to life and shocking them both at once. To their shock, it stood up straight and waved like it was smiling just for them. So they started doubting everything, even where that fruit could possibly have come from. Yuta couldn't shake the thought that the child was bound to his power, because the moment it sensed him, it reacted on pure instinct, like a warrior. Still unsure it would work, Yuta took the hoe and tried anyway, anything to push back and reclaim that land. To everyone's shock, that tiny creature swung the heavy iron hoe like it weighed nothing, blasting it with terrifying power. In seconds, it carved razor-clean furrows, and Abyss and Yuta instantly realized they just unlocked a totally unexpected agricultural power. Later, Yuta figured out it was probably a labor force entity, tough, obedient to the bone, and basically the perfect tool for cultivation. Abyss jumped at the chance to hunt monsters for food, but Yuta yanked her back, warning that deadly danger was lurking nearby. He thanked her for looking after him, but one thought wouldn't leave his head. Putting his life in the Abyss, for safety, felt way too wrong. Determined to survive, Yuta begged Abyss to show him the monster-hunting tricks she'd used to stay alive. Abyss froze for a beat, then nodded and agreed, promising you'd back off if things got dangerous, while the warrior stayed right by your side. Ready to dig into the unknown, the trio slipped out with cautious steps, and you swore you'd follow every instruction and learn. While wandering the Abyss, Yuta practically screamed a warning about poisonous plants and shadowy places packed with danger. Yuta clocked these alien plants, nothing like the ones near the Lapelda Kingdom, while Abyss stayed razor alert right beside her. The Abyss tore through materials at breakneck speed, and Yuta watched her with awe, so skilled, so confident. But sometimes she got a little too reckless with the dangerous ingredients. Yuta looked around, nothing, no monsters at all. Then Abyss dropped the truth. Monsters steer clear of him because he looks way too edible, unless he's the one who sets them off. Yuta's voice shook as she confirmed it, Abyss and the warrior both nodded along, and yeah, he apparently looked straight up delicious. Right when Yuta went a step out, Warrior Kun's instincts screamed, and he launched in panic to stop what was coming. A massive snake erupted out of nowhere. Abyss spotted it first and screamed for everyone to shield her master. Back in the village, Yuta staggered in, visibly shaken, and the villagers rushed him, welcoming him with open arms and immediately digging into his harvest to see what happened. Yuta shrugged it off with a laugh, but inside his chest, guilt and fear churned like a storm he couldn't stop. Sensing the heat vanish, Yuta bolted back alone, swearing he'd protect the abyss no matter what it cost him. It cost him time to shoot back fast, but the dark stayed empty, no monsters in sight, so he broke down and shouted into the abyss for anything. To his overwhelming relief, Abyss showed up completely unscathed, and with a steady voice she reassured him that the danger was finally gone. Yuta blurted out an apology for bolting, and Abyss crushed him in a tight hug, saying it all ends the moment her master dies. Still aching with shame, Yuta replayed his escape, safe in the end, but gutted that he'd left Abyss behind when it needed him most. Determined to keep her safe, he vowed to hunt for smarter, safer ways to bring in the resources. Yuta realized the only move left was to forge Warrior Kun into a stronger shield, because he'd become their dependable frontline defense. To shield everyone and go exploring without getting wrecked, he knew he had to upgrade his gear and crank up his fighting power. Suddenly, a colossal beast erupted from the ground, and Yuta crashed down just as it yanked him back toward the dark. A colossal bird monster swooped in, and you just stood there frozen, realizing you were totally outmatched. Abyss barked at Yuta to run, but Yuta dug in his heels, standing his ground, ready to protect her this time. Yuta stood toe-to-toe with the monstrous bird, throwing himself in front of Abyss as it shrieked and charged straight at them. A colossal bird-like monster crashed down in front of them, and the villagers went rigid, while Abyss screamed, "Retreat!" The monster exploded forward, snapping its talons through the air. Then the protagonist barely got out of the way, dodging with one hand while shielding Abyss with the other. The beast jerked back in pure fury, snapping its gaze downward as its wings burst wide, charging at the missed target. They studied the creature's moves like hawks, and what they saw wasn't a plan at all, just pure instinct, blistering hostility and brute force. He snapped to the fact he needed a plan, bellowed Abyss, and then bolted straight for the closest tree. Cornered with no way out, the protagonist clenched his axe and braced himself for what came next. He barked orders to Warrior Kun, aiming for the monster's legs to slam its mobility to a halt right away. Even with danger screaming in his face, Warrior Kun crashed straight in and hammered the creature's feet with brutal, shocking speed and force. The boy fought to hold off the abyss, kept calm and rallied everyone, and stayed right in the monster's claws, guarding them until they finally got out. They carried out the plan, snatched the monster for a quick hit, and then slipped back together the moment Abyss was finally safe. While a villager roasted yams, the boy burst in full sprint, shouting that they needed support fire right now. He hauled in a sack of yams and a pack of tools, then demanded they build sharp wooden spears. He clutched a blazing torch and told them, clear as day, they needed those materials right now for the next monster extermination job. He thanked the elf, grinning like his plan was already sealed, then grabbed his fire and stormed out of the village. The villagers quickly jumped in and hauled supplies, and he sprinted back toward the monster's location, ready to smash in again. He bulldozed ahead and drove his torch straight into the monster's feathers, scorching them right in the middle of its swoop. He grabbed another flaming spear, slipped past the claws, and slammed it straight into the monster's legs. Warrior Kun snaps up from behind as the boy calls the next strike, holding the enemy's attention just long enough. With teamwork lighting the way and gratitude in his chest, he swore he'd never face a fight by himself again. Then the assault kept raging. Fresh determination surged through him as he drove his fist in for the fourth strike, zeroing in on the monster's blazing weak spot. The monster rocketed upward, its claws blazing forward, and the boy tensed, bracing for the next hit to crash down on him. Flames erupted across its feathers, and the beast went wild, thrashing and screeching in agony even while it was still airborne. The boys erupted over the hit as Warrior Kun came roaring back, because all their hard work finally pushed things their way. The Abyss didn't run. She just watched in silence, stunned that they were still standing their ground against that terrifying magical monster. Even with the flames scorching them, the monsters kept roaring, so they bolted before it could fully recover. The scorched monster towered just ahead, and Abyss couldn't breathe. She blamed herself for putting the master in danger during that brutal encounter. With power roaring behind her, Abyss spun away and murmured, "Please, don't hate me." A magic abyss crackled midair as it hung there. Then she clenched her will and unleashed her deadliest final strike. A thunderous lightning blast tore from her hand and smashed the monster right in the face with brutal, overwhelming force. Smoke poured from its wounds, and the monster finally crumpled to the ground, while Abyss stayed perfectly still as the world snapped back into silence. After the fight, they realized Abyss wasn't just casting magic. He was carrying inherited power, a legendary old legacy known as the Wizard. The boy blurted that Abyss was a wizard, but she shut that down fast with a humble no-no. Doubting herself, Abyss begged Kai not to hate her, even though no one knew where she truly came from. Kai soothed her with gentle words, took her with open arms no matter what, and begged her to stay right beside him. They uncovered the truth. Abyss wasn't just a doll, it was a magical battle puppet, crafted from a legendary wizard long ago. Abyss leaned in and whispered her real name, Replicant Abyss, because that title was tied straight to the fact she was built from the very start. But she swore her body looked human, yet it was forged wrong on purpose, built to take endless magic-powered life and keep surviving forever. Even though she was forged 1,000 years ago, she didn't awaken until just 58 years in the past. Kai took one look at her and instantly clocked it. Her look, her powers, even how she moved all screamed leftover tech from an ancient magical civilization. Caught in the truth, Abyss blurted that she wasn't human at all, and her horned form only made her feel like a full-blown demon. Kai carefully took Abyss's hands and thanked her from the bottom of his heart for trusting him with her real identity. He swept in and called her beautiful, then swore he'd guard her with his life, because she was the one who pulled him out of death. Kaisa felt that Abyss's presence like a blessing. She burst into joy, calling it an incredible gift fate had handed her. Abyss finally cracked. She admitted she was terrified of being alone, and that she had no idea how to live without someone beside her. Tears shining, she picked Kai as her master, and swore right then they'd live together from this day on. He discovers Abyss is a battle doll, trapped, controlled, and never allowed to live freely or choose for himself. Reliving his past, he can't stop asking, did he wait too long to give her another way forward? Abyss drops to his knees, begging to be claimed as his master, chasing a reason to exist through his guidance. As he pulls her into a tight embrace, it hits him. His old life's values aren't gone at all. They're driving every choice he makes in this new world. Because he already knows the Abyss, he holds back his panic and stops himself from pushing her away. He slams down his claim, Abyss is his, and swears she'll find her purpose by living it, learning as she goes. They agree to share a peaceful home until Abyss finds her way. Then that moment forges a bond that sticks for good. Alone with his thoughts, he can't stop worrying that maybe his emotional confession sounded way too confident. Abyss tears down the giant bird with sheer magic. Then the crew huddles up to decide how they're bringing it back to the village. The red-hooded child slumps to the ground, and the boy snaps into panic, because in his heart, he believes the warrior spirit just died. They decide to beg Enro for help, and he barrels through the portal, clutching monster parts as he rushes in. A mysterious hand bursts onto the scene with a blaring fanfare, like the world's about to drop a shocking announcement or hand over an unexpected reward. And I'll go straight to him, because that bird hitting their 5th milestone triggers village upgrades and unlocks new crafting options. The village hits level 5 at last, boom, the guest system unlocks, and the game basically screams, big growth achieved. Anal breaks down how new players can jump in now. Then the warrior's condition hits again, and panic flares for a split second. They decide to celebrate the level up right there, and the boy steels himself, ready to finally spill everything to Abyss. Abyss realizes the warrior can recover, and just like that, her cold heart loosens, relief hitting her hard now that the good news finally lands. They trade stories about blessings and gods. Then Abyss drops a bombshell, uncovering ancient knowledge, and they realize the blessings have been gone for over 1,000 years. After his power gets a massive boost, the boy grins and hypes Abyss to come check out the village as it keeps booming. Abyss lights up with excitement. Then they clasp hands and teleport together, launching her first wild journey beyond the walls. Abyss arrives and silently scans Tenoria village, stunned by how peaceful it looks. Small, humble structures standing there like nothing could ever go wrong. She felt a massive wave of magic crash into her. Then the Abyss started to tremble, and it hit her hard. Her master's essence was still burning here, lingering like a promise. Kai panics when the Abyss caves in, and L snaps. This world doesn't treat everyone the same, not even me. Kai stays right by the unconscious Abyss, frantic with worry, while everyone holds their breath, praying she snaps back from the magical shock. Abyss jolts awake and shoots to her feet, magic surging through her. Kai yanks her back on pure instinct. She blurts out that her every move runs on magic, and this world has nothing that can keep her going. Abyss blurts that she's alive. She's just chained to magic, and Kai's left staring, baffled by how weirdly technical her condition really is. Kai finally clicks and, with a burst of awe, yells at the top of his lungs, like he's just uncovered a mind-blowing secret tied to the Abyss. Kai bursts into celebration, because after all those plain, simple meals, he finally gets a real, properly cooked meat dish. He devours the monster meat with pure joy, raving about that ocean salt seasoning and how Enel's skills nailed it. Kai offers her Abyssum, but Abyssum girl shrugs it off and just watches, because the way Kai is genuinely loving, it hits her straight in the heart. 3 months slam by, and the same calm campfire flickers like a clock, while island life keeps moving, quietly, like nothing ever broke. Abyss flinches at the danger and blasts out magic to shield Kai, and then he checks. Kai's okay, because he trusts her power with zero doubt. Abyss studied the island's layout in detail, spotting the gorge's exact shape and pinpointing where the great tree stood. She remembers spotting those eerie green fruits, and the crew tracks down a weird tree, then studies it closely. Kai spots the tree and calls it an olive. Then he pitches the big idea. Plant it, and they'll boost their oil supply for good. Tangerines and bananas are growing in the fields now, and those banana leaves, people are using them to cook food and even build waterproof roofs. Kai narrows his eyes. Those fruits smell like ancient imports, and he's plotting a mad plan to recreate an entire ocean using whatever he can grab. Kai spills his dream of breaking free someday, crafting boats, growing the village into something better. He's desperate to tell his family he's still alive, but the constant surveillance keeps him from getting back home. Kai brings up his father and sister, and Abyss just quietly listens. When he includes her, there's zero hesitation. Kai tells Abyss, "Your family too," and when she whispers family right back, you can see how much his recognition hits her. Wiped out by emotion, Abyss clutches Kai in a crushing hug, then panics, because he can feel that the distance between the civilizations is still painfully huge. Kai rushes home and gets hit with a wall of warmth, cheering red-hooded villagers roaring in perfect unison. He tells everyone about fresh seeds that can grow in the village. Then, one seed hatches into a dwarf warrior-type creature. Kai stops and thinks how far he's come, what still holds him back, and finally realizes a ship that can truly brave the sea needs iron and real preparation. Even with the help he's getting, Kai swallows his pride and admits he still needs more hands, so he decides to check in with NL. With a slick grin, Kai demands more seeds, swearing they'll figure out a way to make things better. Over dinner, the village manager lays out her priorities, pushing livestock development like the key to long-term survival for everyone. She swears horses or cows would be perfect for the job, and Kai nods along, only he's begging for the tame kind. Kai can't stop wondering what kind of creatures roam the north, so he decides to dive in, explore the unknown, and hunt down which ones might actually be tamed. Once he's sure it's safe, He slams down his decision. He's heading to the northern island next to get everything ready. The whole team lifts their hands in sync. Boom! The next mission kicks off, and they hunt for the best livestock candidates to start farming. They barreled across the island's heart, dragging a crew along to sniff out a spot for a northern base. The girl lit up at the chance to travel with him, and even with the island packed full of dangers, her spirit stayed light. They pored over the map, trading theories about how magical interference was warping monster behavior on the north side. Even with the threats backing off, moving would strip away the land's natural protection, so he knew heading north was going to be brutal. On the open plains, they spotted wild buffalo and valuable livestock, but trying to tame them could put their safety on the line. Abyss still tried to cast magic even as nausea clawed at them, praying that stunning just one beast would be all they needed. She hurled lightning at the buffalo. Then they worried that the blast might have killed them. They crept closer, but the buffalo around them snapped into hostility. Right then, it geared up to charge with zero hesitation. A raging buffalo charged straight at them, and Abyss slammed in front to shield the boy from the brutal hit. As he barked the boy to retreat, Abyss hurled spell after spell, blasting the whole herd into submission. Abyss fought to rein in her magic, as the buffalo's pressure kept crushing in tighter and tighter around her. In midair, she lashes out with double blaze, blasting several charging buffalo back with pure explosive magic. Even after her attacks, the herd bulldozed forward again. She reeled and nearly buckled, while he shouted her name, worried to death. With Abyss's hand in his grip, he unleashed a mysterious power and forged a magical contract straight with the buffalo. He tells her she's pulling wild magic in through every breath, and if she can keep it, she'll stay perfectly stable. After that brutal standoff, Abyss finally drew a shaky breath, and the whole crew pushed through, confirming they were still alive together. They checked the stunned buffalo. Then he hauled one of them back, grinning because it had survived totally unscathed. Once the quest was done, the village cheered and showered them with praise, and a whole livestock gift, 1 male and 4 females to keep their farms thriving. With the future already blazing in his mind, he plotted to grow the ranching empire, pushing meat, leather, and dairy across the entire settlement. When spring finally hit, he stared back at everything he'd survived through the brutal seasons since landing on that island. During harvest, the whole team sprinted from field to field, hauling in resources nonstop, and they shouted thanks for the season's massive, bountiful bounty. As the cold bit harder, everyone kicked off preparations at once, using magic and sheer warmth to fend off the season's threats. Winter slammed into town with brutal force, but even with snow piling up outside, they kept construction rolling and carried on with daily life inside their solid homes. Fresh off work, he headed home, and Abyss welcomed him back, bundled up in his winter gear like a warm winter surprise. He wrapped himself in fur stitched from tan monster hide, and raved about how it crushed hemp for pure, unbeatable warmth. He told them how he learned to tan skins, and together they soaked up the lodge's warmth like it was a lifeline. With the warriors backing him, the construction wrapped up fast. He stood there, staring at the ceiling, grateful for every teamwork strike that gave him a solid, strong shelter. Even under thick furs, the cold clawed harder and harder. He couldn't stop worrying if they'd even make it through the island's brutal winter. Sensing the fear crawling up his spine, Abyss scooted closer and stayed right there, quiet as comfort, while he held that warm cup like it could steady him. They both breathed out in relief, because even with the cold biting hard, they finally felt safe, knowing they weren't alone anymore. Worn out but smiling, the two collapsed side by side, soaking up the cozy warmth while their trusted friends stayed close. Under that crisp winter sky, the village thrived in quiet bliss. Folks cooked up warm meals, traded stories, and lived simple, peaceful lives. A brand new crew rolled up to the village with wagons of supplies and livestock, beefing up their settlement and turning it into something bigger, faster. He looked back on the year that had just passed, one brutal stretch of challenges that forged him through it, with seasons swinging between cruelty and kindness. A sudden flash swallowed him, and the moment he leveled up, a clear message hit. His run as village leader was finally complete. Hitting level 10, He cracked open his reward, grabbing a wooden stake and fresh upgrades to turbocharge village expansion. She told them the stake gives you directional control, so once you plant it, you can make a permanent getaway right through the village barriers. He stared in awe at what it could do, an impossible warp point that could fling you between faraway places, even across the open ocean. He drove the stake into rich, fertile earth, praying it would pay off, and suddenly, farming didn't just feel like work anymore. It felt personal, like it was finally giving him something real. Days later, animal ears burst up from the ground, and everyone just stood there, staring in stunned confusion, not knowing what was about to crawl out next. They eyed the sprouting thing with razor-sharp caution, and Abyss went for the harvest right away. No hesitation, no fear. The dirt cracked open, and a girl with fox ears erupted out. Instant shock on everyone's faces at her sudden arrival. She strutted in and proudly blasted, "I'm a powerful fire wizard," striking a bright, flashy pose that screamed confidence. The whole group froze in stunned silence, their minds blown by her wild antics and that shocking magical announcement. A fox-eared girl drops from the sky like a miracle, and the moment she lands, a top-tier magical reward has clearly just powered her up. Full of curiosity and non-stop energy, she demands a cute name on the spot and blows everyone away with how fearless she is. Kai stared at the naming customs and remembered how, back in this world, people kept butchering the pronunciation of his name. Kai looks at her and says, "Ren," then officially introduces himself like he's opening a door to something massive, instantly reshaping their bond into a whole new group dynamic. Ren beams and clamps them in a fierce hug, officially kicking off their brand new life together. A nightmare-level magical beast crashes onto the scene, yet Ren doesn't flinch. She steps forward calmly and declares the fight as her own. Ren clamps her focus shut and hurls intense fire magic through her fingertips, lining up a brutal, devastating blaze of a spell. Ren blasts a blazing vortex of fire, leaving her allies wide-eyed and turning the enemy to vapor in an instant. Kai and Abyss stare at the wreckage in shock, trying to wrap their heads around it. Was that even real magic they just witnessed? They suddenly clock it. Ren's magic doesn't touch the local mana at all, like her power cheats the world's natural rules. Ren and Abyss held the line, mowing down every monster threat until Tenohira finally fell back into peace. Kai bows to the hunted beast, and the villagers cheer as they finally haul in fresh seafood, because the sea has returned. With no ships in sight, they're stuck fishing near the short docks, waiting for Kai to issue the order. Then L readies the building materials. Determined to break free, Kai takes charge, supervises every step of the raft's build, then declares they're sailing out of here, starting right now. Kai declares, "I'm going to explore the world," and he vows to share every breathtaking piece of it, even the abyss. At last, the raft is finished, and the whole crew crowds together, buzzing with excitement, while Kai readies himself to blast off from the island. With ancient knowledge burning in his head, Kai sketches a map by hand, chasing a shot at reaching that faraway land to the southwest. Rations are packed, backup plans are locked in, and they brace for the unknown as they get ready to bolt. Right before they set off, Abyss suddenly senses something off. She slips away in eerie silence, and Kai has no choice but to follow. From the cliff edge, Abyss stares as a mysterious ship closes in, and it shocks Kai to the core. Kai spots the ship closing in and gasps. It's a Karak, and that symbol marks it as the Temple S. He's sure this isn't rescue at all. Something darker is coming. So he shoves their raft out of sight fast and watches from the shadows, all nerves and caution. Abyss frets over his leaving, but Kai stays tight-lipped, stuck in his head, weighing the decision he has to make. Kai leans in and reassures her, then decides to slip out and investigate on his own while Abyss and Ren stay hidden. Hunched in the trees, Kai spots a flicker on the dock. Someone he doesn't recognize is stepping onto shore. A cloaked stranger hauls a terrified young girl onto the shore and slams magical restraints onto her struggling body. Kai's jaw drops as he watches the mysterious newcomer. He screams at his allies to stay hidden and keep their eyes on everything. As the ship thunders off, the girl jolts awake on the pier, alone, terrified, and completely spun around. Kai speaks to her softly, offering comfort as he gears up to explain everything and win her trust. Katie sobs in hushed tears, and Kai tells her she'll be safe on the island, just for now. Keed realizes there's no way back home, and when she tries to respond, she clumsily slips and goes crashing down instead. Soaked to the bone and completely embarrassed, Kai finally admits she can't return for now, but he swears he'll help her later. Ren bursts in, seething, and lunges at Keed's doll. Then Kai steps in fast, yanks her back, and orders her to stand down right now. While the temple tosses the children aside, Kai slams the brakes on their escape plan and fires off questions to Ren about what she's really trying to do. Kai vows he'll rescue every abandoned kid, and Abyss, flashing that smile, just knew he'd never turn his back on the helpless. Keed blurts out her hometown, Godiai, and leaves everyone, and especially Keed herself, scratching their heads about where this country even sits and what its political mess looks like. Kai lays out how this temple shapes the whole world, then pushes Kaidi to finish her stopped blessing ceremony on the island. Keed finally admits she's been handed power by an evil god, and she's shaking, wondering if she's crossing a line that this place can even forgive. Kai leans in and tells her the decision is hers to make, because blessings rise from who chooses them, not from twisted religious rules or fear. A busted hut spills a dwarf into the open, and Kai locks eyes with him, confirming he's part of Kai Day's blessing, the kind of summon meant to guard them. Kai pitches the idea of taking back that abandoned field, and daydreaming, he can't shake the thought. Does he ever feel lonely out there, working all by himself? Abyss tells Kai he's got family he's aching to see, and Kai tries to bury that hurt by throwing himself into hard work, still hoping it'll all get better. With bated breath, Kite stares ahead and barely whispers to her parents, because she just realized she's been waiting inside too. Kaide steps up for a rare blessing ceremony, chanting the name of the gods, while Kaide watches with a look of proud approval. She can't wait. She blurts that she wants to try her brand new power, and Kai breaks into a warm smile as he grants her permission. Keed rips into her divine power and uses temporary life, blasting a radiant glow straight at the stuffed creatures. That stuffed bunny and cat suddenly twitch to life, then start talking. Everyone freezes in shock as they burst into motion, full of weird concern. Keed reveals her blessing is different. Those animated dolls don't just move anymore. They act on their own and talk with crystal clear clarity. The leader realizes Kaidi's value and lavishes her with praise, and Kaidi grins with total confidence, promising she'll handle the daily settlement duties without a hitch. 3 months drift by in calm peace, and Kaid finally sinks into island life, throwing himself into every task, bonding fast with everyone through the work they share. Time drifted by in peace as the crew dug into meals, burst into laughter, and tackled the island chores together. Keed and Ren stayed back to guard the home, while the others geared up for a dangerous journey. Abyss and the protagonists climbed onto a battered wooden raft and shot out across the water, racing toward a coastal city nobody could fully predict. Using Abyss's GPS magic, the crew blasts across open waters, slipping away from that remote island. With Kai drained and crumpling behind them, the others storm ahead, betting their trust on that choice and the map that's lighting their way. Chaos explodes the moment the raft can't fit everyone, and Kaid gets the job. He's ordered to guard the village. Ren is forced to stay behind, because the abyss is the only route to navigate through. There's simply no other choice. Back on land, Ren jumps in to help Kaid with chores, and for once the days run quiet, peaceful, steady, and completely free of complaints. Even with the food reserve still sitting there, Ren can't shake the feeling. Was all this work really worth it right now? Kaida leans in and reminds her, when disaster hits, you don't panic, you prepare, and you keep your independence from other villages standing no matter what. Kaidi hands out roles like clockwork, rallying the helpers into place, while Ren grumbles and reluctantly steps into the water-drawing team. Bored out of her mind, Ren slumps and replays the wild dreams of fun that never once came true. Even with frustration blazing in her chest, Ren still grabs hold of her duty, protect the island and stand strong for everyone left behind. As Ren handles the chores, they can't stop wondering when their lord will finally come back to the island again. A sudden crash from above jolts Ren's attention. Her ears snap forward as she senses something strange lurking close by. Kite springs a trap on the suspicious creature, and when it crumples, the proof hits hard. It can't move right. She remembers the whispers about deadly beasts that once lived here, and somehow, a few might still be lurking out of sight, hiding in the shadows and slipping past everyone's notice. Keed creeps through the rocky area like she expects trouble, even with everyone swearing it's safe. Then something unsettling shifts inside the cliffs. Keed suddenly feels something watching her. Her eyes snap wide with pure terror, and she freezes on the spot, clutching that plush like it's her last lifeline. A monstrous bird drops from the sky in an instant. Kite clamps her plush to her chest and braces for the hit. From the raft, Abyss hears Kite's distant scream and snaps into wind magic, blasting toward the island without a second to waste. Thanks to Abyss's wind spell, the whole crew rockets out of the crushing current, while she pulls off support magic in a truly smart, creative way. Lucas admits Ren's combat power crushes his, and secretly knows that her worth goes even beyond what he can measure. Ren bursts in just in time, smashing the beast out of midair with an explosive hit, right before it can get anywhere near Cade. Ren unleashes razor-precise spells and lightning-quick strikes, cutting down the threat as her survival-honed instincts scream every move. Ren strides in and declares loud and proud that she's Cade's protector. Then Cade finally settles down, shaken and overwhelmed, but breathing easy because she's been saved. Kite snaps into tears, and Ren pulls her close, swearing he'll never leave her side and will keep her safe no matter what. Balanced on Ren's back, Kite blurts out an apology, furious at herself for not pushing harder to protect her own skin before it all happened. As they head back home, Keed can't help but silently fear she might never see their brother return again. The thought that she might never see him again hits Kaida like a storm, and fear surges up, too loud to ignore. Tears hit Ren like a wave. She can't stand the thought of being left behind forever, drowning in the fear of being forgotten. Keed realizes her words cut Ren deep, and she blurts out a shaky apology, eyes full of regret, desperate to figure out how to soothe her. Keed pulls Ren into a tight embrace, murmurs that he'll be back soon, and promises that everything will be okay, right on the other side of this fear. Under the evening sky, Kaida and Ren locked eyes and promised to wait for their brother's return. That night, strange rustling jerks Katie and Ren awake, something moving outside their quiet shelter. Kite slips a cautious peek out and spots Warrior Kun's crew quietly converging in the moonlit forest. Relieved as hell, the girls realize the creatures are harmless and watch them joyfully burrow beneath the glowing twin moons. Ren says it's natural multiplication, and Keed just stares, begging for answers. Was it magic or a real ritual? A few days later, more Warrior Kun storm in. Ren snaps that they've multiplied using seeds their lord handed down. As Ren's circle keeps swelling, she says she feels less alone. She just can't bring herself to say it out loud. Kide wraps her arms around the Warrior Kun and swears to their brother that they'll all stand together, waiting for his safe return. After a brutal stretch across the open sea, Lucas and the crew finally spot it. Land at last, a distant island rising from the horizon. Even though travel leaves Lucas in agony, he still verifies they're on the right path, thanks to Abyss's topographical map guidance. Lucas snaps to the truth. Teleporting mid-voyage is suicide, so he yanks the raft into a temporary dock to keep everyone safe. They hit the shore hard, and Lucas immediately fires a request at Abyss, scouting for a nearby river, because he's desperate to stumble on civilization. Abyss figures it'll take 3 days on foot, but Lucas snaps that they need to rush, because Cade and the others are already waiting back home. Lucas pushes the group to speed up, and the moment everyone nods, they surge forward, marching deeper inland together. Before stepping into the village, the protagonist slips a hood over Abyss's horns to hide them. Abyss strutted in that hooded getup like she owned the night, and the protagonist complimented her look before they kicked off their ox cart ride. They rattle across the countryside in a wooden cart, yanked by 2 powerful buffaloes, cruising in total peace. Abyss perks up, voices are nearby, and it turns curious, pushing toward the strangers to squeeze out answers about the area. While they're investigating, they spot a bound girl sprinting from her captors. Then she stumbles and crashes as she fights to break free. The slavers snatch the fleeing girl back, spit in her face at her resistance, and make it brutally clear they're offering zero mercy. A thug yanks her hair with pure rage, and right beside him, another guy snaps at him to stop before he wrecks their stuff before it's even sold. Huddled nearby, the duo argues whether to step in. Then, when the girl's condition hits, the protagonist snaps at Abyss to act. Abyss blasts lightning magic, frying one slaver on the spot, while the rest freeze, terror and confusion slamming into them all at once. As the Abyss keeps blasting out spells, enemies crumple to the ground, and the girl just freezes, staring in stunned disbelief at the shockingly sudden rescue. The rescued girl doubts the magic, and Kai jumps in with an apology, sensing the tension. Then he steadies her with reassuring words. Kai steps up and calls himself a merchant, then drops the truth. His escort, Abyss, is the one who cast the magic. She swings right into it and calls herself Sarah Bianchi, but she gives away absolutely nothing more than what you can see on the surface. Sarah hints his merchants demand repayment, and Kai's vague answer leaves her standing there, unsure if he even plans to pay her back. Kai asks the locals for a hand, offering help in return, and Sarah, still caught off guard by his effortless generosity, throws in a yes, eager to see what he's really up to. Sarah hesitates the moment she hears Scorpa's name, her mind racing as she weighs the danger of heading back to town again. She stares back at that razor-thin escape, wondering if it's really safe for her to keep playing guide. Even with her worries gnawing at her, Sarah still agrees, because her conscience won't let her turn down the merchant's polite request. Sarah finally cracks and admits she's been running solo, because she still has unfinished business, and somehow, their meeting feels like pure fate. Sarah asks for a scarf, then slips it up to hide her collar, and Kai can't shake the feeling it might expose something about her past. Kai tears into the attacker's gear, and Sarah clocks them instantly. Hired thugs straight out of a trading company. Blindsided by this rare gear, Kai yanks it all up and hustles it back to Tenohira so he can inspect every last detail. He hogties the men and straps them to the trees, so they can't chase the group just yet. On her way back, Sarah lays it out. This region won't calm down because the Empire keeps flipping, and the port towns are drowning in mercenary trouble. They finally roll into Scorpa, a loud, bustling port town, and Kai leans in to quiz Sarah. So what's her next move? Kai dishes out a warm meal for everyone, grinning like crazy. He can finally taste real town food again. Kai savors the flavor and erupts in celebration at finally making it back to civilization, while Sarah and Abyss just quietly track every flicker of his reaction. As they roam the town, Abyss can't stop darting uneasy glances around. This is her first time in any town at all. Kai thinks about stopping for a little shopping before heading home, then remembers one brutal catch. He can't use magic in crowded places. After tallying the prices, Kai sets up a food stall in the busiest market and makes it happen. Kai leans in and asks Sarah what's next for her, and she lights up, saying she wants to stay close to him even longer. Kai makes a wild guess the caller's just for show, and Sarah bursts into laughter, saying he still looks noble even if he knows basically nothing. Sarah snaps the truth in place. That collar is a magic slave device, forged to choke a sorcerer's powers into silence. She tells him enslaved sorcerers sell for a fortune, because bloodline magic turns them into prized trophies in the aristocracy's markets. Sarah drops a real apology for burying the truth, and Kai finally realizes this world isn't just bigger, it's way more dangerous than he ever imagined. Sarah starts to suspect Kai comes from a rich family, and she watches Abyss, so quiet, so loyal. Abyss snaps that her loyalty is totally voluntary, and Sarah's gut drops, like she's suddenly wondering if Abyss's feelings are being crushed already. Sarah leans in and says that collar isn't coming off. Some blessed soul forged it with secret divine powers, and the thing is basically untouchable. Kai pitches a breakout plan, escape by boat, and Sarah hesitates for a beat, then nods, torn and nervous but ready to run with him. Kai vows to help her all the way, yes, even taking off the collar, and Sarah gratefully leans into his support. Sarah stares at the clock, heart pounding with the fear that her time is running out, and she's not sure she can trust Kai with her truth anymore. Kai thrusts a disguise into her hands, urging her to switch up her look for now so she can dodge more suspicion and danger. With that cat-eared hood on, Sarah's cheeks flare red and Kai, grinning, jokes that she should act like a big cat. Merchants circle the stall like sharks, shouting bigger bids as the demand suddenly crashes in and overwhelms the tiny setup. Locals swarm in fast, lured by sweet fruit and peaceful livestock, and they demand bulk purchases on the spot. No second thoughts. The crowd erupts as the trio rushes to serve every last person, stunned by their insane success. Later at the inn, they tally up a mountain of profits, so much gold they could snag a second-hand mansion without breaking a sweat. The leader lays it all out. This stuff is worth a fortune. It's rare as gold, totally pest-free, and grown on a hidden island cut off from the world. Once the profit was locked in, they rushed to buy the essentials: materials, livestock, grain, and the crucial know-how to make it all work. Back at the inn, they locked in the plan, and you could feel the worry gnawing at them over the allies they'd left behind. The boy shows Sarah the island's shelter and tells her, right to her face, that even with no one else around, she's completely safe. Sarah can't even breathe right. She silently thanks them, yet she still wonders why they trust her, even though they don't know a thing about who she really is. He quietly slips him some money for comfort, proving he's kind without judging him. Like trust is starting to spark in the shadows. They lock eyes in dead silence, and the tension spikes as Sarah braces to finally unveil the hidden past nobody saw coming. Touched by their kindness, Sarah finally dares to trust them. And as she does, she starts spilling her real past and her true intentions. She blurts out her royal mondial roots, and it floors him, while he quietly pretends he's totally familiar with the name. Sarah tells you she was Mondial's royal mage during the fall. Then she fought like hell to shield the princess as she fled. Their escort mission got ambushed by bandits, and now those attackers see them as priceless captives, or perfect targets. Armed with total confidence, the princess's guards storm the bandits head-on. No fear, no second thoughts. A surprise fire spell bursts out of the enemy's side, and just like that, you realize one of them is a magician. Sarah barrels through the raging flames, smashing forward with blinding speed, and a torrent of magic to slam back with a brutal counterattack. Their clash exposes a brutal truth. Her magic gets wiped clean in an instant by the enemy's mysterious power. While Sarah fights for her life, another bandit snatches the young princess, flipping the battle and turning the tide their way. Trapped and powerless, Sarah screams for the princess's release, while the slavers grin and laugh at her desperation. Sarah blurts out that she'd been sold off on her own, tore free from captivity, and during her escape, ran straight into the others. Overwhelmed by raw emotion, Sarah crumples to the ground, pleading for them to save Princess Yuri Cecil, right now, before it's too late. Kai hesitates, terrified he can't make a difference. Then he realizes the captors aren't official Imperial soldiers at all. Sarah steps forward and declares, "I'm the one who brings the massive funds we need to buy back the imprisoned princess." Sarah demands they sell her instead, bragging that her magical status could rake in an even bigger price. She pleads with him to spend that money on rescuing the princess, and even her comrades too. Magical kids draw nobles in like moths to flame, so selling Sarah could tempt them to dodge the rules just to climb higher. Kai nods along, quietly buying into the logic, and suddenly realizes Sarah's offer might be their only lifeline left. He puts her loyalty on the line, demanding to know what she'll do if he turns on her and keeps every last secret. Kyrie swears he'll never betray her, but even with that promise, her offer still crushes his chest. Sarah swears she trusts him completely, after just meeting him, so Kai's heart swells with flattery while doubt claws at the edges. Kai reels from the kindness he's been shown, and he realizes he can't just walk away from someone this pure-hearted and honest. He agrees to help, on two brutal conditions. You trust him completely, no questions, no wavering, no matter what chaos hits. The second condition finally hits. Sarah rips off her cloak to prove what she's been hiding. Sarah freezes in shock at Abyss's arrival, her instincts screaming that those horns mean one thing: she's a demon. Demons are the scary mythic monsters everyone whispers about, pure evil in most legends, even though their roots somehow tangle with divine mythology too. Kai fears Sarah might freak out, but instead she shuts it down, insisting the abyss isn't evil and definitely isn't dangerous. With Sarah's acceptance finally hitting home, Kai exhales, pours out his gratitude, and ends the night by wrapping her in reassuring comfort. When they press him again, Kai flashes pure confidence and swears he'll rescue the princess at any cost. The abyss suddenly spikes into a fever, and she grabs Kai's hand, begging him to sleep beside her, leaving him utterly stunned and lost. She's convinced that sleeping with him will wipe out her condition, and that thought makes Kai explode in panic, staring at her like he can't believe this is real. Kai lunges to stop her, but Abyss barrels in with unstoppable energy, smashing her onto the bed. She breaks down in tears, begging him to tell her he doesn't hate her, misreading his hesitation as proof that he's rejecting her heart. Kai squirms and blurts out excuses, then freezes when it hits him. He's way too young to handle this mess the right way. A mysterious horned girl suddenly appears, and her demonic look sends the villagers spiraling into pure confusion and panic. Rumors of demons slither through the streets, and Abyss's arrival shakes everything the people thought they knew was true. They start hashing out whether Abyss can truly be trusted, but then she shows up, and her breathtaking beauty shatters every old prejudice in the room. The boy soothes Abyss, tells everyone it's time to rest, and puts harmony first, making sure everyone feels safe tonight. When someone asks for help, he snaps back with a rock-solid promise to save her, pure conviction, calm and commanding. Sarah snaps that she's not scared of slavery at all. She's terrified of the princess suffering far, far worse. She begs them to take Yuri in and trust her with her care, because the principality is already shattered. The boy studies her asleep, and the truth hits him hard. She's honest, gentle, and completely selfless, even as her situation turns desperate. With no words at all, he vows to save people like her, the ones who endure in silence, never daring to ask for help. He tore through the roaring bazaar hunting for ores, but every vendor shook their head. None of them had a single one to sell. Stuck on what local materials they could even use, Sarah shrugged and gave zero help, so they finally decided to buy basic iron tools instead. He held off the princess rescue and scrounged supplies first, then urged Abyss to tell her true needs. They hustled through the booths, snagged vegetables, masks, and even livestock, then pieced together a game plan from whatever they had on hand. Even with the prices burning a hole in their pockets, they still grabbed dogs, goats, and chickens, because not a single horse or pig was anywhere to be found. They counted every bit of their haul: tools, crops, oils, cotton, and sugar. Yet the stash still wasn't enough, and they had to grab more supplies. Kai told Sarah to hold tight, and then slipped off on his own to unload their heavy goods. Kai also told Abyss to hold position, then guided the cart through the alleyway with razor-sharp care. He burst back into the village, and a curious girl immediately grilled him about how their trade mission turned out. With the results in hand, he brought in the new animals and soothed his dizzy, overwhelmed companion. Sarah crumpled into unconsciousness from pure overwork, sitting there alone, while Kai kept his focus, planning the resource distribution later. Kai came back with a mask on. Sarah's heart slammed in panic, then flipped to relief when he swore, straight to her, that his loyalty was real. Sarah spilled the truth. When she was alone, weakness crushed her. But the moment Kai showed up, his presence fired her strength back into motion. Kai hurried up and demanded directions to the princess, and Sarah pointed him straight inside the trading company. Inside the building, a mysterious woman softly combed the princess's hair, totally oblivious as a rescue attempt closed in. The trader greeted the princess with a chilling smile, treating her like valuable loot, like she'd already had every last bit of freedom stripped away. He warned her that her magician had ditched her, and that the world after that wouldn't be gentle to her either. He warned that if slavers or soldiers grabbed her, her fate would only spiral downward, crushing flowers like it was a promise. He mocked her captivity, sneering that a fallen princess can only belong behind a gorgeous, sealed cage. Suddenly, magic detonated from her body, blasting both captors back across the room. The princess snapped a clear barrier into place, and the man barked at her to drop her magical defense right now. Fury ripped through him as he screamed like a storm, and then a warrior named Fossil stormed in to call out his boss for bringing shame. Fossil swore the barrier was unbreakable. Then the boss snapped orders for him to rip her out of it. They snapped at each other about every past failure, but even after the mess-ups, Fossil leaned in and swore her power could never be used to run away. Their boss barked a warning about failure. Vasil smirked like he owned the place. And then that old war history started to crush the air between them. Fossil took the orders, promised he'd report later, and then warned the princess. This fight would only get harder from here. The princess shut down inside, snapping a protective barrier into place, while the maid just stared, utterly baffled. Kai slipped near the company building in disguise, smiling with confidence as he readied himself to strike his plan. Even though Sarah was totally lost, Kai pressed on, swearing he had a plan, and then he started acting like a damn noble. With pure grit, Kai swung the door open, and instantly slipped into an arrogant upper-class noble's persona like it was second skin. Kai strode in with total confidence, asked for the owner, and declared he was ready to drop serious money on a huge purchase. The owner beamed at the group, smiling like everything was fine, while deception cooked up in plain sight right in front of him. Kai slipped into the role of royalty in disguise, and Melini introduced himself, totally clueless that Kai was already pulling the strings to control everything. Sarah and Abyss shot back in fast, kicking off a full-blown dramatic return that looked exactly like they'd finally recaptured a runaway. Melini bought the performance hook, line, and sinker, while Kai demanded a reward for bringing the slave magician back safe. Kai demanded compensation. Melini snapped that it didn't add up, and Kai shot back by steering the fight straight to magician pricing. Kai flat-out lied and claimed she had begged him to resell her, so he'd bankroll the princess's freedom when the time finally came. He played the admiring act, praising her loyalty like it deserved a price, then demanded proper payment like it was the only sincere thing to do. Sarah cried and begged him to keep his promise, insisting the plan's price was going to be too much to pull off. Kyrie leaned in and promised her softly. His resolve hadn't changed one bit. He was going to buy her, and he was going to rescue her, no question. Kai leaned in and whispered that he wasn't short on money at all. He just wanted to trick Melini even better. He spun the whole situation like it was a win for everyone, smothering Sarah's collapse and her full emotional meltdown. Kai demanded to know where the princess was, and Melini nodded, letting Sarah finally find her before the last sale. Kai slyly fed Melini's cruelty with compliments, and Melini still showed up for the reunion, fully aware it was going to crush her emotionally. Melini swaggered, trash-talking the soldiers' failures from those slave records. Then Kai pressed in, realizing they were posted in the next room over. The masked traitor sneers at the chaos, baiting everyone with a sly hint about the magician's worth, while the girl shakes like she can barely breathe. He tells her the truth. She chose to be sold so he could rake in the profits and then bust her imprisoned princess out. Her loyalty cracks him up, because a slave showing that kind of rare devotion is exactly what he uses to prove he's sincere, even as he maneuvers everyone he deals with. She sobs and it yanks him back to his promise, and her words slam guilt into him, even though it's all been laid out like a calculated trade. He steadies her with a calm, unshakable promise. He vows once more to get the princess, no matter what. A merchant huddles in clothes and hypes a silent girl as a top-tier slave, right in front of the masked protagonist. He studies her face in detail, golden hair, gentle eyes, yet still can't shake the worry that the merchant might be lying. She hits him like a ghost from his past, and suddenly he hesitates, quiet, curious, and unable to look away. The merchant spits out a jaw-dropping price, so Hyatt could have bought a decent little home in town. When he realizes the offer comes with a hidden discount, he hesitates for just a second, then takes it, walking a tightrope of cautious confidence and burning curiosity. A merchant raves about Yuri Cecil's worth, crowns her as Mondial's gem, and swears even royalty can't stop admiring her. Sarah bursts ahead, swallowed by emotion, because the merchant just told her she's back, and that discounted handover was made possible. Sarah can't escape the weight of her past choices, but she finally nods. If it means Yuri stays safe, she'll accept whatever fate throws at her. Sarah rushes to Yuri, throws out a heartfelt apology, and with guilt and gratitude twisting in her chest, she admits she needs to thank her, not drown in regret. With tears threatening to spill, Sarah begs for one final goodbye before she parts, and then she's gone from his life forever. As Sarah finally reunites with the girls, a masked boy stands in silence, soaking in every tearful moment like it's a secret he's trying to understand. He casually asks for bodyguards too, then starts planning even more deals as the merchant slips away. Alone in the quiet, the merchant grills the boy about who he really is, far too polished for his age, yet somehow solid and unshakably down to earth. Sarah begs the boy to grab every last bodyguard on the shelf, terrified that they'll be torn apart again. Seeing how shattered she was, the boy drops his pride, apologizes on the spot, and finally understands just how desperate she's been and how much her plea costs. A girl slashes the restraints off Sarah. Everyone freezes in shock. Then the boy steps in and declares, "I won't let her suffer." She snips the ropes off the prisoners in a flash, and the whole place erupts as the captives gear up to move. The boy pushes everyone to run for it, yelling hope into the chaos, even though he has no proof and no real plan. He vows to carve out a real shot for them, and he presses hard. Now is the moment to move if they want true freedom. Yuri's resolve drives her forward, and when she steps in, her presence shocks them all, instantly boosting their faith. Yuri catches him staring, soft yet unshakable. Nothing like the merchant's greedy hustle or the mercenary's pitying look. She falls silent, but when their eyes meet, his, unlike hers, still burn with hope so fierce it pulls other people forward. Moved, Yuri suddenly snatches Sarah's hand, showing she trusts her completely, and that single grip sparks instant unity. Sarah digs up her courage again, and everyone crowds into a circle, ready to spring into action on whatever plan that boy just cooked up. The moment the boy signals, magic erupts. Bright light swallows the group as their desperate escape finally kicks off. The guards come back empty-handed, and once their boss learns the magician was found, he tears into them with brutal anger. The merchant's gut drops when he hears it. His men got ambushed, robbed, and left hogtied to trees, all because they lost. Fuming over the report, the merchant slams his foot down hard, rattling the whole room with pure, unfiltered rage. He orders reinforcements. Then panic explodes, because an unknown enemy slips into their base before help can even arrive. A mysterious woman bursts through a shattered wall, and the whole room goes death quiet in stunned shock. The hooded girl rips through the wall and bolts, and the merchant snaps at his men, screaming for them to chase her down. Falsel rolls in, and the merchant rants that magical interference wrecked everything, and that Yuri is gone. Frustration snaps in the merchant's voice as he demands action, and Falsel, too cocky for his own good, swears he can take care of everything alone, no help needed. Even with Falsel's arrogance, the merchant explodes over the escape. Then, grudgingly, with reluctance, Falsel finally caves and takes responsibility. In the alley's shadows, the girl hatches her diversion. She snaps into a rearguard act to trick the pursuers. As she runs for her life, she weighs the risk of casting magic, and can't stop worrying that her master might be in danger. Sarah jolts into panic the moment she arrives, overwhelmed by the strange new sights and the shock of a whole new world around her. The group stumbles into a calm, quiet clearing, and the second they land, everyone's faces twist with confusion, because they can't stop asking how they got teleported here so suddenly. Kai Sarah. While everyone else stays locked in and steady, Yuri just stands there, stone-faced, blowing their minds with that terrifying calm. A bright, cheerful girl rushes up to Kai, all smiles, and asks what they've got for supplies. Kai dodges the question and clamps down on one thing: gathering weapons. Kai throws out a heartfelt apology for the lie, and Sarah, half relieved, half totally baffled, demands to know where they've really landed. Kai swings his sword to shatter the chains, forces the captors back, and Yuri stays quiet, then presses them with pointed questions about where they are. Then Yuri blurts out that the space is held together by her blessing, so if you mess with the triggers, it can snap everything back instantly. Kai shuts down the mondial rumors, saying he met Sarah purely by chance and stepped in on instinct. Kai finally confesses that saving everyone was always the plan, and Sarah digs through the mess and clears up the nightmare that she got sold. Cecile looks back on how she lost her country and everyone she loved, and how she now lives quietly as her true self, fully grateful to Sarah. Kai bursts another prisoner free, convinced Cecile sees Sarah like family, like a sister, though he keeps that truth locked in his mouth. She sprinted through the snow-choked street, and behind her, soldiers blared orders as they raged in pursuit. When they clocked her unreal speed, panic hit them hard, but she wasn't running away. She was burning seconds so the others could slip out. She clung to her master's command and bought time for as long as she could, even if it meant fighting off the pursuers with raw force. They confronted her and mocked her. Then she stayed cool and told them, flat out, that every slave was already gone and way ahead. She unleashed her power, lightning snapping through the air as she geared up to fight. Mission clear. Wipe them out and make sure they escape. Abyss snapped her hand forward and unleashed a lightning blast, blasting her enemies into silence and proving the deadly magical combat power she'd been hiding. After taking in the wreckage, Abyss wanted to bolt back fast, but another mage strode forward with a smug, confident grin. A ruthless, powerful enemy mage stepped up and demanded a duel, hungry to see if her unstoppable magic could really outshine his. Meanwhile, the master rounded everyone up and flashed the signal. This was it, their last escape move, since Abyss had finally jammed the pursuers in place. He laid out the whole plan, and the second Abyss finishes her part, they tear out of town together at top speed. The slaver just kept whining about the delays, totally blind to the fact that the group he was hunting was already there, watching from nearby. He didn't see it coming. Panic hit him hard as the crew stepped out of the shadows and boldly revealed themselves. With weapons drawn and eyes locked on him, the girls surrounded him with blades, cutting off his fight before he even had a chance to react. After they caught wind of the distant battle, the crew yanked him down, tied him up fast, and geared up to vanish together. They cut him off mid-rage, brushed his outrage aside, and snatched back their freedom, while grabbing his friend's name. A distant blast tore through the quiet town, screaming that Abyss was still battling, way off in the shadows behind them. The whole group braced to run, debating, word for word, how to haul their weakened members without losing the pace as they sprinted together. Suddenly, armed enemies burst in, spotted the escapees on sight, and closed in hard before they could even back up or react. Trapped and surrounded, panic erupted, but Kai stayed ice calm, already plotting the next move. When Kai saw the Abyss collide with a veteran mage, her stomach dropped, because Kai knew her own lack of battle experience could get her killed fast. The others demanded Kai fall back with the princess, and they geared up to shield them both, no matter how impossible the odds looked. Kai's hunch hit dead on. Then he realized the strongest magician never came back, and for a moment he owned the upper hand. Kai demanded the group cover him for a moment, then vanished in a flash to strike his next move. Kai stormed back with brutal reinforcements, combat experts on standby, ready to smash the enemy and flip the battle in their favor. Chaos burst wide open the moment the experts clashed with the enemies, and the guards who were nearby heard the commotion. But they had zero clue what was really happening. Guards stormed up to the wounded soldier and tore into him, furious that he'd caused trouble inside the town borders, illegally. Even after the Chaos Guard demanded everyone fall in line, ready to re-enslave them all, right when it felt like it was over, backup suddenly crashed in ahead. Kai unleashed his secret army of adorable but deadly warrior cubs, bred in secrecy for this exact moment. In the choking dark, The enemies crumpled into panic, swarmed by tiny, lightning-fast attackers they couldn't read or stop. While the warriors tore through the battlefield, the girls stared in stunned silence. Thank God they weren't fighting this time. They were on the same side. Kai roared praise for the warrior coon's crushing win, then calmly ordered them to rest, like seeds settling in the earth. He rallied everyone, shouting for them to bolt right now before enemy reinforcements showed up and shut the trap on them. Meanwhile, across town, Abyss unleashed his explosive magic, and the streets lit up with violent flashes. The enemy mage's confidence cracked. Abyss flooded him with endless magic and kept hurling spell after spell without letting up. He tried to turn energy into a shield, but Abyss's crushing pressure wouldn't quit. Her magic slammed down like an unstoppable tide. From far away, Kai and the others stared as Abyss ripped control of the duel apart, blasting it open with brutal explosions. Seeing her alive and standing tall, Kai shouted in victory. Abyss breathed easy, her smile bright now that her master was safe. The enemy mage, drained to her bones, demanded to know why someone with power like hers wasn't unleashed during their national war. Kai flat out said he wasn't tied to any country at all. He just stumbled into it by pure coincidence. Even with his strength gone, the mage snapped back and refused to fold, swearing his pride needed one last stand. No matter the cost. Kai pitched a plan, and Abyss promised to yank the heat away by changing her attack angle to keep him busy for 3 full minutes. The enemy mage charged like a missile, and the moment he surged, Abyss and Kai instantly broke off in opposite directions. He burst through the smoke with reckless speed, only to realize too late they'd lured him straight into a trap for a coordinated counterattack. The Abyss pinned him down with razor-precise magic blasts, while chains burst out on every side and locked his movement tight. Kai seized the moment and launched himself at him from behind, finally crashing the exhausted warrior to the ground. Kai blasted his origins to the world, screaming Tenohira with pride, and just like that, he stunned the enemy who dared to question where he came from. The armored man got slammed with a sudden blow and crumpled unconscious right next to his stunned attacker. He jolted awake in harsh sunlight, staring at a calm field packed with animals and strangers, standing all around him, leaving him utterly lost. Still woozy, he jerked to his feet and blurted in pure shock when he realized this village was totally unfamiliar. The boy shot off with the elf, and the man stood there stunned, scratching his head like, what just happened? Alarms blared as the girl rushed into the streets, shouting at the villagers to grab weapons and get ready. Enemies were closing in fast. The girl rallied the villagers and blasted a warning. If they didn't fight back right now, raiders would swoop in and steal every crop. She lit a fire of terror, making it clear that even daughters could be snatched if nobody stood up to the threat. The armored man promised peace, insisting he'd only sawed down one boy, yet the armed crowd didn't buy it. Outnumbered and badly misunderstood, the man snapped. He'd warned them he was a mage, and he wasn't going to pull any punches. Right before he could move, something invisible slammed into him, and he froze in shock, staring at his magic like it had betrayed him. The mage panicked the second he realized there wasn't a drop of mana here. Then villagers closed in like a trap while his allies just stood there, watching in dead silence. Desperate as hell, he tore open the last of his inner magic, vowing nobody would ever try to belittle or underestimate him again. A roaring fireball erupted from his hand, and the villagers jolted in shock. Then they snapped into action with coordinated strikes as panic ripped through the crowd. The villagers screamed in terror, but they refused to budge. Then one man stepped forward and lit a torch with pure guts. Overwhelmed, the mage snatched a sword, furious he'd been forced into brutal close-quarters combat. Cornered and seething, the mage clenched his teeth. Furious, he couldn't believe this humiliating resistance had actually worked. He stared the young boy down, refusing to believe someone so ordinary and so untrained could beat him. The villagers swarmed him until he couldn't breathe. Exhausted and beaten to a pulp, he crumpled to the ground, and the elf girl finally shouted, "That's enough." The whole village erupted in cheers, while the kids leaned in with wide-eyed curiosity as they carefully bound the unconscious mage. Side by side, The elf and the boy gazed ahead, because suddenly those human threats felt scarier than any wild monster waiting outside. Anal shot Kai a confident smile, trusting his judgment with her whole heart and backing his resolve like it was destiny. As night rolled in, Kai tore through the bound mage's defenses, choosing where to stash him before slipping away to regroup in silence. They slipped away under the cover of night, keeping the mage locked away out of sight and miles from them. Abyss drowned in guilt over her limits, but Kai pulled her back, telling her their victory only happened because of her. His words hit Abyss right in the feels, and she broke into a warm smile, then asked for a hug to calm her heart. The group watched as Kai pulled Abyss into a warm embrace, instantly lifting everyone's mood and shocking the other girls. Kai soaked up the thanks for saving them, brushed off the praise and fired back with one question. Where were they headed next? Kai silently hoped they'd follow him, but worry clawed at his chest. He didn't want to drag anyone to his island home. The girl confessed their group had run out of options and begged them to take her, offering herself as a slave. Kai froze in shock, sure. They thought slavery would keep them safe. But then he awkwardly blurted out that he wasn't a merchant at all. Kai said their base sat on a brutal, cut-off island. No half-steps. You had to throw yourself into it every single day just to stay alive. Curious villagers peppered him with questions, and Kai nodded. Yeah, the land had a stretch of forest and fresh water, plenty to start over again. They started roasting their homeland's bad reputation, right in front of Kai, and it totally shocked him, because he had no idea it was this bleak. Kai demanded a promise, tossed his old ties to the wind, and threw himself headfirst into island life. He slammed the rule down hard. Revenge was off limits. Only the ones who chose peace could step into their fresh start. With everyone gone, she finally admitted revenge meant nothing anymore. So she dropped the fight and chose peace. They marched as one, hearts buzzing with curiosity, charging north toward their brand new destination. Kai told them that road ends at the island, and demanded they cooperate. They dove through a portal and burst into the island's entrance, right in front of a towering cliff. Kai greeted them on No Man's Island, then snapped a warning. It looked empty, and it might feel totally underwhelming at first. Ren, the fox girl, smashed Kai to the ground and chewed him out for showing up way too slow. Kai threw out a heartfelt apology for the delay, and Ren's eyes filled with tears as she confessed she was terrified he'd never come back. When they finally got reunited, the little girl slammed into Kai's arms, hugging him tight, and everyone else let out a huge breath, because they all made it back safe together. Kai stepped up and introduced the newcomers as fresh islanders. Then he turned to the locals and greeted everyone one by one with sharp, respectful manners. Kai told them they couldn't head home just yet, because even with family in the mix, this place had turned into everyone's safe haven. The protagonist points out the empty island and tells you they've got to rebuild everything from the ground up, because there's nothing here to use. He lays out the master plan and step by step turns bare land into a thriving settlement. Fields, homes, roads, wells, and orchards rising from nothing. He doesn't just cling to survival. He sets his sights on forging a whole new country, a place every single person can finally call home. The villagers light up. Some shout in cheers. Others step forward to promise their help, because his massive dream just planted a spark of hope in all their hearts. One girl slips into step behind him, calling herself family, loyal past duty, locked in by trust. With a second chance in their hands, these women feel hope ignite, and they're ready to rebuild their lives together, for real this time. One gentle squeeze grips his hand, and without a single word, it begs him to stay strong and push them forward. Her words hit him like lightning. He nods, and together they swear they'll build a nation where sorrow has no place. Right then, another woman blurted out that she was his wife, throwing the whole watching group into instant confusion and full-on embarrassment. Villagers stare in tense silence as the girl hacks through wood at lightning speed, and her brutal strength instantly sparks suspicion and real worry. The kids rallied around Abyss-chan, shouting that she's kind, nothing like the blood-chilling demons they've only ever heard about in stories. Ren-chan blasts out a storm of flames, and the villagers huddle in hushed whispers, arguing whether she's a beastman or something far stranger. Even with doubts hanging in the air, the villagers welcome Ren Shan with open arms, totally smitten by her fluffy ears and her bright, harmless vibe. The group huddles over the brutal truth. Equipment shortages are getting worse, and those worn shoes scream that they desperately need better clothes and supplies. Kai steps in front of the villagers, calls himself their moderator, and kicks off their very first Islander meeting. Right then, official and loud, villagers swarm forward, pushing forward their tools, food, hygiene, and clothing like, "We need this to survive," laying bare the daily demands of their growing settlement. Yuri scribbles notes as Kai stares at the mess, realizing plumbing can't be fixed with quick scraps and a rush of resources. Yuri lays it out. If you want a nation, you need land, people, and power. And she points out with a sharp edge exactly what that island is missing. Kai spots the territories locked down and the powers secured, then immediately wonders how he can boost the citizens fast and make it count. Yuri drops a plan to boost the population, and it basically screams that Kai's personal grind is the real key. Yuri bluntly drops the biggest bombshell of all. Babies are the fastest way to grow, and everyone's left reeling. Yuri declares Kai the new king of their country, leaning on her own royal bloodline like it's ironclad proof. She swears an heir is the only way forward, and it drives Kai deeper into panic over these new duties. Kai awkwardly swallows the explanation, and Yuri leans in to ask for an informal closeness, tightening that shocking political and personal bond between them. Kai's cheeks flare red as he sits next to Yuri, still totally baffled by why she's doing this and what she's really aiming for with him. He's convinced her royal duty nudged her choice, but he can't shake the fear that it wasn't just personal feelings driving it. Yuri drops a total bombshell. She proposes that she and Sarah move in with Kai right away. Kai starts building a tougher winter house and fires off a question. Who knows construction? Who knows the tricks? Buzzing with excitement from the volunteers, Kai storms forward and promises that 10 houses will rise, backed by the warrior coons and every villager ready to help. Yuri insists they build just one giant castle, claiming one king doesn't need a whole kingdom of palaces. He only needs one. Kai panics the moment she hears the grand-scale suggestion, because she realizes she's dead serious and that she'll need magical help fast. She lays it out. Magicians aren't just helpers, they're part of the army, so they belong beside the citizens in the same castle to keep everything running smooth and standing united. Kai finally admits she's right. Juggling homes for 14 people would be way too wasteful and just wouldn't work. Yuri lays out her vision. One beautiful castle where everyone lives together, equals under the same roof. Kai and the crew lock arms, all fired up for the same mission, and start hammering together the foundation of their own country. Yuri steps forward and declares the castle their pride and their symbol, an honest shared home under the sacred tree. Everyone's on the same page. They'll push for the castle first, not to chase comfort, but to stop loneliness from tearing them apart. Kai sprints to Tenohira, hunting the exact materials they need to finally build a real castle of their dreams. The village shoots up to level 20, and pure excitement erupts. They're already salivating over the rewards and the town resources pouring in to fuel their expansion. A bright, cheerful elf named Koromo bursts in, proudly introducing herself as Inel's younger sister, and the girl who knows every thread of clothing. Koromo proudly boasts that she can whip up fresh outfits for the excited Kai, who's been stuck with no answers for what to wear. Kai raves about Koromo's talent, and Inel shoots back, pointing out her job is all about keeping things safe to eat and making sure the nutrition hits right. Kai finally admits he totally misread Inel's worth, then realizes she's the key piece in keeping everyone's health safe. Kai's heart swells with gratitude toward both elves, and Koromo swears she'll dish out fresh outfits every 3 days, right on schedule, as long as they bring the materials. Kai demanded leather boots, and Koromo nodded, then started the countdown, figuring out how long they'd take from zero using Tenohira's local time system. Kai bolts out, thrilled out of his mind, and El quickly reminds him that more features got unlocked too. The village has transformed into a secret magical hidden haven, spinning up new functions, and leveling up to the next development tier. Even though there aren't any real magicians around yet, the village still calls it magic because they've seen combat spells used before. Seed synthesis lets you mash creation seeds together to turbocharge warrior coons. But the thing is, those current seeds already broke open and sprouted again. Then Kai can't stop thinking about how he'll unlock the next village level, especially the birth of a mage. No clue what he even needs to do. Meanwhile, the villagers kick back by the water, soaking up their free time while the rest of everyday life keeps rolling along, steady, quiet, and sure as clockwork. 3 days later, Kuromo steps up and unveils sleek leather boots made from water buffalo, and the whole room is blown away by her talent. Kai slips the boots on right away, and Kuromo hovers nearby, biting his nerves as he waits to see if they fit perfectly. Kai grins because they're a perfect match, then hypes up Cuomo's win and demands she make more boots for everyone. Kuromo bragged that he was way more useful than Enel, and that one comment instantly lit the fuse of a fierce sibling rivalry over who was really helping Kai. Kai quietly smirks as he admires his brand new boots, while her teasing argument plays out in the background. Sarah turns to Kai and asks where he found a well or any water source, and it hits him like lightning. He suddenly understands and his gratitude explodes. After Sarah pitches it, Kai grins and heads out to hunt for clay. Then he's determined to shape it into water containers. The protagonist pitched a wild idea. Let's make pottery to save water and cook real meals for the whole settlement. A girl admitted she didn't know much, then told how her merchant dad used to watch pottery get made whenever they traded. They grilled Abyss about the materials, but she couldn't place any of it, couldn't identify the clay, and had no clue where it was. Another girl threw out the idea of swampy spots, saying the clay could be trapped there, hidden deep where moisture pools beneath all that dense ground. Ria's hint sent them digging through the riverside mud, and then, boom, Oza burst out, grinning and clutching a clay-filled basket. The protagonist examined the sample, but the clay's viscosity just wouldn't cooperate, still too stubborn for pottery. He tried to describe clay's texture, but without his translator, the creature team got just as lost all over again. Even with the language barrier, the creatures snapped into action, excitedly copying him, like they fully understood his instructions. He and Abyss stared at the muddy group, praying their explanation had finally sunk in for good. Since they still hadn't snagged any good clay, the whole crew decided to hunt the exposed cliff faces nearby. Suddenly, Osa burst out of the water, grinning as she hauled up a huge basket packed with clay. More OSS squads poured in, slamming down their clay baskets in sync, and the protagonist got hit with pure teamwork energy that came out of nowhere. The protagonist pressed the clay between his fingers, feeling it turn soft and bendable, perfect for crafting water jugs later. Even with everyone praising him as a genius, he finally snapped. Yeah, he really didn't know that much, because his wisdom was mostly what he'd spotted and remembered. With the plan nailed down, they started hammering through the clay, drying it, pounding it, then filtering it again and again until every last impurity was gone. The protagonist picked Tanohira for the kill and construction mission, because the faster time flow and better resources made it the perfect target. He rattled off the chambered kiln setup from memory, and the whole group stared, because that thing looked totally wild. The villagers rushed to help, and a few even chimed in with their bread oven know-how to power the construction. Everyone teamed up and hauled bricks into place, shaping the chambers and snapping together that huge kiln structure with breakneck speed. After days of relentless work, the village finally unveiled its brand new multi-chamber kiln, fully finished, ready to fire up the very first batch of pottery. Even with no roof hanging over it, the protagonist finally stepped in and locked in the truth. Its core structure was finished. He finally cracked the teaching code, show a few examples, then let the villagers learn by stomping through their own trials. While everyone else was busy catching their breath, he struck up a meeting with a girl backed by mysterious companions. Suddenly, the whole crowd couldn't look away. He couldn't stop admiring how fast and fluid that creature moved. Then one girl called him over to play, and he just couldn't hold back his questions. She begged to tag along on the trip to Tenohira, and the protagonist shot back a cheerful yes on the spot. When she finally stepped into Tenohira, she gasped at how much the village had exploded in size. She spotted fresh wheat fields and rising new homes, and you could see the progress hitting her hard. Because this village was growing fast, and everyone felt it. When someone finally asked, she admitted it. She missed her parents so bad it hurt, and she couldn't stop wondering how they were doing back home. She sat there, smiling through the memories, and replayed every castle visit with her mom. The kind of bright, joyful childhood moments that still warmed her heart. The protagonist vowed she'd track down her hometown someday, even if that dream couldn't land anytime soon. The girl soaked in how kind her parents had been, and at the same time the leader cracked his knuckles and geared up to deliver a huge announcement. The protagonist spilled his plan right out, and boom, summoned a mage-light fire that left every villager staring in shock. They told everyone the kill demanded a dry burn, then rallied the whole crew so they could watch the magic ignite. The crowd finally laid eyes on the so-called Hellfire Mage, and the villagers watching from the shadows went pale, stunned by the power she was about to unleash. Everyone still buzzed with anticipation as she swallowed her nerves and agreed to the demonstration, while the protagonist urged her, "Don't go too far." The mage hurled razor-precise flames into the kiln, and her controlled fire left the villagers staring in stunned silence. The crowd erupted because the kiln had finally proven it. Real magic was real. And then they rushed to get started making actual pottery. Kaidi breathed in, then shaped clay in total silence, her hands steady as she molded her very first creation. No words, just pure focus. Others wrestled with the grind of shaping, but Kaidi blew them away with pure skill. Still, when she spoke, it was only single words. Kaidi stared at her results, completely hooked, while another villager beamed as they proudly shoved their finished creation in front of the Lord. Cade beamed as she proudly held up her clay doll, but the protagonist cut in fast, warning that baking hollow creations could spell disaster. Sarah proudly showcased her huge stash of cookware, stacked with practical tools for cooking up meals and storing all her supplies. As pottery dried across Tenohira, Sarah finally let it slip. Her craft wasn't just work anymore, it was pure joy. The crew's at it again, stacking finished pottery into the kiln, revving up for their very first full firing. Villagers jumped in for the final steps, while the protagonist kept a close watch, determined to get everything finished the right way. Kai dug in his heels and refused to open the kiln early, because Anal warned that only slow, steady cooling would stop the whole thing from cracking. The very next day, villagers threw themselves into kiln training, learning the techniques as Kai's crew patiently handed them down, piece by piece. Kai leaned in and inspected every piece. Sure, the pottery had a few cracks, but for the most part, that fired batch came out a total win. The whole crew erupted in cheers. Most of the pieces made it through, and everyone bolted to snatch their own creations before anyone else could. Once the kiln was proven and roaring, the whole village erupted in celebration. Pottery finally kicked off for real in Tenohira. They finally exhaled, until they realized the real grind wasn't over yet. Bisque firing first, then glazing, and only after that would the final baking happen. With a thunderous slam, the impact tears the ground open, blasting a massive crater right in the heart of camp. The villagers dig a well, fed up with water constantly gushing in from far-off rivers and even more distant villages. A young girl grabs his arm, practically dragging him, insisting, no, begging, that he follow her right now because something urgent is waiting. She steers the crew straight to the clay shed and drops the truth. She's got something special planned for baking. Inside the shed, they stumble on a colossal clay golem, and they're left staring because its purpose is still a total mystery. Kaid breaks down why the clay golem is so fragile, and then tells them to bake it, because heat will harden its structure for good. Kaid coughs mid-sentence, and everyone's eyes snap to her. She tries to mask the discomfort, but Ren steps in and offers help. She admits her throat is killing her, and the whole crew tells Ren to hang back and help her out. Ren hauls the massive golem to the villagers and asks for their okay to throw it into the kiln and bake it. Villagers argue over how tricky it is, but in the end they all nod along, and with a Lamel's blessing, their pottery skills keep leveling up. As pottery demand skyrockets, they tip their hats to Sarah's cooking know-how and her non-stop, sunshine-bright energy for the surge in progress. Kite spots Kai while she stirs the pot, grinning like sunshine, because the special meal she's cooking up is meant for the whole village. Kai heads to the outdoor oven, and Sarah quickly grabs him. "Help me bring the ingredients inside." Sarah pitched the idea of ditching their usual staple, and Kai immediately nodded, buzzing with excitement to finally sink his teeth into something other than plain potatoes. Using ingredients from Scorpa and Taino Hero farms, they whip up a far richer meal for everyone. They hustle with ingredients, smiling like the next harvest is already in the bag, and Kai proudly says, "We've got wheat flour now." Sarah grabs the wheat flour bag and studies it hard. The feel and the look instantly spike her suspicion. Still in shock, she realizes it's way too smooth and painfully white, like the flour doesn't belong to any quality she expected. Kai leans in and explains how he ground everything using a water wheel, and says they'd bought the base grain straight from town. Confused as hell, Kai bolts to find someone, and everyone else starts suspecting his freaky perception shift is what changed everything. They realize Kai's belief didn't just sway the moment. It literally cleansed the flour, wiping out the yeast and wheat shell and purifying it for real. Anel tells Kai that his perceptions don't just color his mood. They can wreck everything, even food safety. So the chicken's quality feels like a total gamble. Afterward, every egg gets reshaped by Kai's rules. Somehow, under his logic, they're guaranteed safe. Kai stares at the world's warped logic, realizing it's twisted by his own bad knowledge and careless assumptions. Kai marches back in full confidence and snaps, "Yeah, the flour is real. It's just messing with him again through his perception." Kai and Sarah dive into baking, and Sarah drops a bombshell. Kai learns her world runs on eggs and bread dough. They realize the whole plan needs a leavening agent, and Kai starts freaking out, wondering if yeast was what she meant. Sarah pushes for flatbread, and Kai jumps at the chance to search Tenohira, while Sarah remembers the one person who'd be born to bake. Kai finally tracks Enel down again, and she grins and says, "We're not baking," then teases him for popping in so often. Kai hears the villagers turn wheat into noodles, and Enel drops the bomb that it's just another thing pulled straight from Kai's obsession. Kai blurts out, "Noodles." The second he realizes they forgot the leavening, Sarah stares, confused for a beat, then gets hooked by the idea. He blurts out that he's been craving them, and Sarah's like, "You remember Scorpa's street noodles?" Then she offers to recreate the whole thing. Sarah grins and suggests they recreate the meal they once shared, like cooking their way back to each other, step by step. They nod in agreement, then dive into prepping the dough, buzzing with that shared memory and ready to chase the brand new goal. While the dough rests, Sarah starts plotting her sauce, and Kai can't stop worrying whether dinner will be ready in time. As Kai chops and preps the ingredients, he leans in and asks Sarah straight up, does she really feel content with her life in that village? Sarah beams with warmth and says she feels whole, no magic needed, because she finally found her place. She beams with real joy, soaking up the calm and the sense of purpose she never once found while she was busy serving kingdoms before. Sarah finally lets it slip. She's happiest when she's cooking right beside Kai, and that simple closeness hits their bond even harder. Kai's cheeks ignite with a blush as he whips his gaze away, totally flustered. Then they keep cooking together, side by side, falling into an effortless, quiet rhythm. At night, Kai slips over to Katie's place with food in hand, determined to help her bounce back from her cold. He hands Katie kamatama udon in Scorpo style, warm, rich, and made just to slam a smile back onto their face. Kite chews slow and steady, soaking up every warm bite like it's comfort made just for her, and her expression melts with pure enjoyment. Sarah and Kai beam with pride as everyone praises Kide's reaction to their mouth-watering homemade dish. As Kai keeps serving plate after plate, a girl blurts, "What's wrong?" But he just goes quiet and stares at the newcomers. Everyone dug into that warm meal together, savoring every bite like it was comfort itself, and letting the coziness settle over all of them. Later, Sarah shut the door to the kitchen behind her and chopped ingredients by herself, locked in on cooking something that hit straight at the heart. The abyss crept up to Sarah in near silence, asking to learn how to cook so she could become more useful someday. She finally cracked and admitted she felt worthless lately, stuck unable to back up her master the way everyone else somehow could. With sincere eyes, Abyss swore to feed his master with joy, determined to bring comfort one meal at a time. Sarah yanked open a drawer, flashed a warm smile, and dove straight into the real hardships behind cooking. Abyss snapped at the challenge with zero hesitation, and their training kicked off with a low-key humble omelet, proof that greatness starts on a skillet. Kaide slams a solid clay body into shape, while the others pool magical energy, ready to spark it into life. Kite's partner drives her spell straight into the clay figure, flooding it with artificial life force. The brand new golem jolts to life, bows politely to everyone, and shocks the room with moves so smooth and fluid they feel unreal. They're totally blown away by the golem's polite manners, and Kaide jumps in to explain how golems were born from the ancient legend of living dolls. They decide to put its power to the test. Keed barks the commands, and the golem fires back with pure, excited enthusiasm. Kaide's signal hits, and the golem surges forward, blasting into a full-throttle sprint test. His footsteps thunder through the settlement, whipping up wind and dust as he tears across the land. Spectators can't believe its insane speed and staying power, because that ceramic shell looks way too fragile to survive anything. Once the sprint test was over, they shoved the golem into a fresh trial, lifting a massive stone like it weighed nothing. Keed spots it. Oh no, this stone is a massive boulder, and she's left wondering if Golem even has a chance of lifting it. To everyone's shock, the golem muscles that gigantic boulder up and towers it high above its head. They chant Golem's raw power. Then boom, Kite's true identity hits. He's blessed, and his hidden potential is finally about to explode. Kaide guesses the golem's power obeys his logic, and it throws everyone off as Alamila's insane blessing lights up right on cue. With pride blazing in her chest and gratitude lighting her up, the girl vows to forge not one, but two more golems for their village. With Golem hauling the weight, the villagers build up, cook up, and farm smarter, turning everyday life into something better, side by side. Somewhere else, a lone traveler chisels a message into stone, sealing their presence with unspoken, silent proof. Keed strolls through the peaceful farmland, and every villager greets her with warm smiles as the whole community keeps thriving day by day. They trade stories about the wheat pushing up from the ground, buzzing with excitement to bake fresh bread the second the harvest finally ripens. Fox-eared Wren lights up and cheers at Keed, reminding her that today's feast is finally here, right on cue after 4 whole months since everyone arrived together. As Keed gets ready to leave, the others rush together, and finally, everyone's set for whatever's coming next. The castle finally stands finished, and the villagers throw a massive celebration, stuffing themselves with food, trading laughs by the water as they fish, and filling the air with cheerful conversation. Abyss proudly shows off her very first homemade dish, then hands it over with a shy little smile after finally learning how to cook. Kaide snatches the food with eager hunger, and Abyss hangs on his every bite, terrified of what happens next. Kaide praises her dish, and the Abyss beams with pride, so thrilled she's nailed her very first meal. They look back on how their home has grown, and with humble hearts, they call it their royal castle, pride shining in every word. She declares the castle the beating heart of their nation, and everyone rallies, giving everything they've got. Kaide gets the absolute best seat at the feast, treated like the community's king, with everyone giving him the royal treatment. With smiling villagers all around him, Kite keeps his voice down and vows to push himself harder, because their steady, reliable leader is counting on him. That night, Keed gets cornered in his own sleeping quarters, trapped between 2 relentless girls who won't back down. Both girls clash in a heated debate over who gets to sleep beside him, and suddenly, the whole night crackles with playful tension. Keed gets totally overwhelmed, but another girl calmly steps in and says she'll wait for her turn. The girls cling together, squeezing him tight as they crown Kide their king, swearing it's their duty to keep him warm. Kide's gut drops. She realizes loyalty means something totally different to him than what she thought leadership was supposed to be. They decide to share the night peacefully, and Kide can't help but stare at the huge bed Yuri personally dragged in. Kide tries to drift off. Then Yuri explodes into his room, rushing at him like a man possessed, hell-bent on locking in that future heir. Yuri fires back with tough questions about Kide's real motives, and she can't shake the feeling that his obsession with lineage and succession is hiding something darker. Even while Kide is still recovering, she stays quiet and listens as the others push to dig deeper and grill Yuri some more. Yuri stays cool as she brings up her blessing, then calmly opens the door to talk about it over tea. Kite straight up admits he knows next to nothing about her blessing, and sets up this meeting just to dig in and finally understand. She spills the temple's secrets, because with Mondial gone, there's nothing left to keep quiet about. Yuri nods and promises to reveal her blessing, her smile warm as Kide leans in, ready to listen with her full attention. She suddenly snaps for something back, insisting that this chance is too priceless to hand out for free. Yuri playfully demands a hug as payment, and Kaede gets blindsided. Her whole body erupts in instant embarrassment. Flustered, Kide scrambles to stall the hug, but Yuri barrels in instantly. No hesitation, no holding back. Yuri barrels into him with a fierce, playful hug, and Kide is left totally frozen in shock. Kide stumbles backward out of Yuri's grip, then slams into an invisible wall he never saw coming, like it popped up out of nowhere. Yuri flings her divine blessing into the world. God of Shield seals it into place, forming an impenetrable defense barrier around her. In Sunday school, kids were taught how saints used blessings to shield people from destructive magic. The priests swore their blessings were peaceful miracles, but during the war, the boy couldn't shake the feeling they weren't what they claimed. Later on, a girl finally spilled it. Her blessing from the line God of Shields isn't just decorative. It unleashes brutal combat power. Her power snapped into place, creating invisible barriers like the one Scorpa used before, until they sealed into a full defense known as the War Maiden Sanctuary. But he pressed her on the range's limits, and she just grinned, confident as ever, claiming she could stretch it even farther. She shrank the barrier on purpose, then used that tiny space as her perfect excuse to stay right by his side. With a sharp, confident grin, she picked Kai as the perfect target to see if her divine shielding power was the real deal. Their perfect moment shattered the second Abyss showed up, stunned as the barrier ripped their voices apart. The girl's barrier snapped shut against the sound too, showing off its brutal power, yet exposing a surprising weak spot in how it communicates. With a sly look, she flipped another switch, sending Abyss reeling, more confused than ever and now dead certain something was off. The girl clung to Kai with a tight squeeze, making him fluster like crazy. Yet she showed not the slightest sign of letting go. Abyss wore a conflicted expression, hesitating over just how awkward this felt, and he raised serious questions about where the line should be drawn inside those private barriers. Suddenly, power exploded around Abyss the moment she triggered her own blessing, gearing up to strike back with everything she had. With a ferocious lunge, Abyss slammed into the barrier, swinging straight at the shocked pair. Right before everything collided, Kai and the girl locked eyes, caught in a heartbeat of pure, crushing tension. Abyss slammed into the barrier with everything he had, and it didn't crack, didn't budge, not even a little. Kai told her it was invincible, but Abyss totally misread the moment and treated it like a deadly threat. He screamed for the cancellation, but she hesitated, like she was guarding something far deeper than plain safety. Kai snapped, calling to Abyss as he sensed the fear and anguish burning behind her escalating, explosive magical storm. While everyone demanded Yuri shut that ability down, she clung even tighter and kept taunting Kai right in the middle of the chaos. Kai fought to get the cancellation phrase out, but Yuri exploded into an urgent, emotion-soaked outburst and cut him off. She finally slipped out a truth she'd kept buried, and even as her words hung in the air, Her thoughts stayed trapped while the barrier pulsed softly around them. Meanwhile, Abyss cranked up her magic, shaking the whole building like it was about to break, still totally oblivious to their inner conversation. Kai realized her tactics had spiraled out of control, and if nobody stopped her, she was going to burn straight through the barrier next. With everything spiraling out of control, Kai blurted out to Yuri and Cecile, begging them to finally put an end to it all. Yuri's gaze softened, and in that exact heartbeat, she chose to let her protective barrier ability loose. With a heavy sigh, Yuri shut down the sanctuary and finally took a step back, watching the magic fade into silence. Abyss burst forward and wrapped Kai in a bear hug, convinced Kai's release was a cry for help. Kai told her he was totally fine, while Yuri calmly but sharply tore into Abyss for acting defensive again. Yuri warned Kai that her spark might fade, so she pushed them both to hold back and rein it in. Yuri snapped at Kai, reminding him that magicians back the nation's defense, and they don't get to betray their duty just because feelings get loud. Kai insisted Abyss wasn't just a weapon. Something in his heart ran deeper than combat utility or duty. He declared her part of the Abyss family, and as he spoke, her whole legacy hit him. Replica, protector, friend, and even a savior pulled straight from ancient history. Yuri didn't just hesitate. She surprisingly agreed to make Abyss her legal wife, as long as he claimed the rest of them too. Kai shot down any romance rumors, saying the Abyss clung to everyone. Yet even so, her constant closeness left Yuri utterly confused and flustered. Kai shot a clear, firm look and said he wasn't into anyone. No Yuri, no Sarah, at least not right now. Abyss leaned in and quietly wondered, would he ever get sick of her always being there, worshipping her with unwavering devotion? Kai flashed a smile and swore he wouldn't, settling her fears with calm warmth and steady, confident words. The Abyss finally loosened its grip, and when Kai told her to stay true to herself, her smile lit up like a promise. As Yuri watched them cling to each other, she muttered that Kai was just as overprotective as Abyss herself. Yuri storms into the room, panicking because that earlier magical surge near Kai's location just won't leave her mind. Kai shrugs it off as a lover's spat, and Yuri finally lets out a shaky breath, while the questions keep piling up like trouble. The girl presses Kai about his mysterious power, because the way he can conjure, deliver, and move resources, it's straight up terrifying. She compares the power to religious myths, stunned by how massive it is, while Kai stays silent, deep in thought. Kai finally decides to lay it all on the table, because now she's living here too, and honesty is the only way forward. Kai slams the warning into them. The truth is a wildfire. If the temple finds out, it could cost lives. He calmly drops the name of the god, Alamela, and the girls instantly snap into shocked, tense silence. Kai tells them Alamela was branded an evil god, and even the temple's closest inner circles wouldn't let her be seen. The kids blessed by Alamela got dragged here and cast out. Then the girls finally saw the island's brutal, secret plan. Kai confirms it. Right in the middle of the ceremony, they ripped him away, dumped him on that island, and left him there without a single explanation. Kai tells her the island used to be swarmed by monsters, and he insists Keed and him should have died on the spot. The talk turns wild. Her power isn't just magic, it's creation. She can breathe real life into dolls and golems. Kai pushes them to look deeper, because at the very least, 13 gods clash hard with what the official teachings say. Old priest records say 7 gods were locked away from the public. Only 3 were ever whispered to the world. Kai smells a massive cover-up. Those last 3 gods don't just vanish. They get wiped clean, erased even from the priestly texts. They argue whether Alamela is truly one of the hidden gods, or if someone just stamped her as evil without mercy. She's stunned that Manda once folded temples right into daily life, yet someone managed to bury that whole world in suppression. Only the grand cities hosted these ceremonies, and the kids bearing Alamela's blessing stood out instantly. The Inquisitor, cloaked in black, holy and merciless, judges children, and every ceremony could be the last one any of them ever attends. Kai lays out the terrifying dark cycle, and every spring, a ship drags in to dump the cursed kids right here. They're left staring at the weird choice, Why wasn't death taken instead? Because the kids were packed off and cast into far-off, empty island seas. Kai slams his fist down and vows to live on, fighting tooth and nail to give every abandoned kid a fresh shot at hope. His dream kicks into gear, forging a nation where castaways can finally live free, without persecution. Tension snaps tight. If the temple finds survivors, retaliation could strike fast, cold, and merciless. If the temple turns hostile, they brace for soldiers to seize control, or for full-out war to ignite next. They slam the conclusion down hard. This new nation has to get strong, because only raw power can keep safety and freedom standing for good. Kai slumps in his room, staring at the ceiling in silence, unsure where to start as he dreams of forging a truly powerful country. The past weakness slams back like a nightmare, so he clenches his promise: live on strength and die with zero regrets. Suddenly, Keed comes crashing down from above, and his room erupts in pure confusion and total physical chaos. Jealous of Yuri, Kaida snaps that she's going to do it again, only to send Kaida spiraling into hilarious, furious frustration. Kai gets swallowed by the abyss, and it tugs at him with jealous fury and a twisted, misunderstood kind of love. With a fierce, determined stare, he swears an abyss vow to guard his master no matter what horrors wait around the next corner. She swears she'll stand between him and every threat: monsters, hostile soldiers, and even Yuri's wild, unpredictable moves. Kai watched Yuri pour her heart into everything. She rallied the whole group, then actually sat down and faced his future with serious, selfless intent. As the plans click into place, Kai can't stop replaying Yuri's warning: if war erupts, they've got to build real military strength fast. Kai huddles with Anal and begs for weapon ideas for the raccoon warriors, because the supplies are running out fast, and it's getting dangerous. Anel lays it out: there's no iron left, so their raccoon warriors fight tooth and nail while enemy archers rain death on the battlefield. Kai hears the traveling merchants have arrived in town, and when they hand out iron tools, the village suddenly ignites with brand new possibilities. Enel claims they bartered for the tools, but he can't hand Kai anything the villagers never even crafted. Enel pitches seed synthesis like it's the next big breakthrough, and Kai nods fast, hungry to find out if it'll crank out stronger fighters or a whole new breed. Kai slams 2 red seeds into place and kicks off seed synthesis, and a bright, glowing surge erupts between his hands. The outcome is a mysterious purple seed, like it's shrugging at you, totally unsure what kind of chaos it's about to sprout. Days later, Kai finally finds out that the purple seed spawns yet another warrior, Raccoon, and the whole crew erupts in joy over the win. Just like that, Anel storms into the village and drops the bombshell: a brand new religion has been born, powered by their unstoppable growth. Kai can't even speak. He's shocked to realize his actions somehow lit the spark for a whole religious movement, even though it was never his plan. Tenohira village had kept booming over the years. Once a raw frontier post, now it felt like pure peace settled into the streets. All by himself, the boy spotted a brand new shop and crept toward the entrance, heart thumping as he approached the door. Inside, a girl sharpening her tools heard a sudden crash and snapped her head toward the door, checking outside with a nervous jolt. She burst into the workshop, heart slamming in her chest, and shouted into the empty room as those chilling creaks rolled through the silence. Startled out of her skin, she let out a scream, because it was just the friendly peddler pulling up, grinning and greeting them like sunshine. She swore those strange noises were real, but the peddler scoffed. He figured it was all in her head. Suddenly, a hoe hovered in midair. Both of them froze on the spot, eyes locked on the impossible sight. The floating tools lurched wildly, then plummeted in fear as they bolted out of the workshop side by side. Elsewhere, a cheerful elf girl burst into the scene with big news. She claimed a new religion was forming, and crowned Kai as its founding prophet. Rumors tore through the air like wildfire. Mysterious tools vanished, food disappeared, doors slid shut by themselves, and every sign screamed that Kai's strange behavior was hiding something big. Kai hoisted the hoe the moment he stepped in, and the terrified villagers instantly jumped to the wrong conclusion about what he was doing. The elf girl confessed she taught the villagers that Kai's deeds were divine. And boom, an accidental religion took root. She insisted Kai would bring prosperity, but Kai pushed back, grilling her on that fuzzy explanation and wondering how much they actually believed it. With worry in his chest, Kai couldn't stop asking himself, if he finally revealed the world's real truth and his own creation, would it ignite disaster or leave everyone drowning in confusion? She leaned in and reassured him. Those villagers wouldn't get it anyway, and she'd only dumbed it down for their comfort. Kai admitted the world leaned on him, but secretly craved a life where the villagers stayed blissfully blind to that brutal truth. They told Kai to live long and stand strong, but Kai felt it in his bones. Their peace was hanging by a thread. The girls swore they'd team up with Kai, backing him no matter what, with support that would never waver. Kai recognized the bond they had forged. Now the whole village, Enel included, was tied to the same fate. As the statue unveiling kicked off, Kai swallowed his nerves and quietly prayed. One day he'd finally expose the world beyond. The villagers raised a brand new statue of Kai, fruit in hand, to honor the divine impact he left behind. Kai stood there completely stunned, while the elf girl flashed a proud grin, because she'd masterminded that strange statue design. She broke it down like this. It's a monotheistic faith built around Kai, everything about his form, his miracles, his very presence. Kai swallowed the story hook, line, and sinker, because the statue's voice once got someone sentenced to exile for religious contradictions somewhere else. Elsewhere, a mysterious masked figure ripped straight through a tree, sending chills as a fresh threat closes in. The stone axe snapped in his hands, and Kai let out a bitter groan about how his village had never given him tools that could actually take a hit. Kai laid out his dream: break free from Tenohira for good by leveling up through cultivation, hauling firewood, and forging stronger infrastructure. Talk spun to the sky, and Kai Straightup warned them about the island's brutal winters, shocking everyone so hard they didn't even see it coming. All alone in the dead of night, Kai shook in his bed, and the chill of cold season had already slammed in way too soon. The abyss slipped in without a sound, wrapping everything in warmth. Her face stayed calm, but the message in her eyes was crystal clear. Kai tried to talk Abyss into understanding the separate rooms, but she would not budge. She swore she was his futon. The Abyss latched onto Kai, whispering that he could drop dead at any second, and Kai fired back with a feeble protest, way too shaken to fight it off. Flustered out of his mind, Kai bolted from the conversation and said he had to check Kuiromo's clothes for the cold. Abyss brooded in brutal silence, while Kai leaned into Kuromo, grilling her about winter gear called Deutera. Cheers detonated in the streets as the girls shouted their level up, and Kai and the village's unstoppable progress lit up the whole place. Kai's crew threw a celebration the second they hit level 25, shouting that the moment they started their religion, the boost kicked in and their progress surged. A mysterious black TV suddenly appeared, and there it sat, power off, perfectly still, while a remote and a manual waited right beside it. Kai and the crew checked it out. Somehow, the TV had been delivered straight to Enel's house. They realized it could pinpoint the exact spot where Kai's power first kicked on. Nothing to do with Earth's programs. Grinning, the elf girl was sure her wish sparked all of this, so she rushed to get everything ready and couldn't wait to see what happened. She bragged that the TV gave her a crystal-clear view of Kai's every move, right down to his mischief. Thrilled, she hit the power button on the TV, and there it was. Abyss sprawled out on a huge bed. Abyss just stared at the ceiling in a dead silent trance, alone and unnaturally still, like she was holding her breath forever. The whole crew caught on. Abyss wasn't asleep at all. She was just idling, and Kai suddenly felt eyes on her, mortified that her silent devotion was so obvious. The elf kept insisting she was his futon, and Kai crouched in hiding again, mortified out of his mind. Kai reluctantly caved and let Enel watch from afar, on one condition: she had to keep smiling. Kai rushed back to Abyss, and she just stood there in eerie silence. He swallowed hard and greeted her by the bed. Abyss lunged into his arms, then tossed out a bold "let's sleep together," and held him tight like she'd already decided. Glowering at the TV screen, Enel blushed as he insisted Abyss's adult form was way better for warmth. Kai thanked Abyss as she clung to him in a tight cuddle, and Enel just watched, smiling with warm, affectionate satisfaction. From the top of a towering tree, he stared out over the island's wild north, hunting through untouched, unexplored land. 2 years had come and gone since they arrived, and still the island's northern side sat untouched, shrouded in mystery. His crops, onions, turnips, and garlic, sprouted like wildfire, and every growing season he kept pushing orchards and wheat fields to crank out even more. Even with the progress, it still felt like nothing worth watching, so he decided it was time to drop down, barking orders at his companion to lock up the gear. The creature slammed the directional stake into the wood and barked orders as it shot down the trunk. Kai sprinted straight at Sarah, red-faced and wobbling as she blurted out what ingredients they needed for lunch. Kai spotted Sarah's blazing fever and ghost-pale face. Then panic hit him hard the moment she admitted she felt dizzy. Even though she fought to keep working, Kai snapped that she'd be hauled off and guarded by the raccoon crew to rest. Sarah was tucked into bed as 2 tiny creatures kept watch, guarding her sleep in total quiet. Then another girl clocked the chill, jumped at the chance to look after Sarah, while Kai hovered nearby, wrestling with nerves in silence. Kai blasted a warning about the cold creeping around, urging everyone to wash their hands and get plenty of rest, then vowed to check in with the Abyss for answers. Even with every precaution, Kai couldn't shake the terror. He feared the illness would spiral into something deadly if nobody stepped in. Kai leaned in and asked Yuri for food that would fit Sarah's condition, something light enough to sit easy in her stomach. While everyone else tossed out weird advice, Kai dug in his heels. He demanded warm, nutritious food to heal fast. Yuri told me about a potion the temple sells. And yeah, it actually works, even if the good medicine options are still painfully few. The potion wiped out every cold, but it cost a fortune. Kai regretted not stockpiling it before winter slammed in. Crushed by guilt, Kai started blaming himself for dragging everyone onto that island. Yuri reminded him how they'd carved out warmth, food, shelter, and even clothing together, piece by sheer teamwork. The villagers stepped up and promised they weren't scared anymore, and they thanked Kai for lighting the way when everything felt hopeless. With their unity fueling him, Kai vowed they'd survive side by side, drawing strength from every single person who believed in him. As winter crept closer, Yuri slammed a reminder into Kai's head. Spring would demand they harden their defenses and beef up their military force. She feared being found would end in slaughter, so she pushed everyone to get ready right after her homeland's military collapsed. Kai understood her pain, nodded without a word, and swore to stop a tragedy like that from ever happening again. He mapped out his defenses by using the island like a weapon. Those brutal cliffs, tight landings, and every inch of terrain that would let him crush the invaders before they ever got footing. Fueled by that spark, Kai didn't just pitch an island map. He demanded a full world map built to strengthen their defense. A heavy container crashed down with a brutal slam, and right then the serious planning session kicked off. Kai huddled everyone together and ordered Abyss to sketch a map from Abai's memory. Abyss unleashed inhuman speed and precision, sketching in a blur as every tiny detail snapped into place under sheer focus and raw skill. Her map showed the coastlines and far-off continents, proving there was a whole massive world beyond the island she'd known. They pinpointed their island, the Imperial Territory, and Scorpitown, tagging every major geopolitical spot with deadly accuracy. Kai realized the Empire ruled most of the western lands, then pressed for answers about the countries that mined iron. The crew brought up a merchant from the Magni Federation, famous for driving hard iron trade deals. The Magni Federation sat right south of their island, and earlier those trade talks had already crashed hard. Kai weighed the Magni Federation like a chess move, deciding it could be their next big power play. Then he demanded to know where Laverda was, trying to gather more allies and stack resources for whatever he planned next. Yuri blurted out an apology for not knowing the trade ropes, and Kai's gut tightened as doubt piled up and every choice started to feel impossible. Kaidi and the others showed off a new boat under construction, then shoved food into Kai's hands and showered him with thanks. Kai told Ren he'd jump on the journey too, even though that boat still had zero proper safety measures. Kaida cried and pleaded to join them, swearing she'd be worth it for the mission. Even with her desperate plea ringing in the air, Kai stalled, while everyone else shoved the idea that she could go find her family by herself. Kai broke it down for us. Teleportation wasn't just magic. It carried life-or-death stakes, letting them jump from the island straight to the city across that brutal ocean. He broke down the stake system, then handed Caddy a plan to slip into the city for a short time. Kite lit up and accepted his choice, swearing she'd stay close and back him, while burying her bittersweet heartbreak deep inside. Feeling pushed to do something, Kite decided to step up and make her own kind of difference right from home. Shivering in the cold, she blurted out an idea. Build a giant bath so everyone could soak together and stay warm. The fox girl pitched the idea of a real hot bath, and when everyone realized they'd been sweating through cold water like it was normal, the whole crowd went, "Wait, really?" As winter finally let go, the village burst into action, gearing up to grow bigger and welcome new comforts. With everything locked in, the crew took off to grab supplies, hyped for a massive shopping run. They fired up the sails and charged straight for the Magni Federation, hunting for trade deals and hauling back the construction essentials they desperately needed. Kai kicked back with his companions while NL rolled in with a smile, handing out drinks and celebrating real progress in their peaceful little village. Meanwhile, Abyss stomped around outside in a sulk, and Kai watched her like, what's her real job besides standing guard at the village entrance? As Kai pushed through the door, he pitched a brand new mission to Abyss. Blaze a path for magical expansion into lands nobody ever dared to reach. Once they tore away from the island, the whole crew kicked off their voyage. Kai finally crashed in to rest, while Abyss just kept silently guarding them. As they neared this new shore, they spotted jagged cliffs rising like a wall, and Ruddy demanded to know how they'd land, only to realize the entrance looked brutally dangerous. A secret native girl watched their ship sail closer to shore, her mind racing as she tried to figure out what to do next. And Kai brushed off the coastline route and boldly climbed the mountain instead, pushing past the monsters he could sense lurking nearby. He barked an order to blitz up the cliff, then drove in a stake to lock in a solid climbing anchor. Without a single pause, Abyss rocketed upward, hopping from ledge to ledge like a blur dead set on the summit. With a blistering sprint, Abyss drove the stake in and locked the route in place as everyone else stared, hanging on his every move. They figured it would take about half a day to reach their destination, and Kai immediately handed out guard shifts while he plotted their mountain crossing. As Kai scaled the climb, traps snapped shut around him, rock walls fought back, and that mud fought like it was made for smooth ground. Everything about the route was brutal for rough terrain. Mortified but fired up, Kai pushed back on the idea that everyone had to climb, praying he could dodge any more personal misery. When they pressed him for options, Kai spilled his big plan. He'd use palm warp magic to slip right past that slope. Rowdy stepped up to scout ahead, driving a stake into the ground and waving back the moment the coast was clear. As they pushed deeper, a pack of brutal ape-like monsters burst onto the forest path, slamming it shut. The beast shrieked and slammed forward on a rampage, flexing monstrous strength and raw violence with zero hesitation. With stone-calm nerves, Abyss and Rudy tightened their grip on their magic, brushing off the attackers like nothing but an annoying warm-up. With lightning-fast teamwork, they slammed down brutal attacks, blasting the monsters apart with fire and pure magical power. From far away, Kai watched the fight end with a grin, sure his partner's power would crush everything. Kai spotted a signal from the bird on the cliff, and it screamed safe ahead, so he moved on. He thanked his companions, then blared a warning about more monsters up ahead, pushing everyone to tread carefully through the thick, tangled forest. The trail tore at his feet, but now it finally softened. Yet Kai couldn't shake the thought that maybe the town was never real. Their footsteps kept looping in weird circles, and even though they'd been moving, they couldn't shake the feeling of being totally lost. so their fears quietly kept growing. Abyss's magic GPS lit the path for them, calming Kai's nerves as it promised they were almost at the summit, doubts and all. A blinding light tore open the sky above the jungle, and something colossal drifted down slow as a nightmare, flooding everything with huge, stretching shadows. The group stared up at that shape overhead, clueless whether it was a bird, a person, or something straight-up monstrous. A winged girl burst into view, hovering softly as her feathers shimmered, and her eyes swept over them with cautious curiosity. She slammed down in front of them, and those giant talons bit into the earth. Everyone stopped dead, utterly stunned by her overwhelming power. She demanded to know why they were here, and they shot back with their island origins, totally clueless that this mountain was sacred ground. He told her they descaled the mountain praying to find a town, and she immediately snapped. "So, are we lost?" She eyed the group like she was hunting for answers, and before she lifted a finger to help, she had to double-check one thing. She snapped, asking if the girls were his slaves. Then he shot back that their family weren't property. She blinked at his kindness and suddenly knew. These weren't normal humans or beastmen at all, and her suspicion started to melt away. First, the sun crashed behind the horizon. She beckoned them to her village, and he agreed with grateful, trembling hesitation. They all froze in shock. There was a whole village tucked away deep inside the mountain's brutal, rocky maze. She opened her door and offered shelter, and Kai quickly introduced everyone, grateful to the core. They took in her kindness right away. No fear, no second thoughts. Her name was Labelle, an angelic winged kin, and she greeted them with a huge, blinding smile that instantly lit the whole place up. Kai grilled her about the hidden village, and Labelle snapped back that it wasn't some mystery. It was just tucked away on purpose to keep everyone safe. Labelle spilled the mountain's holiness to everyone, swore the village would stay hidden, and begged them to guard that truth with their lives. Kai couldn't stop wondering if trusting strangers was a gamble, and yet Labelle shrugged it off, hitting him with clean, innocent honesty like it meant nothing. She flashed a bright smile and basically told him, "You can be trusted," and Kai smiled back, caught off guard by how effortlessly warm she was. They hit the entrance, and Labelle bolted ahead to talk them into letting us in, so the rest of us had to wait. She ushered them into the village, where simple wooden huts sat snugly around them, ringed by thick forest like a protective wall. As they strolled through, Kai stayed quiet and watched everything. This village looked calm, yet it screamed struggling, underdeveloped and poor. Ren hesitated at the offer of hospitality, but Kai wouldn't let it go. He pushed them to stay, and Ren felt the weight of Labelle's trust settle in his chest. Labelle came back in full cheer, her smile shining like sunrise, while the village elders lingered behind her, watching the guests' arrival in eerie silence. The elders grilled Kai's group, and Kai fired back with every detail of their journey. Then they still opened their doors with warm hospitality, even with their cupboards running thin. Kai shot them a nervous thank you, and the elder met him with calm wisdom and a kindness he definitely didn't see coming. Jian stepped into the village, and the beastmen greeted him with open arms, pledging peace and their loyalty without hesitation. He challenged their loyalty, and they snapped back without hesitation. No chains, no slavery, just family they chose. The young beast girl trusted Jean's kindness with her whole heart, and she swore he was nothing like the cruel humans around him. Even though the world couldn't see him, the beastman didn't flinch. He stood there with a silent, unshakable trust in Jean. Jean stood there, lost in thought, because this village was supposed to be a secret, yet everyone walked around like they had nothing to hide. Jian stumbled on a strange dark stone, heavy as a curse and utterly unfamiliar. It definitely wasn't ordinary coal or just some random rock. Curiosity kicked in, and he started testing the nearby stones, judging their weight and feel, until a faint metallic promise started to glow in his instincts. He grilled the village chief about where the stones came from, and the answer left him stunned. These rocks didn't belong here. The chief laid it out plain. Iron ore was the target, and their only job was to dig it up. Jin waved an offer of payment, then realized the stock was already locked behind contracts, so he pivoted and demanded the next batches instead. Jian stepped in and offered to negotiate for them, certain he could wrestle a better deal out of the contractors they'd used before. The elder froze in place, trapped by a promise, and the next shipment's date was still a total mystery. Jian stared at their tiny homes and couldn't shake the question. Why were they living in misery while they sold iron worth a fortune? A shy young beast girl tiptoed in with a bowl of porridge for him, and somehow that simple comfort felt made with pure love. Jian finally clocked it. This wasn't real porridge, just rice water. But the way it was made, with pure heart and total sincerity, hit him like something bigger than food. Jian gratefully flashed a tight smile, grabbed the porridge, and shoved his real reaction down with careful, strained politeness. He wanted to repay that kindness by sharing the potatoes, so he invited Labelle to sit down and eat with them. Labelle's face lit up. She snatched the chance and bolted away, grinning as she promised the whole village she'd tell them everything. Jian stayed quiet, eyes locked on Ren, and even Katie, still as serious as ever, sat there like she was silently approving. That night's porridge was bland and watery, but it still crushed me, in a way that felt like pure effort, cozy warmth, and then suddenly, unexpected tears. In the dead of night, Jian snapped awake. His centuries-old senses caught movement lurking just beyond the village. Labelle burst into the doorway, gasping, and shoved him up like danger was breathing down their neck, because something was seriously wrong. Town guards finally stormed up to the mountain's base, and with them here, the hidden Beastman village was suddenly in real danger. Jean finally uncovered the truth. Humans were never meant to step foot here, and the Beastmen survived in total secrecy. He nodded and agreed to keep quiet. Labelle held her patience like a blade, and his companions set up in silence right beside him. Jian threw the favor right back, plunking down a steaming pot of potatoes that caught everyone off guard and lit up the whole room. Labelle readied their flight, and even though Jian hesitated, he finally climbed into the wooden sling with a cautious, steely determination. When Jian spotted that bizarre harness, his eyes widened. This wasn't a cart at all, it was built for aerial transport. They tore through the sky, and Jin's panic detonated the moment the world dropped away under him. He was terrified he'd fall straight into oblivion. They touched down safely, but the girls burst into laughter, while Jian hovered there trembling, his courage draining out of him midair. Jian thanked Lebel and the crew, then swore he'd guard their village like it was sacred, promising to keep its location hidden forever. They said goodbye with big smiles, and Lebel lit up at finally meeting outsiders again. He was sure they'd cross paths once more. She shot off, grinning with pure joy, and Jian waved her goodbye, only after slipping a gift into her home. John and his companion slipped through the town gate safe and sound, then warned each other to blend in and vanish from sight. After that brutal long journey, John leaned in and ordered meatballs first, because hunger crushed every plan, and town life finally took off. John spotted a massive crowd, and realized this town was a legendary pilgrimage hotspot. Curiosity sparked in him, and he asked about setting up shop, only to learn that peddlers needed a permit just to sell their wares. The merchant laid out the whole system, and Jean had to march straight through the government-backed trading guild. Jian nodded, then dove straight into the investigation. He hunted for facts first, and only after that did he reach out to his allies. For privacy, he told his companions to stand guard like living curtains, while he quietly cooked up something under the radar. Jin caught KDE roaming the streets, and her jaw dropped in pure amazement as she clutched vegetables like they were treasures. She flashed a bright smile. Years had passed since she left the island, and now everything felt like pure, heart-racing excitement. They decided to start asking everyone, because the town was packed. Surely someone would have heard something. Ren bursts into a roaring town market, moving through the chaos with a steady calm, as animals follow his lead and merchants barter and buzz all around him. Spotting the guild staff, Ren shoots his hand up, ready to ask how he can sell his goods. The merchant scrutinizes every detail, eyes wide with awe, then leans in and demands Ren's origin. Ren answers that he came all the way from distant Escorpa. While the supplies get checked, Ren's crew blurts out that giant castle, and the locals look totally baffled about what it's called. They point straight at the biggest building, a battered old cathedral, because here there's no castle, just a storm of uncertainty waiting just ahead. Ren stared up at the giant cathedral, and the name St. Tess Rukia hit him like a gut punch. When they talked about miracles, Ren's chest tightened with pain, because the saint's name slammed straight into memories of his missing sister. Rukia, his sister, carried the saint's name too, and suddenly this trip felt like it was linking them in a way he never saw coming. Still reeling from the shock, Ren demanded they hunt down Katie's town first, and his team nodded, so they tracked both paths together. Even after the setback, Ren's trading exploded. Then his profits poured in and fueled his plan to build something brand new from the ground up. Ren grabbed medicine and iron first, determined to ship them off with Katie to the island. The crew swept through town, grilling everyone they met, but locals only listened, and the real answers stayed frustratingly hard to find. A bunch of pilgrims started reminiscing about Godier, a far-off town a soldier once dropped into the conversation after his journey. That name hit like a memory bomb. It dragged me back to the old Lime League Empire, a force that once ruled the world. They finally had a place to start, so Ren didn't hesitate, offering gifts as he pushed one step closer to Katie's missing town. Rex C. tells Katie to keep chasing the Imperial trails because they'll get her back to her parents ASAP. Cade wipes her tears and smiles, shouting Onishin. And in that moment, hope surges back into her, blazing with pure gratitude. As the sun dips, Ren plants his feet and steels himself, because the road ahead isn't pausing for anyone. They scoop up sacred, holy water from the temple, gripping it tight as they step out, ready to roll on under divine protection. Ren learns the iron trade doesn't belong to anyone. It's ruled by temples, and every single material has to pass through their religious grip. Ren realizes the temple isn't just for worship. It's secretly steering the nation's key industries, even iron production. The temple runs the islands like a web of supply chains, and Ren finally tears away from the clerk, then starts digging deeper. Ren smells something rotten, and the temple scoops up iron for cheap from helpless little villages of winged men. Ren can't bring the abyss because her demon-like look screams danger, so she straps in and prepares to investigate on her own. The cleric's redirect snapped him to the blacksmith, dodging any real talk about raw materials, so he ground his teeth, frustrated and left totally unsure. Two powerful horses strained to drag a heavy wagon, and Ren snapped around in a flash, rattled by how menacing that thing looked. The temple's wagon rolled in, stacked with tribute, and Ren stood frozen as the priests swarmed around it. Inside the wagon, Ren spotted that jar, iron he once handed to the winged men village. The tribute sealed his suspicions. This temple was raking in offerings under a lie, quietly draining villages while hiding every truth. When Ren finally made it back, his group was already snapping, exhausted, frustrated, and fed up with the delays and the constant silence. Ren snatches the temple's video feed, and in the dark, shadowy figures verify it. This suspicious cargo is getting delivered straight to the bishop. The bishop sneers at the calls to bring the hostages back, and smugly lets it slip. The captives are broken down, starving and barely holding on. They plot to squeeze the captives even more, dangling the deadly risk of what happens when their ruined condition gets exposed. The bishop shuts the whole thing down, hides the truth, and bends every outcome just to dodge blame and escape the public's scrutiny. He hoards stolen loot, wraps it in fake moral excuses, and declares that only the blessed girl is allowed to witness his hostages. The bishop's rage burned hot. Execution was coming either way, and in his twisted mind, the townspeople were already extinct. Ren's calm snapped. Rage boiled inside him, because after the temple's trick, there was no hope left in sight. Rage seethed through Ren as he cursed the temple. Then he and his allies barreled ahead full throttle. No hesitation, not a trace of fear. They surged toward the carriage, hunting for hidden truths and stopping the temple's evil plans for good. Inside, the girl suddenly feels libel hovering in the air, and Ren realizes the village's spirit is still hanging around nearby. Ren screams out the temple's lies. His crew closes in on the resistance, and they shoot back warnings. Don't lose control and overreact. With Hellfire summoned, Ren unleashes a power so terrifying the air seems to scream. Heat spirals around him, and the enemies finally realize they just lit a storm. Ren's ally lunges in. Her beastman magic detonates in a blinding blast, and the clergy freezes in shock. Their power is finally out in the open. A fox-eared magician snapped his spell shut and conjured roaring flames to guard the wagon, shocking the nearby guards and pulling curious onlookers in by sheer wonder. Kai sprinted to Liebel's side as the moment the beastmen burst onto the scene, soldiers snapped into aggressive action. Liebel shook in Kai's arms, breathless with relief that his protection came right when that brutal magical showdown finally ended. Villagers crowded together, gasping as the beastmen's flames lit up their sacred ceremonial path, the shock rippling through every whisper. Fear rippled through the streets as townspeople pointed at the sky. Winged folk and beastmen were back, and the sight dragged up ancient memories with a sharp twist of unease. Cowering in fear and prejudice, the villagers screamed in fury and hurled stones, desperate to drive the beastmen out. Rage shook Ren as confusion churned at the hatred in their chest, while Kai pushed for a calm, quiet retreat. Kai shoved Ren into action, demanding a magic distraction. Then a divine soldier came tearing in at suspicious speed. Ren blasted a gigantic fireburst into the sky, jolting everyone's focus upward and yanking the attention away from below. Right in the middle of the chaos, the group and their wagon just disappeared. Watching soldiers left frozen, bewildered, and empty-handed. Fuming at the escape, the priest snapped at his men to bring the divine commander, right now. Meanwhile, Liebel's panic detonated. She screamed as the shock hit, and she realized they'd been dropped somewhere utterly unfamiliar. Kai soothed Liebel and let him see it. Turns out they weren't just wandering. They were inside Tenno Hurricane, a sanctuary carved out by divine blessings. A bright, cheerful girl handed Kai drinks and smiled. She couldn't believe he made it back safe, and somehow everything was still there, even after all that chaos. As they regrouped and took sips of tea, Kai double-checked their exit route, secret, unseen, and ready to spring the moment they needed it. Ren sipped calmly, but rage simmered under her skin. She was already picturing how she'd punish anyone who dared expose them. Kai went to check on Liebel, and she was calmer now, while she stared in awe at the power of Kai's blessing and the whole village beyond. They headed back to the inn together, and there was Abyss, grinning at their safe return like the night had finally bowed to them. Abyss greeted them with open arms, and Liebel's jaw dropped when she realized this wasn't the only secret sanctuary hiding out here. Elsewhere, villagers hauled iron while temple officials stared them down, like everyone could feel secret plans simmering somewhere up in the mountains. Worn out, the birdfolk begged through their exhaustion, because after a month hauling iron their bodies couldn't take one more ounce of work. The priest snapped that everyone was suffering, swearing the temple workers had it better, even as their families still stayed torn apart. The villagers begged to see their loved ones, but the priest shut them down and wouldn't let anyone through until the deadline too. A desperate father was on his knees begging for mercy, but his daughter wouldn't stop. She tormented her mother through 6 brutal, lonely months. Reluctantly, the priest finally caved, letting the daughter step inside and shutting the door on everyone else. The priest spotted the pottery, snapped that it was no good for the villagers, and then pressed hard for where it came from like he was hiding something. Even with everyone shouting back, he slammed his decision down, declared it stolen, and ordered the soldiers to seize it right away. No proof demanded. Soldiers stormed the forest stores, yanking prized supplies out of place and smashing through weeks of careful collecting with zero guilt. The priest sneered at their heartbreak and revealed the food wasn't for humans at all, it was for livestock. Liebel crumpled into tears, realizing the villagers got tricked just because they didn't have the power. Kai watched the tension swell in the room as Liebel finally found the courage to speak. Crowds swarmed outside, buzzing with what just happened, and Kai snapped orders. Abyss, get them to safety. Abyss tightened the goodbye hug with Kai, promising they move in silence and only crack out magic when it was truly the last resort. With a fierce wave goodbye, Abyss sprinted off to Tenohira Kaidakamura as Kai braced herself to keep things moving in her absence. Abyss slipped into the city under everyone's radar, hooded and locked in, blending in with the townsfolk as she moved. The townspeople threw themselves at Bishop Sama, begging him to act, because rumors of beastmen and resurrected winged men had them shaking in their boots. Villagers screamed at each other, twisting rumors into weapons, blaming winged men for every theft, every disease, and even their primitive brains. The bishop steadied everyone's nerves, sent the divine soldiers charging into action, and crushed every last bit of dissent inside the cathedral. Even with protests in their faces, the bishops just smirked, cold as ice, insisting winged men were fake, and they'd always been nothing more than a bedtime myth. The bishop snapped into alarm. Then a piercing scream tore through the holy hall, and Mariella's name rang out like a warning. The bishop begged for elite help, terrified that God's own soldiers alone wouldn't stand a chance against the beastmen's savage onslaught and their holy threats. Smiling with mystery, the priestess finally agreed, and locked her gaze straight onto Kai's group. Later on, Ren blurted out, dead serious in the middle of the jokes, that she'd actually burned her own clothes during the fight, and the whole group just froze, totally stunned. Labelle tore across the sky with her wings flared wide. Then her father snapped into motion, catching her in a crushing, protective embrace. Tears flooded Labelle's eyes as she finally confessed. Everything they'd ever trusted turned out to be a lie. Kai pulled her to safety, because their captors never wanted peace. They craved control, with every move wrapped in manipulation and secret agendas. Kai leaned in and whispered everything he had, and in an instant, every gaze snapped to the enemy standing there, calm as ever, with not a shred of guilt. Kai declared, loud and fearless, that patience was done. Now they'd rescue everyone and vanish before anyone could stop them. The villagers huddled inside the temple, calling it their only home and their safe haven. They talked about chains, brutal persecution, and how they fought just to stay alive, while old history lay buried under rituals and cold, unshakable stone rules. Kai caught the cracks right away. No pilgrims, strict separation, nothing real underneath. And that doctrine was just an invisible leash tightening around everyone's freedom. Labelle screamed, because the temple's promise was a trap, and their so-called deal was nothing but a flat-out lie. Labelle's special gifts were pure power. She unleashed her iron-finding blessings, and every spark fed their secret agenda. Lebel blurted out her blessing, and Mithra, the god of searching, granted her the power to detect anything. While some people doubted what the temple was really for, others clung to its rules, fighting their own rising turmoil the whole time. Tears poured down Labelle's face as she begged for freedom. No more burdens, no more isolation, no more hunger, and no more hiding her whole life. Kai saw Labelle crumple in agony, and her truth hit him like a blast. Determination ignited in his eyes. Kai's sharp-eared ally shouted the moment armored enemies closed in. Then Kai clocked they were divine soldiers, and he knew a fight was about to explode. The scouts clocked it 30 minutes. The air turned heavy with dread. Would they manage to talk, or would it end with blood on the ground? Kai told the villagers to scatter, hide, and watch from the shadows. He planned to make peaceful contact face to face. When the talks hit a wall, he barked, "Protect the winged ones," because their safety came before everything else. One ally suggested wiping out the evidence by dumping bodies. Kai recoiled on the spot, sickened by the cold, calculated cruelty in that plan. With the pressure crushing down, Kai stood his ground. No murder, period. If they pushed into a fight, they'd fight back, not kill. Kai knew he wasn't ready, but the world slammed him into motion. No comfort, no time to hesitate. He warned Abyss, if trouble shows up, strike first, hit fast, and knock out every blessed enemy before they can even blink. Labelle threw out a heartfelt apology, and Kai swore he'd move fast, because if the talks blew up, he'd personally break in and rescue the imprisoned females himself. Kai laid out his plan: free the mothers, rip them out of the temple's control, and then run together forever. A brand new world was waiting for them. Meals, wild nature, real shelter. And Libel and her people finally got the chance to breathe free. Lebel doubted Kai's kindness. Then Kai grinned and swore it was fate that slammed them together, nothing else. With a spark of courage, Labelle stepped in and offered help. Could she uncover more than just iron? She swore she'd try. Labelle unleashed her gift, cormorant eyes, hawk eyes, god's eyes. Then her vision snapped awake, soaring way beyond the ordinary. Her eyes blazed, and in a split second a flood of visions hit. Now she could see from miles away. Labelle spotted soldiers lurking in the trees. Kai blurted, "How is it?" And she snapped into focus. She spotted two enemies near the mountain. And right then, boom, she accidentally exposed Kai himself standing right in front of her. As those two women closed in, Labelle felt it, power rolling off them. Both of them blessed and somehow terrifyingly new. A squad of armored brutes closed in on the village. Then insect complaints came out of their mouths to cover their real mission: domination and cold control. A jungle beast exploded out of the wild, sprinting straight for the black-haired woman, with savage, blinding speed. Right before it could land a hit, the curly-haired girl lunged in and slammed it away with divine warrior precision. The black-haired woman stood her ground against the beast, perfectly calm and locked in, radiating a terrifying, unstoppable confidence that crushed the air. The lookout screamed, and dust burst up past the trees, because the armored delegation had finally arrived. The woman strode into the village and snapped off every greeting like it meant nothing, while her escort came with an army-sized crowd, way bigger than anyone expected. She fired off sharp questions at the elder, hunting a beastman mage and chasing the trail of her master, the one who kept slipping away. Labelle got boxed in and questioned about her captors. She stammered out answers, but her memory stayed fogged and unreliable. Pissed off by Labelle's vague, runaround answers, she snapped and scowled, like this whole thing was just bleeding her time dry. She demanded Labelle be handed over on the spot. When the guards tried to calm her, even the blessed ones stepped up, turning into temple priests right in front of her. Labelle screamed no, because her family came first always. She even begged them, "Don't split me up again, please." The woman sneered at diplomacy, because their real mission was crystal clear: seize Labelle by force, no excuses. She flashed a cold smile at her soldiers and hissed, "Enough talking, now do your job." With the mage gone, she lunged and struck. "No hard feelings," she hissed, clutching that Labelle like a weapon. With eyes blazing, she hissed her spell, soul-binding puppeteer, where control and cruelty twisted into one deadly power. Then the soul-binding puppeteer bursts onto the scene, unleashing dark powers that crack the air. Yudo and his allies get pinned down, trapped, and completely helpless. The puppeteer gets slammed by a sudden blast, and just like that, her puppeted control snaps, leaving her allies slipping out of her grasp. In total shock, a fierce war cry erupts as the fight rages harder. And then out of nowhere, an attack crashes in and lands. Yudo and his crew squared off against the soldiers, and with every step they took, the truth hit harder, until the tension nearly snapped. The eye of truth snaps open and screams out the lie, tearing the deception apart, while Yudo just stays cool, because he already knows the truth. Udafins opened the eye of truth, and the horrifying truth hit hard. The soldiers weren't hunting for peace at all. They were only there to kill them. The soldiers start to panic and freeze in confusion, but Yudo's resolve hardens. Then he unleashes commands and orders. Determination blazing, Yudo and his allies lock in, standing their ground like a wall, ready to smash head-on into the incoming assault. A massive burst of magic detonates in the air as Yudo and his crew unleash their crushing spells. The soldiers quake with fear when they finally feel the mages' raw power, and Yudo steps up demanding their surrender. Yudo leans in and grills the soldiers about their real motives, because something darker is definitely cooking, especially with those winged men lurking in the shadows. The soldiers let their prejudice spill out, swearing those winged men snatch their crops and hide away in isolation. The winged men rage back at the attack, swearing they're only doing what they were told, just trying to live in peace up in the mountains. A winged woman screams at the soldiers' brutal, unfair call. Then her fury crashes into cold, heartless indifference. Yudo and his crew huddle up, mapping their next strike. Then Ren's missing blows a hole in everything, and they scramble to lock in a plan. Yudo brushes it off with a laugh, then gets to talking about what to wear for their wingman friends, still hiding real concern underneath. A freak disturbance rips the air open, a swirling vortex bursts into existence, and everything gets slammed into chaos. Yudo just stares in pure disbelief. Ren bursts out of the chaos, taunting Yudo with a grin, then immediately checks if she's okay, because their bond runs deeper than the danger. A brand new, ruthless enemy steps in and claims Ren like a prize, and Yudo's resolve instantly turns to steel. Tension snaps tight as Yudo finally understands what's really at stake, and the weight of how everything spiraled down lands on him, hard. Gloat smiles as she reveals Ren is now her puppet. Yudo reels in shock, then rage hits like a storm. The puppeteer flexes her grip on Ren, and he just stands there like a lifeless doll. Yudo can't even find words. Ren smirks like she's in control, dangling that blessing in front of everyone, and Yudo can't stop worrying she might use it. The group starts to doubt Ren was ever in full control, because the way she's acting feels wildly out of character. The puppeteer barks out the command, then dares anyone to block her, promising she'll dispose of anyone in her way, even Yudo. The puppeteer needles Yudo and revels in how she's still pulling Ren's strings, while Yudo wrestles with emotions he can't control. She needles him, shoves him to face what his choices might unleash, and sparks the whole conflict all over again. Yudo slams for answers about the winged men, shoving the puppeteer for every detail. Before time runs out, the puppeteer shrugs and says she's auctioning off the winged men like prized goods, acting like they're just valuable merchandise. A stunned Birdman lunges at the puppeteer, furious that she shrugs off life and turns suffering into her own playground. The puppeteer tears back the curtain on a brutal truth. Bird girls aren't just winged. They're packed with rare gifts that make them priceless, and Yudo's rage ignites instantly. Puppeteer huddled over her next play, plotting how she'd parade Ren's capture like a shiny trophy. Chaos detonates when Ren suddenly lunges in. Next thing you know, Yudo is caught in the crossfire. Even with everything colliding, Ren shoots Yudo a steady reassurance, because the whole clash was just a slick ruse to sniff out the truth and pull the info they needed. The group finally learns the truth behind Ren's blessing. Its power lets her steal another god's skill and use it without limits. Yudo steadies the Birdman, telling him how his perfect timing just saved them all. And then they finally share a calm, heart-to-heart moment of understanding. Even with the odds stacked high, the Birdmen still gritted their teeth and kept gearing up to fight, ready to defend their village no matter what. With fate breathing down their neck, they swear they'll never be weak or clueless again. A young bird girl bursts with gratitude, overwhelmed by Yudo's unwavering drive to help their village. Yudo charges at the front with his crew, plotting a daring rescue mission to save the village, so nobody has to bleed. Kai jolts when the fox girl crowds him, and his mind races, because Abby's jealousy is about to ignite. Libelle shoots a suspicious look and asks if something's up, but the whole thing turns out to be perfectly harmless. Kai and his crew rocket over the mountains, scanning the ground below for any enemies lurking in the shadows. Libelle stumbles on 8 blessed people in a far-off city, but there's no sign of any mage at all. Kai and his crew spot a sinister building, and his gut tells him his mom is trapped inside. One of the team members spots soldiers inside the building, but when they learn the blessed are still alive, everyone's fear crashes into pure relief. The group gets blindsided because the enemy somehow knows exactly where they are, like it can see right through them. The fox girl and Kai clock the building's security is way tighter than they expected, and the tension spikes instantly. Ren and the fox girl get ready to unleash a brutal attack, pelting the air with fireballs to spark the perfect distraction. Their plan finally detonates. Boom! A massive explosion rips through the building, shaking everything, and the battle ignites at once. Kai slams down the retreat order for now, shouting at everyone to lock in their positions for the next move. The crew stops cold, regroups, and stares at the sprawling mountain ranges ahead, like the land itself is warning them of danger. An old griffin leader leans in and tells the crew, "We stay in these mountains, no other way." Keeping yourself hidden suddenly gets challenged, because some people start pushing. Is it even worth staying out of sight? That young girl refuses to let go of Kai, no matter where they go, as long as they're together. The Griffin leader stares into the fire of their own hardship, admitting that freedom won't come easy, because more battles are already waiting in the future. Two tiny, cat-like troublemakers creep through the dark, hunting the exact items they need without making a single peep. One character finally gets the item, and together they push through, mission first, like the whole world's on the clock. In the nearest tavern, townsfolk leaned in close and whispered rumors. People were saying the winged men were alive, and the whole place buzzed with it. The villagers huddle in panic, trading fears and wondering, are those winged men really the threat they claim? A hooded figure lets out a worried breath about the winged men, saying they need to be wiped out before they cause any more trouble. Yet another hero steps up to champion the winged men's rights, blasting home the message that their teachings demand one thing: no discrimination allowed. The last speaker felt the pressure crash down, backed away from the argument, and looked torn apart by the non-stop noise still roaring on. The winged men burst out in the open, blasting their demands for rights with banners held high, shouting for justice and recognition like the world has to listen. The protest keeps raging as the town tears itself apart, and then Kai steps in, slinging hope into the crowd, rallying people to stand together and fight for peace. Kai rages about the winged men, how they get brutal treatment, shoved into brutal hard labor and locked away up in the mountains. A jaw-dropping revelation hits. This temple controls the iron supply. Then evidence of corruption nearly gets wiped out. Kai gears up for his demonstration, determined to keep everything peaceful, and he's out there fighting for the winged men's rights with everything he's got. The group debates whether their plan can survive what's coming, pilgrims flooding in while the whole town trembles at the winged men. The whole plan zeroes in on finding pilgrims with more progressive ideas and winning them over to fuel their cause. Kai rips into the group, demanding they move right now, because the only way to win is to rip the truth open and put it in front of the people. Tensions flare as Kai slams his argument home. Those temple wrongs have to be faced right now, before more injustice can crawl any further. Kai steps up to the pilgrims and demands they speak the truth, and pledge their support to the winged men. The dialogue bursts into emotion as Kai and his allies beg for unity, screaming that they believe the same things and deserve fairness. A crowd leans in as Kai fires off a passionate speech, while everyone else whispers and debates the unrest that's boiling higher by the second. A massive crowd surges in front of the sanctuary, and winged men and town folk march side by side like they're heading into history. The bishop and his crew snap to attention at the disturbance, and the noise keeps cranking up, until agitation boils over in their chests. The bishop's eyes go wide. He can feel everything spiraling, with tension snapping tighter inside the cathedral. The bishop's rage explodes when he realizes their plans blew up in smoke, and the news about the winged men spreads like wildfire. The rival forces square up for a blowout, but the bishops are already hunting for answers, why their plan crashed. Winged warriors strut straight into the chaos, shouting they're here, and locking arms united to crush oppression. With fierce determination, the winged men's leader swears he'll smash his chains and never look back again. A massive temple rises ahead, and in the shadow of its walls, a desperate man throws his plea into the air: "Bring back my wife and my daughter." A fiery crowd surges outside the temple, chanting in protest at the church's unfair treatment and cold-blooded exploitation. The bishop bursts out of the temple, stunned by the chaos an enraged crowd is unleashing. Dude, with his loyal bird-riding shotgun, begs the bishop to keep his promise from a whole year ago. The bishop plays dumb, denies knowing the man, or a single one of his claims, until the tension snaps tight. The bishop whips the crowd into his rhythm, dismissing the accusations as lies while he turns the tables, saying they're doing the devil's work. A furious bishop seethes with rage and hurls a threat at the group, insisting their defiance is sacrilege and promising violence if they don't back down. A heated showdown erupts when the man calls out the bishop's lies and charges him with covering up the truth about winged women. The bishop smirks like he's harmless, plays dumb, and flat out denies every accusation, insisting with full confidence that he's done nothing wrong. Tension spikes as the allies lock in on a battle plan. Then one of them steals their resolve and moves, ready to protect the whole group. The bishop huddles with his ally, tightening security to the max so every secret stays sealed. Guards are posted all around the winged women's quarters, bragging that no intruder will ever slip in easy. With sheer grit, the ally rips loose a brutal power move, slicing straight through the defenses like they're nothing. The leader slams the order down. Everyone surges forward, breaking through the enemy lines fast before they can even react. The brutal clash erupts across the battlefield, and the guards fight tooth and nail just to keep from getting pushed back. The group sprints through the building, their instincts screaming the winged women are hiding somewhere close. Cowering in fear, the winged women huddled close together, completely unaware that their rescuer was already closing in, as they braced for freedom to finally break through. A rescuer bursts in like a thunderclap, locking eyes with the women and promising, "Don't worry, I'm here to break your chains and set you free." Winged women gasp in pure shock when they realize their husbands are still alive, so they didn't die after all. The whole group bolts for freedom, the women desperate to get out, still stunned that their rescue actually happened. Bishop dodges every accusation with a sharp retort. He blames the city's sheer scale and the discrimination it's plagued by for why he moved the way he did. The bishop shrugs off the pilgrims' worries with icy contempt, flat out denying that the winged women's families have anything to do with this. Tension snaps tight as the bishop barks an order to arrest the protesters, blaming them for the chaos they've unleashed. Bishop's mask wobbles loose as rage surges through him, and he shoots back, denying the winged women are even there, his voice shaking with every word. Just as everyone thought it was over, the winged woman crashes into the room and smashes the bishop's lies, right in front of everyone, stripping his power on the spot. Onlookers gasp in disbelief, as the winged women slam the bishop's lies with proof he can't dodge. The mother pulls her child into a crushing embrace, and the reunion joy hits like a tidal wave, drowning every hard struggle they've fought through. The family finally reunites, and now the winged father is right there too, shaking with relief that they're together again. The once chaotic city now falls silent as dozens of winged warriors rip through the sky, soaring together like one unstoppable force. Bishop is slammed into a brutal moment of truth, staring down women who refuse to bend and won't stay silent. Still in denial, the bishop tries to dismiss it all, convinced this scheme was cooked up by a subordinate. A shadowy figure hypes the protagonist's bravery, praising him as a true man of justice for everything he just did. The protagonist, lost on what to do next, nods along to the priest's praise, but keeps his guard up because he knows the real battles are coming. The priest's smirk twists into something darker as he talks about delivering justice to the bishop, like he's already warming up a much bigger plan. With a chilling final decree, the priest drops the truth. The bishop's real punishment is still coming. A shadowy stranger steps forward and declares himself be Klauser, the feared inquisitor, then sends shockwaves ripping through the whole room. The bishop fidgets, tries to sweep it under the rug as just coincidence, but the doubt still gnaws at him. Bihei calmly spills the Empire's invasion plan for Ravelda, and suddenly everything clicks into place for the next wave of chaos. A cold jolt of dread hits him the second he spots that ominous figure, some shadowy evil god staring back like it's already won. A horrifying truth hits him like lightning. Bihei is the one who sent him to that island. The moment he hears the Empire is invading, panic rips through him, because his hometown is next in line. Inquisitor Bihei Klauser rips into praise, saying the protagonist's justice burns like a saint's, and he's loving every second of it. Bihei spills the truth. Turns out the gods weren't just watching, they were steering the protagonist the whole time, proving everything he did fit into some massive higher plan. With the job finally done, the protagonist breaks away and says goodbye to the winged women, who thank him with all their hearts. Spotting his exhaustion, his companion fires up his spirit, reminding him why this journey matters. The protagonist flashes a reassuring smile at his companion, even as a crushing storm of thoughts pounds down on him. Right there, his companion pulls him into a warm hug, giving him a calm second of peace while everything else swirls in chaos. As they hug, his companion whispers comfort into his ear, assuring him that it'll all be okay. Crushed by everything that just went down, the protagonist still breaks into a smile, realizing he walked away with more than he ever expected. With fresh determination blazing in his chest, he swears he'll stand strong, promising to guide his people straight to safety and a brighter future. Kai's latest discovery uncovers a water vein the village desperately needs to grow and survive. The whole crew nods in unison and decides to dig a well right by the bathhouse, so getting water turns into instant convenience. Burnt out from the grind, the team finally collapses into a well-earned rest, soaking up every calm, peaceful moment they get to share. A full week slams by, and Kai's crew pulls in fresh faces, feeding them, setting them up, and upgrading the island's life one big step at a time. Kai's face tightens with worry, because his mind won't stop circling the island's deeper, darker problems. Libel orders Kai to haul firewood, and Kai practically can't say no. She's thrilled and ushers him right into the job beside her. That mountain hangs over the horizon like a silent warning, its towering cliffs daring you to wonder what secrets the island is hiding. Libel looks back on the brutal days with the temple, and with the island still behind her, she's overwhelmed with gratitude for Kai's protection. Libel can't shake her worry for Kai. Ever since they got back, she feels something seriously off with him. Kai's friends tried to cheer him up with a comfort lie, assuming his silence was really hiding family worries. Libel steels herself, decides to hunt down Kai's family, and swears she'll soar across the ocean to find them. Libel bolts to leave, but her friend slams the brakes with a warning. This reckless stunt could turn dangerous fast. Libel's desperate dash gets yanked to a stop when her friend lunges in time, grabbing her before she can spin out of control and fly away. Libel throws a protest, but her friend won't back down, insisting she's genuinely worried, because Libel's wild impulsiveness could easily worry Kai even more. Libel tries to calm herself down, but her drive to help Kai feel better takes over the whole moment. Ren grins and says they've got to test the water and the bath setup, because this is the first real trial of the well, and he can't wait. Kai sits alone on the shore, staring at the Inquisitor's moves, and wondering what part he might have played back in the past. Kyra dives into the temple's history, and the moment she reads about how they crush heretics, the truth hits her like a punch, shaking her to the core. Kai can't stop thinking about how the Inquisitor could have tied everything to the island's survival, and fear gnaws at him, like the whole place is hanging by a thread. Even with doubts swirling, Kai can't shake one fear. What if the Inquisitor already knows the curse that's hunting him? A man grabs Kai's attention and warns him that the Empire's invasion of Leverda is creeping closer, like doom sailing straight for their island. Libel freezes at the news about Leverda and the Empire, and he's terrified the Inquisitor is about to unleash chaos in the middle of it all. Kai, drowning in responsibility, steels himself to shield every person on the island and vows, "I'll be your king." Libel catches the far-off look on Kai's face, but he keeps moving anyway, shouldering a heavy responsibility that's all on him. Libel won't back down. She insists Kai come with her. No questions, no hesitation, pure determination driving every word. Kai gets snatched up by a golem, totally stunned, and can't even figure out where they're going, or what the heck it's all about. Libel drags the golem into a half-built area, and orders it to undress him for whatever he's about to pull off. Kai yanks the power away as the golem lunges to undress him, yelling that he'll do it himself. He stumbles on a wild surprise. Tons of women crowd around, like they're gearing up for something he never saw coming. The women greet Kai with bright, warm smiles, swear they'll heal him, and just like that the whole mood flips. The women drop Kai into his country's naked socializing culture like it's totally normal, and their effortless, no-big-deal attitude catches him completely off guard. Libel slips Kai a warm bath and reminds him, this one's made to soothe his body and lift his spirits. Kai loves slipping into the bath, but the moment he tries to fit in, The strange customs of this new world hit him like a tidal wave. Lebel leans in to check on Kai's comfort, fretting over how he'll react to the water while she sits right beside him. Lebel needles Kai, calling him the star of the day, and tells him he absolutely nailed the bath. A thrilled girl blurts out that she's first in line, right there for Kai, while everyone else just stares and watches. As the bath fills up and bodies press in, a few women slide closer to Kai, sparking playful chaos all around. Libel tells you the secret she learned from Big Sissy Nell, to rocket Kai's spirits right back up. Kai can't believe his gloomy mood is that obvious. Libel just tells him straight up, everyone clocked the shift. One of the women leans in and tells Kai, "You're the king everyone adores." And that reassurance steadies him as his reaction finally calms down. The crew steadies Kai's nerves, promising they'll back him no matter which way he chooses to go next. One of the women leans in and tells Kai to spill his worries, reminding him, loud and clear, that he's not facing them alone. He grabs her hand and suddenly understands this. When he shares his troubles, his people's support will lock him in stronger than ever. Huddled in their brand new treehouse, the two queer friends stared out at the horizon, patiently waiting for their visitors to finally show up. That young guy sounds worried as he talks about arrivals that pop up out of nowhere, leaving long, brutal stretches before the next one shows. Deep inside a far-off temple, a holy ceremony ignites as a child finally earns a divine seal. From the island's edge, they stare out and fire up their plan, rescuing kids who have been stamped by a wicked god. Staring into the past, they can't stop guessing about that shadowy organization and the weird timeline that's been unfolding for decades. A shadowy bird circles overhead, like it's warning everyone about the real game behind the secretive Farley religion's true intentions. After finishing the morning patrol, they came back with shocking news. No ships appeared at all, so the island stayed cut off and alone. While they talk about the island's thick jungle, it hits them. Cooking smoke can give away passing ships. The bird-like buddy darts off to get cleaned up, and just like that, the tension starts to melt while the island's yearly danger finally blows over. After they took off the second time, the two geeks talked about how that bird just loves getting baths post-flight, until the whole vibe turned warm, easy, and comfy between friends. As they stare at the bird, the young man feels it. The sky's chill bites at him, even while the weather stays warm. The bird-like companion blurts out excitedly, like it's got zero limits and all the joy in the world. The girl thrusts a weird rock into Kai's hands and tells him he's never seen it before. Stunned, Kai clocks it instantly. This rock isn't just any rock. It's got deeper meaning seared into it. The girl beams and proudly declares that this rock is iron, grown and forged right here on the island, from their own village. Kai's jaw drops when he hears the villagers call that rock Amafugan, and realizes it has a deeper meaning no one has been telling him. Realizing it might be meteoric iron, I couldn't believe how history was being torn apart and rewritten right in front of us. With a burst of laughter, they tease each other about how they absolutely refuse to let their village get pounded by falling meteorites. They stride through the village, trading tips on how the new iron forces them to trial, fail, and finally master pottery. A character blurts that magic could forge iron in a way that looks way more spectacular, but Kai shuts it down with a hard disagree. A thrilled villager rushes into the magic lesson and starts drilling fire magic, REN. The villagers start learning magic, and right away some of them prove it by snapping flames into existence. Kai stares in awe, burning with the wish to command elements like fire and lightning too. A hilarious moment pops up when one of the villagers needles Kai about his magic envy. Kai stops and stares, realizing Ren's magic is in another league, while the villagers are still learning their basics, just trying to catch up. The crew huddles over the ship's arrival, and Kai snaps, "If it's not familiar, we steer clear." Right on cue, Kai's bird-like companion swoops in and blurts a frantic warning. Something's terribly wrong, and trouble is coming fast. In pure panic, the companion blurts out that a ship's closing in on the island, and the tension spikes like a live wire. They frantically demand every detail: how many ships, who's on board, and whether any special people are there. while pure anxiety keeps roaring higher. Cameron steps in and steadies Kai fast, telling him they've only got one tiny ship out there on the far horizon. Kai can't wait to feel the sky swing firsthand, so he pushes to be the first one to ride, fighting for the perfect view. As they get closer, they realize the ship barely budged. It's not coming in, but it's not backing off either. As the ship finally rolls into clear view, it's revealed for what it is: a plain little vessel carrying just a handful of people. With sharp eyes, they spot the crew hurling a net into the sea, and that flips their curiosity into overdrive. After sizing everything up, they decide it's a fishing boat, but they won't rule out the possibility it's secretly a scout ship. Kai orders everyone to keep a sharp eye on the boat, refusing to strike yet until he knows the full situation. As Kai slams down and starts grilling the crew about the ship's situation, Cameron shrugs and calls it nothing more than a humble fishing boat. They both stare at the island's secrecy like it's watching back, and Kai can't stop wondering, did the ship know about their secret hiding spot the whole time? While they're tossing around possibilities, the ship slips away and never reaches shore. Just more unanswered questions crashing in. With that threat hanging over them, Kai starts tearing into the island's defenses, and the terrifying truth hits: this place might not be ready for an attack. The very next day, Kai slams a knock on Enel's door and begs to give synthesizing warrior Kyun seeds a shot. He shouts for an L, but when nobody answers, he storms inside and sweeps the room with his eyes. Still searching, he finally slams his way into level 30. And the moment he does, cheers explode like fireworks. Blindsided by the announcement, Kai stands there like, "Wait, what?" while the others explode in cheers for his win. Realization hits hard. He turns and sees the village sign, completely updated to celebrate this huge new milestone. Kai's jaw drops when he finds out the village is no longer its old name. It's been rechristened the Village of the Mage of Hellfire. In the village, Kai and Cameron watch in awe as everything transforms, this growing settlement turning into a mage's land right before their eyes. The village board just unveiled a brand new update, Mage of Hellfire Village, packed with its own special shopping zone. Cameron tells everyone how the craftspeople just rolled in, making one-of-a-kind treasures the villagers can buy, item by item. Kai stared at the special shopping setup and demanded why it even needed real money, or those stupid gold coins in the first place. As Cameron wanders around, he brings up how the village's iron goods are already rolling out, then leans in to tell Kai about brand new items, right as the story cuts off. Kai and Cameron burst into the blacksmith's workshop and stare at the roaring, non-stop crowd of work. Hammer hits, tools clashing, everything alive. Inside the forge, a battle-tested blacksmith grabs his apprentice's attention and snarls at him to keep hammering the blazing metal. The blacksmith commands every heartbeat of the forge, shaping the metal with laser-sharp precision and steering his team like a master conductor. While the metal cools, the blacksmith slams in his magic. Sparks of fire erupt as he finishes the crafting. Kai and Cameron watched in shock as the blacksmith unleashed pure power, weaving magic and craftsmanship into something unreal. Kai and Cameron stare in awe as the blacksmith swings his tools like a pro, because this village guardian fights for everyone, not just for the craft. Cameron tells Kai to bow to the statue, accept the offerings laid there in his honor like a real god. Kai strides up to the statue, staring at it like, "Wait, am I really supposed to take this offering?" With a knife clenched in his hand, Kai stares into the distance and weighs just how far the village has surged, like a blade-edge milestone in progress. The villagers swarm around Kai, cheering at the top of their lungs and praising his divine presence, until they spot that knife hovering in the air. Kai finally gets it. These villagers have cooked up a brand new faith built around him, and they're throwing worship and cheers his way like he's the one true force in town. Kai looks back on how far the village has climbed, level 30 now, and realizes the real opportunities are just starting to open up. Kai whips everyone together for a heated meeting about the village's next moves, because they're zeroing in on one thing: defending the island. And Kai can't stop worrying about what the temple might unleash, so he starts weighing a dangerous move, relocating the village to keep everyone safe. The villagers threw their support behind Kai and promised they'd stick with him, wherever his path led. As the temple's plans to ditch the island came to light, the villagers started panicking, especially for the kids. The girls fully trust Kai's call, so they press him to hunt down a safe spot before the temple strikes. Yuri snaps at Sarah, but the others quickly reassure her. Kai isn't just worried, he's freaking out for all of them. Kai is stuck at a brutal crossroads. Should he ditch the island and vanish, or step up and lead it to survive? Kai stands his ground and snaps that it doesn't matter where they are. What matters is the people's well-being. Kai calls the villagers together and demands a choice: stand their ground and fight the temple for their land, or back down. All 49 villagers shot their hands up at once, pledging full support to stay right there and fight for the island. Komorian asks if anyone's got objections. Then Kai shoots back that everyone agreed to stay put and fight. Kai can't shake the feeling the temple's ruthless power is coming for them, and the danger is closing in fast. Komorian leans in and reassures Kai. No matter what that temple threatens, they're not leaving him behind. The villagers poured out their gratitude, telling him how much better life on the island has become, even after everything it threw at them. They swear they'll go to war with the temple if it comes for them. Then Kai slams it home. They have to train and prepare first. Kai unleashes a fiery speech, urging anyone still willing to follow him to step up and join his cause. Cameron stares into the brutal truth of leadership and admits Kai's about to face crushing, no-win choices. Kai, resolute as steel, swears the only thing he wants is for everyone to be happy, so long as they keep breathing. Kai locks in on his choice to live with zero regrets. He's done dwelling on the past, and he's charging forward to make it count. Kai maps out the island's defenses, zeroing in on the secret landing spot, right where the enemy could strike first, so it's locked down tight. A villager leans in and fires a question at Kai. If the enemy strikes on the island before we're ready, will we fight? Kai, during his strategy talks, lays out an escape plan like it's lifeline, because if the temple strikes, he refuses to get trapped. Kai hammers the point home. If you want to plan your moves on that island, you'd better have a detailed map in your hands. Kai snaps orders to Abyss. Get out there and draw a bigger map of the island so they can plan their next move. Abyss throws their energy into the map and boom, the whole island pops into view with an expanded layout. Kai grabs the map from Abyss, then turns right around and vows to tap the winged men's help to iron out every last detail. Kai fired off a question about what Abyss thought of the untouched northern side, where the magic felt twisted, wrong, and downright unnatural. Abyss spills the truth. She woke up on the island's northern side too. Kai practically froze when Abyss dropped the bombshell. Out on the northern side sat a lab that's been there for over 1,000 years. The crew rides up the mountain by cable car, then shoots straight toward the heart of the forest. They can't stop debating whether to crack open the ruins. Some people swear they'll be walking into danger, with everything crumbling around them. In the ruins, they stumble on strange stones, proof that humans once built here, long swallowed by the wild. Danger hung right in front of them, so they argued over using fire magic to blast the obstacles away and make sure their road stayed safe. While they scour the ruins, one member suddenly stumbles, visibly rattled by something terrifying lurking in the dark. Abyss isn't feeling well, and the whole crew starts to panic, because everyone's terrified of what's happening to her. They decide to bring the Abyss back south the safer way, skipping the deadly road through Tenohira village. To keep Abyss safe, they fire up a lightning-fast plan, sprint her back as quickly as humanly possible. Determined and breathless, they tear through the wilderness, driving forward with every step until safety is finally within reach. Abyss gets hauled back in a snap, and everyone's left staring, because that trip was completed shockingly fast. Abyss insists she's fine now, but you can tell she's still scared she'll end up weighing everyone down. Abyss breaks into the open about her amnesia. She only remembers this. She was once a replica of a magician who lived 1,000 years ago. The crew starts whispering that Abyss might have been forged with nothing but a blank slate. No memories, no past, just pure emptiness. The team decides they're done rushing, so they gear up properly before heading back into the ruins, with Abyss's safety driving every move. Abyss shoots out an apology for what happened earlier, then cracks a playful grin, admitting she still leaned on Ren more than she wanted to. Yuri proposes a defensive system, and the whole team erupts into a heated debate over how to truly lock down the island. Ren's excitement crumples the moment she hears their investigation of the ruins is delayed again, and all the hope drains out of her. Kai studies a razor-detailed map of the island, eyes locked as he hunts for the perfect spot to build a fortress. They huddle up and admit they're going to have to push into the forest, fight their way through, and force open the path to the next area. A brand new plan ignites. Build a preemptive long-range attack system to smash any chance of a ship invasion before it even starts. Kai pushes for a deep moat at the perfect strategic spot, turning the defense into a wall no one can break through. Yuri points out that this place sits way inland, so from a distance it's basically impossible to spot. Kai lays it out. Using bows and magic to cut through the dirt is the key to building those defensive walls. Kai grins at the chaos like it's a tower defense game, and right then, he starts cooking up a game-winning strategy. Kai realizes their defense setup won't hold, then locks in on one thing. If they want the whole line covered, they need a brand new weapon. Yuri grins and tosses out a bet over seeds, but Kai shuts it down cold. No wagering, they're sticking to their work. Kai forges white monk chan seeds, but the beige tint makes them painfully hard to tell apart. Kai scrambles to craft a camouflage seed, only for the pattern to line up perfectly with the table's surface. Next, they forge a transparent seed, but it's so faint they can barely spot it, and panic creeps in like it might vanish into thin air. Kai breaks down the seeds, black, camouflage, and transparent. But when it comes to that final one, his brain just can't click. Next day rolls in, and those 3 tiny creations lie in bed, peacefully tucked in. Kai and the crew freeze in shock, because their creations have shot up so fast they're already bursting at the seams, right on the verge of harvest. Every creation comes with its own special power. Magician Kun harnesses all 4 elements, Ninja Kun slips through the shadows with stealth missions, and Angel Chan supercharges the magic. The tiny creations instinctively swarmed straight toward the first warrior Kuns, born earlier than the rest. Ren laughs that the warriors never come to her, then teases them for how they act. Kai breaks down how the mode construction is coming along, and Ren fires back a bold idea. Use magic to scorch the tree roots. Ren can't stop wondering if Kachin can make those trees vanish on their own, while Kai's over here hyping Kachin's insane powers like it's nothing. Kai frets over whether the tree's shapes affect the spell, but Ren shuts him down, saying it doesn't matter at all. Kai leans in and asks Ren if Kei-chan can haul the excavated dirt for the fortress. Ren nods, promising to give it a shot. Ren flings her magic at the dirt to pull it away. Then asterisk bam asterisk. The stuff twists into a gigantic slime creature she didn't see coming. Ren somehow brings Dirt Kun to life, a weird slime-like creature made of dirt, and then it starts to move. Kai can't shake the thought, what if he gives that dirt a name, and it springs to life? Ren cautiously tries to breathe life into the dirt, even though she's not sure it can actually work. Kai starts thinking, maybe the rules look the same, but names might be the key and I should try. To everyone's shock, the dirt creature wriggles into a brand new shape, and suddenly it looks totally alive, wearing a grin like it's having the time of its life. Dirt Kun, the dirt creature, sends Kai and Ren into shock, ripping into motion and showcasing exactly what it can do. Ren lights up, praising Dirt Kun's usefulness, but Kai cracks a joke. He says she only got all that credit for drawing a simple face. Kai blurts that the swelling population means they have to launch an expedition to stock up, and Ren jumps right into the plan. Ren leans in and quietly vows to find Keed's family, and that quest hits straight in the heart. Ren clings to a stubborn glimmer of hope, imagining that one day she'll be reunited with her parents. 2 stuffed animals stare at the distant village, and that creaky sign says one thing: temporary life. Kaidi plops on the grass and spills her dream to her plushies, telling them every vivid detail. Keed still remembers her 5th birthday, Her dad handed her 2 stuffed animals like it was the best gift in the world. Caddy stares into the horizon, her heart racing as she wonders if her father will ever finally find her. Keed's eyes brim with tears as she aches to reunite with her parents again. Keed dreams of finally being reunited with her parents, determined to prove to them she's safe, she's okay, and she made it. Kaidi can't shake the regret. She berates herself as stupid, realizing, even with everything so tense, she totally ignored the risks. Her plushies cuddle her close and bring Cade's father's love rushing back, fueling her hope that someone will come for her. Kai sinks into deep thought, staring straight at the dead end, because his older brother has already thrown in the towel. Kite, now fired up, admits she doubts help will ever arrive, but still can't silence the ache in her heart. Keed leans on her plushies for comfort, and they hype her up, telling her it's totally okay to let her feelings out. Keed steels herself and vows to do everything in her power to turn her situation around. Kai lays out his plan to rocket back to Scorpa, gearing up for the next brutal challenge. Worried sick for Kai's safety, she warns him about a possible slave trader lurking in town. Kai tells Sarah he might have cracked the code for her collar, and that news lights up her face with pure excitement. Ren dives into his wild experience with the village of winged men and the priestesses who pack terrifying power. Kei-chan tries her hardest to pry Sarah's collar off with her powers, but it just won't budge. Kai can't shake the feeling the collar is something born from a blessing, and he's left scrambling for answers. What do you even do with that? Kai storms up to his captive and demands to know if she has any clue about those slave collars, because freedom is on the table if she talks. The captive snaps open the truth. It's a magic sealing collar, but she swears it has nothing to do with her own blessing. The captive blurts that her blessing can't shatter the collar, but if it fires, it'll tear everything apart. She blurts out that a blessing was sealed into the collar, because that thing won't ever break. Kai can't help but get hooked on the mystery behind that collar, because it's hiding a secret no one's supposed to know. The captive spits out the truth. This collar isn't just metal, it's a leash to control magic users and female slaves. She tells him, clear as day, only the one who put it there can take it out. Kai locks eyes with Marini, the slave trader from Scorpa, and immediately brands her as the next obstacle standing in their way. While they wrestle with Kaida's family search, the talk about who's calling turns into a desperate plea. Someone asks for help. Kai blurts out he wants to fight for his country, fully convinced that mages are the kind of weapon they can't afford to lose. Kai's buzzing with excitement. He can't wait to see Sarah work her magic, even though Sarah keeps downplaying just how rare this chance really is. Sarah's cheeks burn as she asks Kai to walk with her once she finally leaves the island, after she gets her magic back. Kai agrees to try the idea Sarah threw out the other day, and he's already buzzing with anticipation for what's coming next. They start grilling everyone on what to bring back from the expedition, and the whole crew zeroes in on alcohol and grapes. Pacing his thoughts about the Lord's location, Ren suddenly spots the horses and can't help thinking, are they out there hunting for a groom? Just like that, the crew spots Kaida's experiment boat, and they all snap their eyes to the new project like it's calling them in. Thrilled out of their minds, they feel the boat rocket forward as Keed's experiment unleashes a wave of wild, unexpected thrills. Kai can't believe his eyes as the Santa Maria-chan, named after him, slashes through the water at an insane speed. Keed can't contain her excitement. She tells Kai she'll tag along on his next outing, practically buzzing with anticipation for what's next. Keed refuses to let him go alone, because she knows the sea turns deadly the second you leave someone by themselves. Kai reluctantly nods, realizing having Kaida's power in their corner could make all the difference for the journey ahead. As the boat rockets forward, Keed screams for more power, so Santa Maria-chan hits the accelerator and speeds up even faster. Katie, fueled by pure determination, vows she'll do her absolute best to reach her mama and papa. Kai and the crew finally hauled off from the island, and their friends huddled together, pacing and panicking over every detail of their sudden departure. On the screen, Kai freezes in a shock so loud it feels like thunder, his wild face screaming that this twist just blindsided everyone. The team stares at the new boat Kai built, stunned by how silky smooth its almost magical control feels. Kai cuts in for a quick breather, telling Kat, "Hold up, I'm pausing for a sec," while they gear up for the journey. Kaida beams at Kai, totally baffled that she survived the boat's chaos without a single problem. So Kai sprawls on the grass as Kite grins and playfully threatens to chase him right out. Katie goes all in to comfort Kai with everything she's got, and she urges him to rest the moment he needs it. Kai's running on fumes, but he still nods, agreeing to sip tea. While, somewhere inside his day-to-day, Kai orders Koromo to bring it straight to him. 4 days later, the crew barrels into their destination way ahead of schedule, but Kai is still wiped out beyond belief. After Scorpa's total chaos, Kai vows to move careful this time, but then confusion crashes in and messes with their plans. Kai hands Abyss a huge, no messing with it responsibility. Then they sprint off to the market to grab supplies. Kide steps in, promising to guard Kai's well-being while he pushes ahead with his plans. The crew rolls into Scorpa and stares the whole town down, mapping every street as they gear up for what they'll do next. Kai and his crew weave through the bustling market, slipping between crowds like they're invisible. In the jam-packed market, Kai and his crew scan every stall for something useful, eyes sharp and guard never down. Kai gets hit with a total curveball, an unexpected offer for the cow, and the price haggling suddenly flips direction in the most surprising way. Kai snaps the negotiation shut on the spot, refusing to waste another second, and makes it crystal clear just how heavy Abyss really is. As Kai battles to keep market prices from climbing, the price negotiations explode, and she only takes a fair offer to stop the increase. Kai finally nods and agrees to sell the cow for 7 shiny gold coins, praying he can seal the deal for good. After the deal closes, Kai and his crew grab everything they need and bolt out the door. Kai heads to the local craftsman, grills them on the progress of the items he's ordering, and keeps a close eye on every detail. Kite's eyes light up as he spots another massive catch, and he yells to Kai at the top of his lungs, basically begging him to come see the new prize. Kite shows off her newest shopping haul: grapes, barrels, glass, and even 2 male horses. Kide gasped when she realized the item she bought wasn't ordinary at all. It was a special sword, and she couldn't stop showing it off, teasing Kai while she gears up to unveil what makes it totally one of a kind. Kaidi practically vibrates with excitement as he shows off the fire sword. Then Kai squints at the name and decides it's a little too plain for his taste. Kite tells everyone the sword price is 5 gold coins, and the real kicker is the magic that fuels those flames. Kai panics because he can't cast a lick of magic, but Cade grabs his shoulder and tells him, anyone can use it. Kai hesitates to activate the sword. Then bam, flames erupt in a sudden burst, and it shocks the life out of him. Kai lights up, praising Kai for activating the sword, and the two dive into what it could become in their next big plans. Kai flashes a quick goodbye to a woman clutching a tray, then strides out fast for his next mission. Kai trails a woman lost in deep thought as they stride through the village. Kai remembers when Scorpa was still Mondial territory, while the woman stares at the town like nothing has ever changed. Abyss can't wait and immediately jumps into Kai's team for a crucial mission, pushing as they pull in more allies for their cause. The crew marches straight toward the grim Marini slave trading house, bracing for whatever nightmare waits inside. The crew huddles up, laying out their game plan. Then they gear themselves to cast magic the moment resistance shows up. They storm up to the slave trading house, door after door, bolted shut, and not a soul in sight inside. A woman from the building tells him the owner's gone for now, caught up handling business. The woman blurts out that the master has ridden off to the port city of Namal because he went to watch a war unfold. Kai hears about Nomal and slams his hand down, realizing just how vital that port city really is. Kai and Sarah huddled up to plot their trip to Godier, and Sarah's eyes lit up like she couldn't wait to ride out with him. Sarah asks Kai to take her with him, and when her hand keeps drifting to her collar, feeling its crushing weight, you can tell she's terrified inside. Kai hesitated for a heartbeat, then nodded and let Sarah ride with him, grateful to have her right by his side on the road ahead. Later that night, the crew collapses side by side, finally slipping into a calm, peaceful sleep together. Kai clocks how cramped it is and tells Sarah and the others to crash in the next room over. After breakfast, the crew huddles up and gears for their trip to No Mel, swapping plans and picking the most low-key options they can. Right as Kai and his crew step into the dining hall, someone clocks them instantly, recognizing Kai's face from earlier. The moment he spots Kai, it's revealed. This guy was once an ally of a mage-slave trader. Because the road sits way too close to the Imperial camp, they ditch it and smash through a detour. The mercenary, kicked out of his last post, shows up and offers his skills to the group. He'll swing his blade for jobs. The mercenary leans in and admits, "I used to be an Empire mage, but I can't join the war," then lays out exactly why he's stuck. The group grilled the mercenary about his motives, because that "join us" offer smelled like a trap waiting to snap shut. The mercenary smirks, drops the truth in your face, and admits that getting beaten by the group was the real reason. The mercenary smirks and says his gut is screaming that shadowing this group is going to land him a seriously good fight. Ren and the crew grilled the mercenary for every ounce of his seriousness, because his knowledge of the Empire's geography was way too precise to ignore. The crew finally bites the bullet, trusting the mercenary, and hands him the reins, letting him lead them through the journey ahead. The crew can't shake the feeling they just hired the wrong mercenary, and they start grilling him, trying to figure out what he's really up to. Even with a mercenary's past hanging over him, some folks still swear they can trust him. Just don't forget, he's still dangerous if things turn. The whole group digs into the mercenary's past, scratching their heads at his weird, sudden exit, and wondering if he really came from some fancy aristocratic bloodline. The crew pushes a hard warning. Pick allies like your life depends on it, because some will stab you in the back the second the money hits. The crew wrestles with a brutal question. Can they actually trust this mercenary, or is his loyalty a lie? The crew argues over whether solitude is safer than gambling on trust, and they slam the door on a life of seclusion. Even with doubts hanging in the air, the group nods and pushes ahead, staking everything on trust, but staying sharp with the mercenary in their sights. The mercenary jumps in at the last second, bursts into laughter like he never gets mad, and says he's determined to rip off that collar. 10 days after they set sail, the whole crew finally barrels into Namal, a loud, bustling port town alive with noise and lights. The group pushes into the market district and scans the chaos. Busy streets packed with merchants and townspeople all moving at once. They finally clock it. After tearing through the city, they still can't remember what the old man even looks like. That mercenary figures, the old man's probably posted up at the bar, burning time before he rallies his troops. A burly guy at the bar seethed with frustration and slammed his barrel on the table, demanding the Imperial army was ready right now. They grappled with the nightmare of building a whole fleet, while the Empire sat there with no official navy at all. Fozl bursts into the bar, and a towering bruiser clocks him instantly, pure shock on his face. Fozl's comrades push, asking if he'll ride into battle with them. Then he shuts it down, saying he's got other business to handle first. The talk pivots to a masked figure, and the whole crew stares, confused, because everyone can't stop wondering who he really is. A furious man spots Fozl in the bar, snarls for his men to grab him right now, and makes the whole place tense instantly. Fozl grins and declares, loud and sure, "I'm with the young man now," then jabs a finger at his current employer. The crew slips into a quieter corner, shuts the world out, and huddles up to map out their next move. Fozl gets confronted about the collar spell, and heat starts to build between him and the burly man. A full-on bidding war erupts when the burly man promises to pay Fozl even more than his current boss, just to get him to flip sides. The burly man's eyes lock onto the masked figure and he leans in hard. "So, what's your pay? Name your number." The burly man slams the accusation down on Fozl, stealing goods, and turning people into obedient slaves, then spits pure contempt. The masked figure presses his threat close, telling the burly man that if he refuses to cooperate, they'll make him regret it, big time. The burly man stands there stunned and beaten, and as the dust settles, he finally realizes how this all spiraled, because the situation was far more dangerous than he ever thought. With his defeat sealing the outcome, the burly man finally blurts out the spell that can yank the caller out, Corsa Corda. Sarah leans in and swears she can smell zero lies, and then she promises to keep a close watch on Fossil. Sarah asks how it went, and the crew admits Fossil snapped into focus and answered honestly even under pressure. Sarah, panicked by what the caller might do to her, fires off a question. If it takes over her will they still accept her? Kyrie leans in, tells Sarah to drop the worry, and pushes forward to help her with the collar. Kai promises he'll keep Sarah safe no matter what, swearing he'll even undo the collar's effects if he has to. Sarah triggers the spell Corsa Cordi asterisk, and the collar snaps free in a flash of light, like the chains just vanished. Sarah lets out a burst of joy. The collar's finally off, and you can see the relief light up her face as Kai watches her. Sarah, flooded with emotions, barrels up to Kai and hugs him tight, blurting out her gratitude, and it knocks the breath right out of him. Tears spill down Sarah's face as she blurts out how Kai can be so kind. Then she grabs his kindness and thanks him with all her heart. Kai fumbles out that he likes her too, voice trembling with shyness, and the moment they embrace, everything softens. Nervous as hell, Kai tries to finally sort out his feelings. Then Sarah cuts in, drops her own confession, and admits she loves him too. Sarah blurts out, shaking with emotion, that she's fallen head over heels for Kai, then freezes, completely unsure what to do next. Sarah, tucked in Kai's embrace, flushes bright with joy, finally knowing her feelings are returned. Tension spikes as the man demands his collar back, even while the boy keeps warning him about the danger. As the crew split up, the tension spiked, while the man brushed off the old man's worries without a second thought. The crew pushes into the marketplace, and the boy's eyes widen when he spots 3 terrifying mages hanging around nearby. The team leans in and talks about their journey, then blasts the truth. Their mages are terrifying strong, and that boy's mysterious power is something else entirely. As the team combs the kingdom, the boy snaps back and demands answers about how the Empire messed with the Levered-in Kingdom, throwing serious doubt into the air. The crew braces for a split the moment urgent trouble hits, and the boy's left totally stunned, not knowing what's going on. The boy rushes to the familiar boat, while the man strides off to handle his business. The crew crowds the market, soaking in the chaos. Then they huddle up, staring at the streets like they're deciding their next move. While they're shopping, whispers start flying. People are talking about the war raging on and the soldiers they're desperately recruiting. A loud, stumbling soldier crashes their talk, and his drunken antics instantly make the girls squirm with discomfort. The crew gets swarmed with unwanted attention when some guy stomps in, claiming he owns the girls outright, and the whole vibe turns tense fast. Tensions spike as the girl storms up to the man, hurling out her anger and blasting him with the frustration of being trapped. The kid steps forward and shouts the man's military ties, then orders him to stop cold, right now. The tension snaps. Violence gets threatened right before the group steels up and prepares to fight back to protect themselves. The girl snaps into action, unleashing a brutal counterattack that shocks everyone with her unshakable, fire in her eyes resolve. Fury burns in her eyes as she snaps at the soldiers to behave, and you can feel her power and frustration swelling with every word. As the girl yells for the men to stop, the boy rushes in to help, but one step turns into chaos. The battle rages on as the soldiers slump out cold, and then a far more authoritative figure closes in fast. The military officer scans the chaos, grimaces with regret, and admits the soldiers were never properly trained. The boy's eyes light up when General Enfield's name drops, and he instantly realizes it's tied to someone he loves. The boy can't stop thinking about the girl's father working inside that castle, and it screams that some big mystery is about to explode. A brutal explosion blasts the boy through the air, and just like that, the timeline flips, 12 years back in the past. Even after his crushing loss, a mentor fired him up, trusting his potential and swearing they'd forge him into someone great. The boy clung to his refusal of healing, swearing that this scar would stand as the loudest proof of his resolve. The boy blurts out his declaration, and the mentor shoots him a sly grin. Like that moment just cracked open a secret connection between them. The frantic healer bolts out, swearing he'll be back with potions strong enough to smash that fever and save his daughter. Two old friends run into each other, then one blurts out, "Where's Edward?" while the other leans in and drops urgent news that can't wait. The moment the serious talk kicks off, the boy's face drops, because when he hears the general's daughter is missing, his whole world tilts. The boy, choked with emotion, demands answers about the general's daughter and what really happened behind her loss. The castle's air has turned cold. Now only the priests can reach the once mighty general. The general's refusal to march into war, because his daughter is sick, sparks pure frustration and sends everyone into panic. Fossil finally comes back, visibly rattled after that long talk, while Axel paces and desperately waits for the latest update on everything. Faisal freezes in shock when the general swears he's never seen him, because in that moment, Faisal can't help but suspect the general might be slipping out of reality. In the end, Fossil storms back to the boy, only to ask why his business is still stuck and unfinished. The boy presses Fossil about General Enfield, sensing some bigger link, but Fossil hesitates, refusing to give up the details. The boy leans in with shaking excitement and demands the general's name, praying he's exactly the person they've been hunting. A darkly playful figure leans in and asks if the boy's really going to kill the general, and suddenly the whole room feels like it's holding its breath. The girl laughs it off like it's nothing, but Fossil can't shake the dread, because that journey is straight up lethal. The boy blurts out a question about the girl's ties to the general, panicked she might be exactly who he's been searching for. Fossil jolts with anxious fury the moment Kaidi's name hits the air, visibly shaken by the rumor that she's dead. The boy and the girl finally share a victorious grin, because they just proved they found the exact person they'd been hunting. Fossil shoots back a surprised glare, annoyed at the boy's teasing, but the whole vibe stays fun and easy. The boy blurts out that Fossil showed up at his house years ago, and suddenly it hits. This isn't some random name, it's personal. The girl bursts into tears and sprints into Faisal's arms, calling out Faisal Nai-chan as they lock in an emotional hug. Fossil's whole world jolts, shocked, shaking, when he learns Kade is still alive, and every twist of fate feels unreal as he tries to make sense of what just happened. The boy and girl rush to the general and spill the real reason they need him, because their situation is hanging by a thread. Fossil steps in without hesitation, admits Kite's got to matter, and is sure the general will break out of this fog any minute. The isolated, iron-willed general leans in and hisses Edward's name, pure determination, like he knows a deadly shift is about to hit. Keed bursts out with an idea: write Dad a letter, because she's sure he'll spot her handwriting on sight. They cook up a daring plan to sneak the letter through and dodge the temple's censorship. Then the whole thing kicks off like pure chaos, and everyone gets hyped. Kide tells the whole crew, "Relax, tracking down our father is a piece of cake because we already know his name." Keed's past mystery keeps gnawing at everyone's curiosity, and she grins like trouble, teasing that someone specific is about to show up and join them. Keed scribbles the letter, lost in their thoughts about what's next, while everyone else scrambles and gets ready for the trip. The letter finally storms into the palace, and some grim official reads it aloud, completely clueless about who sent it. A tense silence hits the room. Everyone's freaking out, staring at the letter because Edward still hasn't answered. Liebel panics, terrified Edward might have forgotten Katie and the promise they made to reunite. Cuddy's friends start to panic as she wrings her hands, because they know Edward hasn't budged from his post. Milord gathers Katie in his comfort and promises her they'll make something happen. Then he backs it up with steady support and real reassurance. A frantic chase erupts when someone lunges forward and yells they've got to talk to Edward, right now, and the whole scene spirals into chaos. In the middle of all that confusion, they finally clock it. Edward's guarded like a fortress, and even a priest can't get close to him without a fight. A tense conversation erupts about Edward's army, People start asking if he even realizes what's about to go disastrously wrong. The military scrambles for war as ships get primed, and the command deck blasts out urgent orders. They hash out a new plan to finally meet Edward face to face, because they all know their current approach is crashing and burning. The mages slam their vows down, loyal, fearless, and itching to follow their master straight into action. They huddled over their next play, fully ready to confront Edward, even if it went straight in the face of the Empire's orders. Even with powerful mages at their backs, doubts keep creeping in as they measure every move and worry the forces aren't balanced. War prep is finally overdrive. Everyone tightens up, the team braces for impact, and they're slipping out to Laverda soon. Tensions spike as they scramble to figure out how to drag Edward out of hiding and force him to face them. They spot the ships that are about to leave, but tracking down the people feels like a mountain they don't know how to climb. With a split-second plan, they hand it off to Libel's sharp eyes to find the people. Lebel gasps in pure shock when she spots something nobody expected aboard the ship, and that single discovery instantly grabs all their attention. They finally clocked it. The ship was almost empty, and only a handful of guards remained standing nearby. Orion barks instructions and lines his team up, readying their next move with razor-sharp precision. The team kicks off their mission and charges toward Tenohira Pioneer Village, cutting through the water like it's nothing. A massive ship bursts into view in all its glory, and the whole crew is left staring. Its sheer size and hauling capacity are straight-up mind-blowing. They huddled over their plan, then slammed it into place. Yuri and the others were getting pulled in to help them escape the island. While the group races to get everything ready, they plan to welcome a flood of visitors, leaving the Bis behind to stand guard. Tension spikes the moment a full-blown commotion erupts inside the castle, and frantic footsteps slam through the air. Panic erupts the moment they report the ship's on fire, and the command room spirals into full-blown chaos as the vessels burn like raging infernos. Smoke billowed through the air, warning everyone that an unexpected attack was about to hit. Kaidi's blazing flare snaps the battlefield's focus, freezing the enemy in their tracks and stopping them cold from pushing into the war. A terrifying power explodes forward as a brutal blast crashes down, and you can practically feel the battle's full fury hitting like thunder. The enemy totally misreads Kaid as a witch, picks her out by that devilish silver hair, and realizes just how deadly the power she's throwing around really is. A shadowy figure steps out of nowhere, blasts the air with raw power, and grabs control of the entire scene. Kaid feels a cold dread creeping in and can't shake the gut feeling this shadow might be tied to everything that happened before. A razor-close shot locks onto the mysterious man on the monitor, and then boom, his identity flashes. Fossil. Everyone staring in shock as they realize it's Edward, fully armed, ringed tight by mages and priests. Tension snaps into the air as Kaidi's friends shout her name, their voices trembling while fear and worry slam down on them. Panic erupts as Kaid barrels forward, shouting for everyone to hurry after her and escape the village, now. The crew spots Edward perched high on a tower, and Kite, tears streaming, breaks into a desperate cry. Papa. A young girl stands there in shock as noble figures march past, and she cries out for Papa, desperation shaking her voice. Inside the castle, Kaid gets yanked away by his companions, and a troubled man is left standing there, rattled and alone. The reckless warrior scrambles up with reckless abandon, enraging his own allies, while everyone else stares in disbelief at the chaos he's causing. Chaos explodes when a knight swings his blade and wipes out his own allies, and suddenly the battlefield turns into a screaming storm of panic and treason accusations. Edward slumps unconscious, while his companions scream for him to wake up, right as the tension around them spikes. The priest snaps an eerie spell into place, and the crew immediately starts freaking out, like, is that really the soul-binding puppet strings humming under our skin? The team fractures into separate groups as they cook up their plan, hunting down the priest for the showdown that's coming next. A wild clash erupts as a mage steps up to Fossil, hurling spells at him with one goal in mind: crushing him and taking the win. A lightning-fast ice blast from the enemy mage explodes across the battlefield, freezing everyone in shock and shattering the entire fight into wild chaos. The enemy mage hurls a whirlwind of brutal destructive power into the air, and Fazl and his team instantly feel their courage crack. Edward smashes the priest's spell mid-burst, and the whole group stumbles in shock, because what just happened isn't the way any of them expected. Fazl locks in on Edward and roars at his allies to ignore the noise, focus on the other threats, because he's taking Edward down himself. The enemy groups unleashed a brutal combo of magic, slamming Fazl and his team into full-on defense mode as they braced for impact. With the battle still raging, the group can't stop wondering how much longer their two allies can hold the line against the crushing pressure. They decide to unleash earth magic to shatter the enemy's formation, praying it'll drain Edward's grip on the battlefield. Enemy soldiers burst into panic when a sudden, unstoppable force smashes their formation apart, shocking every single one. Fazl and his crew launch one crushing combined strike, calling down Battle-Maiden Sanctuary to smash their enemies. When they spot enemy shields lighting up, the whole crew panics, scrambling to break free as earth magic keeps slamming them back. The priest snaps back with destructive magic, and the moment his spell slams into the castle, chaos erupts everywhere. In the chaos of the battle, a voice slices through the noise, calling for the chief and warning that the fight is about to tip. Fazl and his crew get blindsided the second the priest starts raining sharp ice shards down on them. A brutal assault tears through Fazl. Ice spikes slam into his body, and everyone nearby goes into stunned silence. In stunned silence, his companions screamed for Fazl, clawing at answers as they tried to make sense of why he threw himself away. The allies regroup in a heartbeat and unleash a razor-precise counterattack, smashing forward with pure force to seize control of the battlefield. When the attack cranks up, the Battle-Maiden Sanctuary's magic explodes into action, shielding everyone and launching a brutal counterstrike. Ren, hellbent on protecting Fazl, starts chanting a spell and shouts for his crew to hold the line long enough for him to finish. Even with the tension screaming in the air, they're still locked in place. No escape, while the battle pounds around them, relentless and unforgiving. Keed, worried sick about her friend, rushes to check if she's okay. But the girl looks haunted, like she's carrying something heavy she can't shake. Keed stares at the girl, confusion crashing in something off, and her gaze locks on like it's screaming, "Something's wrong." A frustrated little kid erupts in anger and snaps at her father, furious that his reckless choices end up hurting other people. Fury blazing in her chest, a young girl snaps a healing spell into action and screams for the ones hurting everyone to stop. The colossal golem snaps awake, and its brutal sheer bulk rattles the battlefield, sending the enemy scrambling in pure panic. The golem crashes into the enemy lines and gets slammed with resistance, but its unending power just steamrolls everything in front of it. The moment the golem slams in, the enemy's ranks flip into panic as they realize there's no match for its crushing power. Terror hits the enemy soldiers as they bolt for the exit, scrambling to outrun the golem's brutal power, only to realize their escape is totally pointless. Keed panics on the spot, barking orders and begging her to cut the power right now. Her power finally kicks in, then debris erupts downward. Through the thick dust, her unconscious father catches her faint voice calling out. Keed barrels forward, gives him a soft slap across the face, and swears this reunion is real, not some dream. Confused out of his mind, he demands if this is even real, while she snaps back hard, swearing death didn't get them, because they're alive, and they're still right here in this world. Clutching her in his arms, he realizes he's back, and right then, they lock eyes and swear to rescue her mother next. Kai cracks jokes about their magical reunion, and even though Fazl is still dazed, he slowly comes to his senses, introduces himself, and fires off questions. Kai greets him like an old friend, then points out where they are, Tenohira Pioneer Village, buzzing with growth and finally finding its peace. Late at night, Rukia slips into her brother's room like a shadow, dead set on finding the hidden truth lurking in the dark. Ever since Rukia got the god's blessing, her eyes of truth started spilling unsettling secrets everywhere. She finally cracks the truth. Her brother clings to memories from before infancy, proving they were abandoned kids from the start. That blessing ceremony is creeping up fast, but Rukia won't stop until she cracks the truth about her weird, not at all normal brother. Dressed in pure formality, Rukia strides into the sacred chamber, locked in and ready to dig out the truth about him. Rukia frets over her brother vanishing as the priest readies himself to kick off her ritual. As her robe slips up, a mysterious divine emblem ignites on her chest. Panic erupts on the observers' faces as a hooded figure demands proof of the symbol, like they're staring at a nightmare. The robed man shudders in awe and terror, and he blurts that her arrival is the prophecy coming true. They finally clock it. Rukia is walking around with 3 divine spirits inside her, and this kind of miracle has the highest clergy terrified. The hooded man bows and thanks everyone, and Rukia realizes her gift is bigger than just one god's blessing. With her past blazing in her mind, Rukia thrusts her courage forward and boldly chants the full name of the gods, hiding her real, deeper plan inside every word. Even though she's shocked, the clergy grabs her attention and warns her, never say God's name out loud again. Rukia demands answers about her missing brother, but the Inquisitor shoots into sudden overdrive, dodging the question like it's deadly. The Inquisitor locks eyes with her, orders her to forget Kai, and gives 0 answers about where he vanished. Officials paint Rukia a bright future, but the hope collapses. Her heart sinks under the weight of unanswered questions. Rukia, drowning in loneliness and fear, starts questioning everything. Rukia's brother's fate, her own power, and what the church is really planning. She crumbles in confusion, begging for answers, while the Inquisitor hesitates and finally dares to speak her name. Rukia snaps her divine power to life on the spot, refusing to stop until she digs out the truth hiding behind his words. The Inquisitor's composure shatters as Rukia's eye ignites, and he blurts that divine guidance forced her to unleash it. Rukia finally confesses she can't keep her power under control, and the clergy snaps back, warning her not to misuse that sacred divine force. She finds out her brother's god is labeled evil, and anyone tied to him gets kicked out of society. Rukia realizes another Inquisitor snatched her brother away. Then she clings to the one truth that keeps her breathing. Blessed ones never get killed. She embraces this new life as a nun, swearing she'll work her hardest and keep her eyes wide open. Rukia clenches her resolve. She's hunting for clues, tracking down the special Inquisitor, and finally digging up the truth about what happened to her brother. Locked in, Rukia swears she'll track down her brother no matter what it takes. She's done waiting. With fierce resolve, she vows to save him all by herself, stepping into that role without a single second of doubt. Elsewhere, Kai snaps awake in some place he's never seen, staring up at the ceiling like it's hiding answers. Quiet, alone, and trapped in his own distant thoughts. He snaps upright, remembering Leverda, and his mind goes quiet with one desperate thought. Is Rukia still alive and safe? And right there beside him, a girl steps in and confirms Rukia's identity, making it crystal clear. Her name is still alive in everyone's memory. Kai jolts awake, stunned to find Abyss already there, and then a visitor shows up out of nowhere, nudging the whole moment in awkward little jabs. Even with his guard up over the timing, Kai can't stop thinking about Abyss's 2 forms, and the way it keeps popping up right beside him. He glares out the window, replaying that ceremony in his head, and suddenly it hits. This world just upgraded him to an adult. Edward shouts after him, filling him in on every new change that's happened since the NOMAL incident. Edward's family kicks off their new home build, and Kai breaks down the materials as he helps the settlement rise from the ground. Kai points out the roof tiles like it's the key to everything, then offers to haul even more supplies all the way from the pioneer village. They start trading theories about divine blessings, and Kai can't shake it. Ours feels different, even though it's coming straight from the same god. So the man starts questioning whether the gods are even moral, and Kai can't help but wonder why nobody's ever seen them with their own eyes. He bursts into question whether those god markings really mean the beings are cut cleanly away from evil. Kai reveals his reincarnation backstory, and both of them come to one terrifying truth. Divine power is real, plain, and undeniable, no matter what anyone believes. He challenges the evil god label, convinced the temple's prejudice can't possibly define his daughter's blessing. While the others hammer out their builds, he proudly daydreams about shared living, maybe reading way too much into Kaidi's intentions. He demands, then doubles down, insisting Keed stays right by his side, because he can't stand how all those relentless work demands kept pushing them apart in the past. Suddenly, he froze in stunned silence when it hit him. Keed had zero plans to stay with him after all. Desperation claws at him as he begs for answers, but they shut him down and tell him to ask Kai directly. Kai urges Edward to ask her straight, but Edward stalls, wrestling with the nerve to tell the truth about how he really feels. Edward can't stop thinking about how grown-up Kaidi feels, and he starts to wonder, did life on the island somehow make her emotionally drift away? And since Edward can't ask himself, he grabs Kai and begs him to uncover why Kai keeps dodging the idea of living together. Edward zips through the blame and dumps it on Kai, and Kai groans and reluctantly takes it, while the others crack jokes about how Kai might spark his wrath. While he's helping Edward build the new house, someone tells Kaida she won't be moving in. Kaida grins and declares she's staying at the manor. She's choosing family over running off to live with her brother. She declares her independence, calls it maturity, and refuses to just follow her brother's call without her say. They keep poking fun at her for Ren, but she snaps back that she's done with childish comfort and being bossed around by rules. Even after Edward's pushback, Kite refuses to leave, because the comfort of family creeps back in, and her hunger to get stronger quietly slips away. She acts like she's totally independent, but underneath it all, she still wrestles with the emotional grip of her parents. Kai asks for more winter coats and Krumo wastes no time. He agrees, fires off for measurements, and swears he'll have them done in just 3 days. As they dig into their food, eerie figures crawl onto the TV screen, and their unease spikes when something totally unexpected bursts onto the broadcast. Kai discreetly reached out to someone, and the two kept their voices low, talking in hiding because that place is hardly ever visited. The girl finally realizes she's not just a princess, she's also a walking risk, and her dark past is gearing up to blow up her future all over again. They realize Kai's foresight goes way deeper than anyone thought, and his sharp intelligence stays buried under that laid-back, unassuming vibe. Kai freezes, then awkwardly listens in, and even though everyone clocks his cluelessness, they still let him, because they trust his intentions. They spot Yuri's quiet grind, and his smooth diplomacy calms the royal guards like flicking a switch. Even with his brilliant power, Kai refuses bloodshed, and in the last battle, he held back and didn't kill a single foe. He can already feel it. Those general questions aren't random at all, because he knows this meeting is hiding a bigger plan than just offering Kai mentorship. She snaps away every apology, clinging to her pain like it's sacred, because that battle's meaning still crushes her from the inside. He's convinced she's hunting revenge through Kai, but she refuses to say a word, her feelings locked behind that expression. She refuses revenge. She just wants to wipe the slate clean, to bury everything. The past, the pain, the empire. She swallows her helplessness and admits she can't act, but the moment she's stuck, her mind keeps screaming, so what future am I even meant to have? Grief crashes down on her, and every painful memory of the loss keeps clawing at her, because she can't even imagine forgetting unless something fresh is strong enough to replace it. She bursts out her frustration over feelings nobody dares to say out loud, and even though he knows exactly what she's feeling, he keeps dodging the whole conversation. Kai's confusion keeps swelling in her chest. She tells herself she trusts Keed's father, but she dodges every question about the real fight she's dealing with inside. She thinks he has no ambition, but she still trusts him, because he dragged his entire family to the island. He vows to protect Kai, and she nods, splitting divine power from the corrupt temple and cutting faith loose from their control. She finally spills the truth about her worry, and the scary part is this. The mercenary Kai trusts with his whole life might be hiding something dangerous. Once a slaver's mercenary, Fossil's razor-sharp skills and calm arrival make people hesitate, welcoming him with suspicion and doubt. They dig into why Kai and Fossil look so close, even as Fossil stays icy and pull away with everyone else. He throws out, "It's jealousy," and she jolts at first. Then the discomfort starts clicking into place as something deeper, like her own feelings turning the screws. She finally admits it. Kai's smile at Fossil hits like a blade, and jealousy burns hotter as doubt turns inward. Kai shrugs off the close label, while everyone backs Fossil's loyalty with their whole chest, because even with the rumors flying, nothing ever turns up to prove betrayal or espionage. To shield Kaidi, he spun a cruel lie, claiming he murdered his wife and vanished without a trace, while slipping away in total silence, leaving everything behind. She finds out he once proposed to her, and with political pressure from the Emperor stacking up, he leaves without a fight. The prince, spurned by Mondial's princess, snapped in rage, and that single blow lit a chain reaction of destruction. She finally sees the war's real spark, her own rejection, and in his eyes she was the target all along. The prince swallowed his prideful motives, then orders struck, so she panicked and bolted for her life. They burst out of the Empire's grip. Then the slavers caught them, showing the real goal was never extermination at all. She doesn't buy the prince's story for a second, refusing to believe her homeland burned to the ground just because someone couldn't swallow their petty jealousy. She fights the urge for revenge, clinging to Kai's advice, but the moment another mastermind comes to mind, unease crawls under her skin. Even with all her restraint, a darker urge erupts, demanding justice, punishment, and accountability for the future that was stolen from her. Kai watches in silence, and it's killing him. Her inner fight and raw pain twist his worries tighter and tighter. They both admit the next step is a minefield, and they swear the conversation stays locked tight, so nobody gets suspicious. The crew stares at each other, replaying every word they overheard, and Kai can't shake the fear it was way too much information. Kai flat out admits she hasn't shelved revenge, and he finally gets it. She won't drop it just because he begged her to. He decides to tell the truth to Yuri, and to everyone in Mondial, about every last thing. In the castle hall, the group huddled in a panic, warning that their supplies were running dry and their construction materials were running out. Meanwhile, Yuri drove herself into overdrive, poring over blueprints so she could step up and help while the leader was temporarily gone. After getting everyone's take, he took off for Pioneer Village, hunting for real, working answers to their problems. When Kai arrived, he proudly thrust ripe grapes into their hands, bragging about how perfectly they'd grown and how he'd pulled off an early harvest win. The grapes hit rich and full-bodied, but their skins stayed tough and sure. Some flaws showed, but the harvest still looked like it could explode with promise for what came next. Kai asked if wine could be made, and the girls practically jumped in, urging him to ferment the grapes right away. They burst in, yanked him toward the changing room, and shoved him into the chaos, caught him off guard with how fired up they were and how fast they spun up those costumes. Dressed up in gorgeous gowns, the girls stomped into giant barrels and gleefully crushed grapes under their feet to squeeze out fresh juice. One of them asked about the clothes, and the other snapped back that they were what nailed the whole rustic vibe. They burst into laughter, slipping and stomping like maniacs, while he questioned, right there and then, how practical that old-school method even was. After stomping the grapes, they scooped the fresh juice right out of the barrel and shoved it toward Kai. He hesitated, then gulped it down, while she leaned in and promised him the juice was clean, even though it was foot-pressed. It tasted kinda warm and faint, so they went for it. Ferment the whole thing and toss in sugar to make it hit. As she worked on the barrel, one girl froze mid-task, a chill crawling in her gut, like she just stepped out of place and couldn't remember what she forgot. Weeks later, they came back to check everything again, hands trembling as they geared up to crack open that barrel and stare inside. The barrel detonated with a thunderous blast, blasting juice everywhere, and leaving them all wide-eyed and totally unprepared. Drenched and rattled, she finally understood, too late. She forgot to let the fermentation gas out. They remembered too late that wine had to ferment before it hit the barrel, So the whole batch flooded their clothes and wrecked the spirits. They took the hit, started over with laser focus, fermented the grapes right before storing them, while everyone else kept stomping and grinding like their lives depended on it. At last, they pulled it off. So the sisters toasted in pride, lifting their hard-earned wine to celebrate the moment it all finally paid off. Once that wine hit, the whole village erupted in celebration, cheers flying, as they racked up new experience and leveled up again. A shout of proof hit the village. Level 35 finally locked in. Then new knives rolled in as the locals' signature specialty. They unlocked a brand new travel feature, and suddenly the villagers could study outside again, only returning after they'd earned the skills. Kai realized that upgraded village tech could save the island, and he wasted no time planning his next town visit. A brand new elf stepped into the village, and Anel's quiet smile flickered as she felt her long-awaited companion finally show up. Enel snapped that she was the oldest, and then they introduced Chromo as the middle sister, while she was already out cold, fast asleep. The third sister, CL, rules over shelter, but nobody truly sees her. Her power hangs in the shadows, known only in whispers. They confirmed she still hadn't shown up, and L basically said Seal was a total shut-in who barely ever left the house. Next morning, Kai and Anel burst out running, like something wild just popped up near town and yanked them into action. They rolled up to this huge, unfamiliar house, and it screamed that the wait was finally over. CL was about to arrive. Kai-yen and L were stunned. This house was gigantic, way bigger than it had ever been before. Or they barged in shouting for CL, totally clueless about the kind of welcome and sister they were walking straight into. Kai gasped. Inside was a warm, cozy lounge packed with video games and relaxed elf sisters. CL lost the game and groaned loud, and NL just shrugged it off, then casually spilled how that weird setup worked, even down to the retro consoles. CL slid onto the couch shyly, and L pushed her to greet their guests the right way. CL stepped up and formally introduced herself as the dwelling's advisor elf, then immediately thanked them for everything. Once Kai introduced himself and Yuri followed, CL gave a quiet nod, acknowledging them without a hint of emotion, staying cool, calm, and locked in. Kai blurted out whether her powers had grown to swallow the whole house, and Claire answered with a small, quiet nod, straight from the gut. She unleashed her gnome-like spirit helpers, watched them snap to work in seconds, building anything she commands, but they'll only move within her own personal domain. That retro game console was a memory-based replica, and Kai practically lunged for her chance to play. The retro game title screen popped up, the music blasted on, and it practically begged them to dive into the simulated adventure. Kai handed Yuri a controller, and CL chimed in that they could play together right then, both at once. Yuri stared in awe as the moving images lit up the screen, and Kai broke down the game mechanics plus the whole board layout like it was a secret map. CL told Yuri to grab Guan Yu. Kai snatched Zheng Fei for himself, and the game kicked off right then. Nervous and totally lost, Yuri fumbled for control. Then CL promised her she'd click into place the moment she kept playing. Kai jumps in and helps Yuri through the chaos. She's fumbling the controls, getting swarmed by enemies, and even starts questioning if the violence is real. After hours of relentless effort, Yuri thrusts her fist into the air, glowing with pure joy now that she's finally crushed the enemy general. Yuri soars after her win, confident to the core, and Kai just stares, blown away by how fast she adapted to the game. As level 2 kicks off, Yuri barrels in, brimming with excitement, and Kai can't help but wonder if this charge is her way of burning off stress. A training session kicks off as the villagers crowd together. 2 women start weaving magic, and everyone else leans in, watching every move like it could decide everything. A lone woman fights for her life as her instructor pins her with a razor-focused magical blast. The onlookers watch as she hurls water magic in retaliation, but it whiffs, and her embarrassing miss splashes everyone around as they burst into laughter. The instructor fires up a lesson on how to safely nullify magic with water, right under the village chief's command. The girls suddenly swarm in together for payback, and the teacher, completely overwhelmed, breaks into panic, yelling for Edward to rush in and save him. While everyone else kicked back and relaxed, the protagonist declared he'd hunt down a mysterious place during winter break. Hearing that, the man leaned in and told him the island's northern side hid ancient ruins, places so untouched that almost nobody had ever gone looking. They dug into the rubble and realized these ruins were over 1,000 years old, maybe even leftovers from the god versus demon war. Even though the island was supposed to belong to the temples, there was zero proof tying this ruin to them, so its whole origin reeked of something shady. She dropped the bombshell that this island used to be a dumping ground for Almira's blessed, along with a sleeping replicant. The whole group nodded in sync, itching to dive into the ruins and uncover whatever secrets that temple was desperate to keep buried. The leaders got picked on the spot. Ren and the warrior would escort everyone out, while the rest stayed behind to defend. Terrified of some nasty trap, their leader told her to keep going on the mission the moment danger reared its head. Crushed by the weight of it all, she was slammed by memories of him, of her past, and of everyone she'd ever loved. He reassured her to trust him, while Sarah yanked her away, shutting out the panic about what's coming next. A tiny creature spotted a busted entrance, and before long the crew rolled in and crept forward with jaw-tight caution. A strange man filled the air, and the whole room went rigid. An unnatural force tore through the surrounding energy field. They felt the magical distortion on the spot. Someone was twisting mana on purpose, and it was keeping Abyss from slipping in safely. Even with death lurking around them, the leader yelled for everyone to run the second things started going wrong. He cracked jokes about ancient traps, and everyone swore they'd shield him, even from mechanical guardians hiding deep inside the ruins. Inside the lab, fear gripped him. Mass production meant dozens of Abyss-level dolls could crash their party and bury them. Even while they laughed about death flags, every single companion swore they'd shield the others, no matter what came for them. With a torch in hand, they probed the air, scanning for deadly gases before they dared to push any deeper. Flammable gas is confirmed, and his gut screams something's off. He spots weird atmospheric shifts and sniffs out a strong airflow pointing straight to another room ahead. They plunged into a massive underground chamber, where eerie machines hummed and ancient relics glinted from every shadow. They tore into the interior, convinced it was a research site. Yet they found no active defenses and not a single sign of any military presence. They dug up waterproof materials and perfectly intact systems, and suddenly realized this facility was powered by insanely advanced ancient tech. Even deeper, they found stacked crates and shaky passageways, too unstable to dig into without risking a total collapse. Right behind Kai, a hostile figure suddenly materialized, and the whole crowd freaked out as the terrifying threat fully revealed itself. Abyss burst in at the last second, slammed through the enemy, and then crumpled to the ground, leaving everyone stunned and roaring with alarm. They carefully checked the fallen body, yet something about her looked way too fake, too still, even though she resembled Abyss. Kai hauled the unresponsive doll back to the village, praying the mana-free zone would finally keep it, and everyone safe. A curious elf girl leaned in and studied the doll up close, her brow furrowing as it refused to react to a thing. She decided it wasn't a replicant at all. This thing was a busted, soulless prototype, a lifeless mechanical doll. She leaned in and told me the truth. Real beings spill out energy, but this doll had zero spark of life in it. She shut down the sleep mode theory on the spot, because if it were real, Kai would have picked up on that lingering energy. Confident in her instincts, the elf girl stepped up and vowed to personally keep watch over the doll, even though it wouldn't respond. While the team dug into weird tools they couldn't recognize, they found zero documents, so they began to wonder if the evidence was buried in digital storage or wiped out for good. Kai froze by the suitcases, but she snapped back that nothing was trapped, and as if daring fate, she yanked one open right away. Inside the case sat a perfectly clean outfit, an exact copy of what Abyss wore when the fight started. They checked that the outfit fit the Abyss's perfectly, and tucked away a spare set of her rare clothes for later. Every case is packed with the same kind of clothes, and somehow they're spotless. Like the mystery behind them is a preservation tech nobody can explain. Even with no memory left, her link to the ruins screamed that a darker, long-buried past was still hiding beneath it all. They guessed she was an ancient soul, frozen in magic through 1,000 years of sleep. As the ruins plunged deeper, Kai could feel it. This whole island still had secrets buried everywhere. Kai and his crew roll back home at night, and the girls waiting there blast them with warm hellos the second they arrive. The crew finally comes back together inside, and pure relief hits everyone hard, especially the girl who's been pacing and praying for this moment. Out there in the quiet, a girl pulls Kai aside and grills him about the journey. Then he steadies her, reassures her, and hands her something. Kai shoves a box into her hands, and when she can't resist the curiosity, she tears into it, while he grins like he's watching the best show in the world. She cracks open the box, and there it is, clothing that shocks her on the spot. Kai leans in and explains it's a celestial gift meant just for her. Kai blurts out the wrong gift. He hands her a doll's outfit by mistake, totally mixing up the name Celestial with something else. Abyss drops the bombshell that Celestial is just a mage replica, made to mimic her, and that hits Kai like a wake-up call, sparking realization and a wave of real worry. Kai snaps them into motion and leads the way outside, unveiling a life-sized celestial doll from the very place he just visited. They dive into replicant lifespans, and Abyss drops the truth. Replicants crumble and lose their form after death, no matter what anyone thought. Abyss blurts out that she never actually laid eyes on the real Celestial, and then she hides all that data deep within. Kai can't shake the feeling that this temple is guarding secrets about Celestials and Abysses, buried deep in the ancient ruins. He can't shake the fear that the doctrine's words might be a lie, and that someone could weaponize the replicas for pure evil. Even though Abyss can't wear celestial clothes, she's handed a perfect replacement, and she snatches it with real gratitude. The night turns dead silent as the group slips back inside, wrapped in warm comfort and finally exhaling after that tense discussion. Winter crashes in, and after their trek through the ruins, the whole crew finally gets to breathe, laughing through snowball fights and soaking in warm companionship as the snow falls. Winter's fun finally shuts its doors, and as spring creeps closer, everyone starts gearing up for the temple's arrival. Kai can't stop worrying if that temple ship will ever show up, while Abyss just remembers years of waiting for it to never arrive. Abyss demands if he'll track down another kid's family, and Kai vows he'll jump in and help again. The Abyss starts prying into Kai's heart, so he dodges the whole question, swearing that 3 long years make any reunion almost impossible now. Even though Kai keeps insisting time doesn't matter, Abyss can feel the lie, and when she watches him, she slowly reaches for his hand. Kai finally admits he really wants to meet his family, but before he chases that dream, he's got people to save. The Abyss throws out a deal. No fresh children show up, and they'll tear off to hunt down his family. Kai nods in agreement and insists Abyss join them, and then they swear they'll come visit his past together. Kai stares at the future and wonders how his father and sister would react to the family growing around him. Days later, a winged scout rockets through the air and spots it. After all this waiting, the temple's ship finally drops out of the sky and lands. The winged scout's warning slices through the air, because the long-awaited ship has finally docked right at the edge of the island. Just as they expect the usual, an adult steps out, and Abyss is thrown off completely, because adults have never been left behind like that before. Kai lays out a razor-sharp plan, and Ren and the others brace themselves. The second danger threatens to burst in out of nowhere. Kai creeps up to the masked woman with shaky caution, promising he won't hurt her as he carefully unties her restraints. Kai rips off her blindfold, *click-clank*, and that mechanical whir hits like a warning, hinting there's deadly gear lurking right beneath her. That mysterious woman leans in and spills the truth. Her mask is a magical tool, permanently bound to her, and there's no taking it off. She snaps her head around, confused about where she is, and whispers that this is the island where a terrifying witch was once sealed away. Kai is left reeling as Ren rushes in, scanning her body for divine marks to make sure it's truly her. They stumble on a mark that doesn't match theirs, and Kai shoves her in close, demanding her god's true name. She finally snaps back with the truth, chosen by the blessed time of God, Etern, while the others are completely in the dark. She remembers the cathedral life she devoted for centuries, right up until she finally handed that sacred duty to a new successor. Kai assumes she's been cast out. Then she lets out a bitter laugh, swallowing the sting of betrayal. Even while obeying without hesitation, she finally blurts out that she feels abandoned, because the pressure crushes her faith and nearly wipes out her sanity. Her calm shatters. She erupts in tears and screams that 500 years of service have gone utterly unacknowledged. Kai and Ren snap to silence, staring in pure disbelief at her shocking age and the brutal amount of time it must have taken. With her mask on and tears pouring, the woman spiraled into panic. She truly thought her life had ended, that disgrace and exile were right around the corner. Kai and Ren tell their village story, and when she hears that people live here peacefully on this island, sheer shock hits her. She challenges their humanity, terrified the island's curse is real, while Kai clamps down for answers, demanding every detail about the sealed witch. Shattered and drained, she finally agrees to talk. Then her despair crashes down, and she can't fight it anymore. Kai asks if witches are basically demons in disguise, and she snaps back. The witch is real, legendary, undeniable. 700 years ago, a terrifying witch unleashed forbidden blessings and turned the whole world into chaos. She just kept handing out power like candy, and that reckless chaos threatened to shatter everything. So the temple snapped into action and sent its knights to seal her influence. The protagonist challenges the temple's crooked tactics, convinced they're quietly shelving children on purpose, right next to lethal, dangerous leftovers. A masked girl tears her mask aside. Fear spills out. Then a divine comeback hits, and the power of those slain and blessed surges back. When the blessed ones get killed, cursed energy erupts from them. Then their bitter resentment spreads, turning death into a brutal gamble. When they ask what her death will trigger, she grins and vows she'll unleash catastrophic time-bending magic that'll wreck everything in its path. Once she grasped the full scale of it, her mind spiraled into one brutal question: if a monster slaughtering her meant less damage overall. He links the danger to his old rampage. Those death-triggered magic powers weaponize his grief, turning pure resentment into a destructive life force. A remote island cuts down the fallout, and the temple hides behind isolation. So killings stay indirect and the blame never sticks. The whole crew finally clocks the temple's long game, but that witch's exact whereabouts still hides in the shadows. Rosa brings up 4 legendary cathedrals still siphoning power, and that clue might finally expose the witch's hidden location. Kai and Ren finally drop the act and introduce themselves as regular islanders, scrambling to keep their real origins a mystery. Rosa drops her full name, Rosalind, and then lets them call her Rosa like it's no big deal. She hesitated with his hand in hers, eyes darting as doubt hit. Was this island truly safe, or were those magic rumors really stirring trouble? He leaned in, voice steady as stone, and told her that him and Abyss had wiped out nearly all the dangerous creatures. With wide curiosity, he jabbed a finger at her blindfold and grilled her. Was it really magic, or just a disguise? She told me it was built centuries ago, old enough that nobody alive remembers how to tear it out. He pressed her about her faith, and she finally confessed that her priest father taught her to focus on what works in real life, not rigid religious rules. For centuries, she threw herself into her duty day after day, until the world finally bowed, honoring her like a saintly legend. He stared at her youthful face, and she finally confessed that a divine blessing let her stop time. She was tasked with stopping time itself, guarding a sleeping saint hidden deep inside the temple. She woke the moment by calling the sleeping figure the eternally resting man, telling him he'd stayed locked away for centuries, sealed from the world. She kept stopping time for the saint over and over, curling up beside him, and somehow still staying barely awake the whole time. She made it crystal clear. Only her time freezes when she's awake, and the feeling is so close to sleep that it tricks her senses. No one knows who the saint really is. People swear that his eternal sleep is what keeps the world from collapsing into disaster. She got tossed aside by the temple, and he dared to share his dream of building a brand new nation. He welcomed her into his world of exiles, introduced himself with a warm smile, and said her name like he'd been waiting to. Rosa finally exhaled, surrounded by a bunch of different companions, and cracked a smile for the first time in centuries of isolation. Rosa rolled in with Kai and the monk, right as Kai braced himself for a delicate request. Kai went for it. He tried to rip off Rosa's blindfold and hurled healing magic into the moment, hoping it would work. Rosa spun toward Kai's voice, eyes wide with shock and curiosity, when he softly beckoned her closer. Rosa lit up with excitement and praised Kai for his deeds, calling him a king and a hero. Smiling through the fluster, Kai tried to steady her awe, right before he revealed he was set on attempting something huge. Kai blurted out his plan to rip Rosa's blindfold off. Then her panic detonated, screaming that the trap is deadly. Even with danger roaring in the air, Kai begs Kai to help, while Rosa trembles, shuts her eyes tight and braces for whatever comes next. Keed snapped her spell, transient life asterisk, and poured magic through it to wipe out the blindfold's curse without a single risk. With a sharp click, the mechanism gave way, and Kaide swept in to guard Rosa, warning her to stay careful and keep her distance. The blindfold inched off Rosa's face, and in an instant her weakened, unpracticed, stunned expression was laid bare. Once her eyes finally cleared, magical creatures erupted in cheers as her vision snapped back to life. For the first time in centuries, Rosa stared straight at the sun and let its light hit her own eyes. Tears overran her eyes, and she let out a shaky gasp as everything finally snapped into view. With a joyful gasp, Rosa confirmed her sight was back and lit up as she called Kai's name, brimming with awe and deep, heartfelt gratitude. Kai greeted her once more with a bright, warm smile, and when she looked around, she couldn't help but gasp at the community she'd finally found. Rosa clutched a plush creature as Kai pulled her in, inviting her to eat and finally settle down. When Rosa spotted all those freshly cooked meat dishes stacked in front of her, pure joy and shock hit her all at once. Beaming, she soaked up the warmth and flavor, because all she could remember from the temple was cold food. Rosa steadied her breath and smiled, sure she'd been exiled, but now she was finally free, glowing with happiness, and surrounded by the promise of new friends. Kai froze, stunned by something he couldn't even see coming, and the vibe flipped fast as the next surprise lunged toward him. Rosa brought up Rukia, the triple-blessed successor, and Kai's worry surged so hard it sparked a full-on emotional reaction. Kai snapped, panicking, and demanded Rukia's full name and everything behind it, his voice cracking as dread tightened with every second. Rosa tried to place it, Rukia's name, her roots in Ravelda, and then guessed she was about 15. Then Kai finally saw it. Rukia had been trapped in centuries of isolation, blindfolded and sealed in darkness beneath a temple, just like Rosa. With steel in his spine, Kai declared he'd rescue Rukia, so she'd never fall into Rosa's tragic fate again. Kai flat out insisted Rukia was family, and Rosa just couldn't wrap her head around how fast the feelings exploded. Rosa suddenly clocked it. Kai was Rukia's brother, the one she always hinted at but never let anyone see. Rukia tore through every corner, chanting blessings like a weapon, desperate to uncover the truth behind her brother's fate. Rosa laid out the cathedral's isolation protocol. Once it was sealed, Rukia vanished from contact for 2 whole years. Kai asked Rosa if she would have run from her fate, and her silent pain answered louder than words. Rosa choked up and admitted she wanted to bolt, but she stayed put, because her searching sister needed protection. Kai's resolve slammed into place. He was convinced that only he could tear Rukia out of that prison fate. Later, Kai huddled up with his allies, and right on cue, a fox-eared girl pressed him again about where he truly came from. Kai pressed her on how she could multiply, and she blushed hard, laughing it off as she dodged, red-faced and just a little embarrassed. Right then, she leaned in with a teasing smile and offered to show him, snapping the whole vibe from dead serious to dangerously suggestive. The fox girl catches on that his words weren't lewd at all, but the others still pounce on him with teasing. The crew blasts off aboard the Golden Hind, a gigantic living ship, and races full throttle toward their next destination. Abyss plots the route and locks in the pace. If they keep this speed, they'll slam into Milwaukee in just 7 days. While they travel, the protagonist cornered Rosa with one burning question. Can she bend the flow of time without ever rewinding it? Rosa begs for something delicate, so he hands her a fragile Haniwa statue from the village, and it completely shocks the nearby red-haired girl. Rosa kicks off her spell, Permanence's principle, and floods the statue with stabilizing magic for an epic special demonstration. The moment the Haniwa hits, it turns golden, and Rosa drops the truth. When time freezes like that, magic locks every object in place so nothing can break it. Rosa bragged she could supercharge weapons. One time she even reinforced tools so they could handle jobs for years. The protagonist leans in and asks if Rosa ever enchanted a collar, because her past magic work instantly raises red flags. Rosa remembers blessing that bracelet, now faded, and he's convinced the temples sell cursed tools to the merchants. He storms up to her, demanding answers about who knows her powers, and who that dangerous man is trapped underground. Rosa quietly names the only souls who know about her power: Pope, Archbishop, Cardinal, and the Inquisitor. The protagonist shuts everything down and says there's only one Inquisitor, just one, and Rosa leans in like, yeah, he's literally the special kind, the rare elite. He takes a wild guess at the Inquisitor's name. Rosa snaps to attention right away, shocked that this notorious kid actually knows it. Klauser, the lone special-grade Inquisitor, is whispered to be more than just a hunter. People claim he's a blessed special. Rosa spills the truth. Brought her to this island, and even with that smile on his face, he's hiding terrifying, god-level power. He's stuck wondering if might show up in Milwaukee, and Rosa chimes in, still not sure where he is exactly. Juggles time-blessed duties, but when fate goes wild, he still shows up, right when a ritual demands Rukia step forward. Rosa lays bare her loneliness. She barely speaks to anyone, just now and then, sleeping for decades at a time, waking only in short bursts. She smiles softly, like she's made peace with what's coming, and he doesn't say a word, just feels the lonely storm hiding under her calm. Fist clenched tight, he sits with the truth. Accepting fate feels easier, but real change starts the moment he resists quietly. With a clenched fist, he snaps his resolve into place. He won't surrender, and he refuses to ever feel helpless again. Looking back on his past, he remembers the one person he has to protect. Once he spots any lead, he stands on the deck, shouts into the distance, and swears he'll rip Rukia out of danger no matter the cost. Golden hens cut across the endless sea, driving his unshakable will straight toward the mysterious shores ahead. 7 days later, they roll up on Milwaukee, and the crew whips out the map to make sure they're headed the right way. They pore over the map like it's life or death. Rukia Cathedral sits due east, right on the edge of land controlled by a bunch of heavy-hitting regional factions. Only pilgrims can cross between nations at will, proof that the temple's power still holds, even when politics fall apart. He figures the temple border checks are all about priests and divine blessings, tools meant to sniff out infiltrators and spies before they ever get in. They're playing with fire. One wrong move and they'll be branded fugitives, and that weird little party setup could trick everyone into thinking their blessings are something they're not. They're hunting for answers, but the temple experts are nowhere to be found, so they quickly realize Rosa's knowledge is stuck in the past. He assigns the team roles, and picking the shield-blessed girl boosts their credibility fast with the other pilgrims. Abyss begs to join, and at first he puts her through the bench, not sure where she'll even slot in. He spells it out. Benched means backup, not cut from the story. Then Abyss hits pure shock, scrambling to figure out what that role even means. Another crew slams the brakes on magic users, terrified the temple checkpoints will tip off enemy forces and get them caught. Ren is completely invisible to detection magic, because her powers don't come from this world system. They're outside it. They plot a low-key landing by boat, and he demands guards who actually know the local religious customs. As the sun sinks, they spill out in tight little groups. Then they scramble to slap on disguises and fine-tune every inch of their clothes. Rattled across the jagged ground, they finally reach a temple checkpoint and slip into a long line of pilgrims. The whole crew finally bursts into Holy City, Milwaukee, and stares in disbelief at the massive temple complex towering ahead. Morning crowds slam into their path, so Rhea shoots forward, itching to uncover what's behind this weird pilgrim gathering. Rhea strides back in, brimming with confident news. Then the locals erupt in praise, stunned by how fast and how fiercely she takes control. They finally crack it. This year's wild surge in crowds is because the Millennium Festival is here, and it's about to explode with celebration. This city turns into a full-on tourist magnet, and pilgrims regularly hop from both cathedrals to the galleries and straight into the nearby museums. They finally clock it, pack the area with huge crowds, tie up the guards, and slip through undetected, right in the middle of the pilgrims. He slams a warning into the group, "Don't you dare split up," so everyone crowds together, all set to push through Milwaukee. Trapped in bed, he stared at the shrine crowds on TV, watching life unfold on the screen while the real world stayed miles away. Years later, standing there alone, he got hit with the chaos, and it smashed his expectations twice over. And the locals told him straight up, the real crowd doesn't show until summer. This was just the warm-up before the festivities really explode. As he trained at the honor to pass Demon War, everything clicked. This festival didn't just happen, it had deep roots in history. Even with free lodgings for the pilgrims, he couldn't shake the feeling they'd have zero privacy during a celebration like this. With the crowd roaring around them, they decided to slip away and comb the town for somewhere quiet to rest. They grabbed a room and turned it into their temporary command center for the investigations coming next. The crew leaders split the job. Some got sent to scout the cathedral, while the rest broke free to roam wherever they pleased. The protagonist handed them errands, orderly, casual intel runs, while everyone stayed razor alert in the middle of the shopping chaos. One voice begged for restraint, but the rest just prayed the girls' first escape off the island would be nothing short of amazing. The whole group headed for the cathedral, and one girl just went silent, quietly reacting while her mind raced somewhere else, unsettled to the core. In the middle of the crowd, the boy caught her silence and pressed, "What's been stuck in your head lately?" She admitted it was her very first time strolling beside him in pure peace, even with a whole busy town roaring around them. He looked stunned, but she gently nodded, and her words spilled out with real sincerity and deep emotion. She teased him for being so stuck on another girl, sent his face burning with embarrassment, and when he denied it, she just chuckled softly. She bragged like she had Sarah totally figured out, throwing sharp observations at him and smirking with sly, unstoppable confidence. Another girl got teased about loose lips and she blushed hard. Then her friend jumped in, scolding her with playful, "Watch it" energy. He made it crystal clear. Once Sarah's collar was off, she breathed easy, and he swore up and down that nothing improper ever happened between them. They changed the subject again, and the teasing rolled on. Only this time, he could feel his serious words getting brushed off like they didn't matter. She lunged into a sudden hug and wrapped him up in accusations of secrecy, while another girl stayed calm and dropped a bold challenge. As they neared St. Perry's Cathedral, they talked about how it kept the sealed witch's magic prison locked tight and alive. Even after they learned both saints were killed guarding the seal, the boy snapped that their real goal was somewhere else. They charged up to the Grand Cathedral of St. Arthur, the legendary founder of the unstoppable Folly faith. She stood there, stunned by the temple's interior, remembering the advice from the temple to come during her pilgrimage. The boy stood in silence before the statue, wrestling with faith, craving power, and wondering if godhood was really standing right there. He couldn't stop wondering how many innocent lives were swallowed, just to keep that sacred, unchallenged religious power standing. When he saw the officials eating in peace, rage surged in his chest, and he swore he'd punish every one of them for profiting off the sacrifice. Rage hit its peak as he stormed up to the priests, ready to strike on the spot. No hesitation, no mercy. Right before he could even twitch, Ren burst in out of nowhere, her face impossible to read but her resolve screaming something terrifying. Startled and unsure, he murmured her name under his breath, thrown off by the raw intensity staring back at him in silence. Ren didn't hesitate for a second. If anyone gave the word, she would unleash destruction and wipe everything out in mere moments. He stayed completely silent, trapped in the weight of that choice, while that other girl stared at him, worried and saying nothing. He shut down vengeance and swore he didn't hate it all. He refused to turn into the very thing he couldn't stand. He faced the truth about rebellion's price. Innocence would pay too, so he swallowed the urge to strike and chose restraint, staring straight at the future's consequences. He prayed the authorities would look the other way, because all he wanted was a quiet life on that island. In the crush of the crowd, one person closed their eyes and prayed in silence. Then a voice from the unseen depths of the unknown answered back. Flashback hits. 1 year back when carriages rolled into Milwaukee, the holy city ringed by knights. Even with a polite scolding ringing in their ears, those excited kids leaned out of their carriage windows, gaping in awe at the city's jaw-dropping grandeur. A girl broke the silence, flashing back to her childhood. She'd lived near Milwaukee and even visited there with her family back then. They traded memories of food, but the moment Rukia's gaze drifted off, her friends went silent, unease creeping in. Rukia swore she was okay, but the others vowed they'd guard her with their lives. She finally spilled the truth about her father, aching for him so hard after 2 long years locked up in that convent. Her friends pushed her on, insisting that her father was surely panicking over his daughter being left behind, and she swore family was her only priority. Then said someone in Milwaukee just might know where her brother is. A brand new figure burst into the scene, Special Great Inquisitor V. Klauser, standing there calm and certain, but hiding dangerous unknown intentions behind that unshakable mask. The capital's huge plaza roared with motion as everyone pushed forward with the departure plans, inching closer to something big. Rukia stood still, her mind trapped on the village she was about to tear herself away from. Her friends clocked the change in her vibe and teased her with soft jokes, determined to crack a smile before the farewell hit. Rukia let her sadness spill out, overwhelmed by how hard they cared, and suddenly she realized just how tightly they'd all grown together. They pulled each other close, promising more visits, and wrapped it all in the sweet excuse of pilgrimages to keep their bond unbroken. Rukia drops the reveal of her summons to the archbishop, fully knowing she won't be staying here for long. Even with the bad news hanging over everything, she swears she'll go herself one day to their far-off homeland. Right before she slips out, Rukia lets it slip. This might be the last time they'll ever meet. Rukia's eyes harden. She vows to track down her brother's location fast and reunite with him before long. She can't shake the feeling there's a darker reason why her blessings got the green light, while her brothers were branded and condemned by the authorities. Rukia gets marched through the temple's twisting halls, and she's convinced the answers about her brother's fate are hiding right in there. She collides with V. Klauser, a top-tier inquisitor who's been assigned to steer her sacred duties. V snaps, telling her to cover her face, because this mission's secrecy can't slip a single inch. Nervous yet obedient, Rukia pulls on the blindfold, forcing her rising panic down as she braces for whatever waits ahead. With her powers sealed off, Rukia plunges even deeper, stumbling through shadowy temple passages like she's being yanked along by fate. A masked woman smiles at V, not realizing he's come back with someone who's about to shake up everything the temple runs on. V steps in and unveils Rukia as the long-awaited successor, and it's clear the last bishop didn't leave on his own. Something violent took him out. Rosa, still behind her mask, bursts with excitement and ushers Rukia in, because she instantly knows she's the destined sacred heir. Rosa drops the bombshell that Rukia is the very first blessed successor, locked to the mysterious power of time itself. Rosa lets out a jubilant cry, saying she's been waiting 500 years, like she's holding back centuries, for Rukia to finally show up. V lays out Rukia's duty and then hits her with time magic, keeping the patron saint's magical slumber locked tight. She keeps snapping time to a standstill, waking up just before every countdown ends, then dives right back into the loop again and again, trapped underground with no escape. Blindfolded and crushed inside, Rukia finally understands the truth. The burden means she'll be stuck, alone and hidden, for 500 brutal years. Trapped inside the temple, Rukia hammers on her search for her brother, but the days crawl by with zero leads. A year later, Rukia goes stone still, silently flips the time spell switch, and her duty finally kicks off. Rukia's skill skyrockets. She shuts down her training time for a full 2 years, and still nails it even in ceremonial gear. Rosa tells him that protecting holy relics is one of the time-blessed's top-secret daily duties. Rosa finally gets freed, but Rukia realizes she's stuck underground now, chained to this endless duty forever. Rosa fires her up to never give in, reminding her that no matter what happens, life can always start over with sheer will. Rukia grabs hold of her new burden. Then Rosa finally tears herself away with V, free for the first time in centuries after being trapped away. Rukia refuses to wait. She demands access to the prisoner before the temple shuts her down. Vi sweeps in acting all proper, then slides her writing supplies over as if she's just reaching out to her father. Here, he orders her to cut all contact. Then he forges a letter meant to hide her brutal forced confinement. Suspicious, Rukia snaps her Eye of Truth on Vi's hand dead center. The spell snaps to life out of nowhere. Bam! A vision flashes, and there it is. Her brother's face, shocked beyond belief. Rukia learns the brutal truth. Her brother is gone, murdered 3 years ago by V. V hammers the truth in. Her brother and Rosa are a threat, and they're wiped out fast so no new calamity ever gets the chance to wake up. Rukia's heart shatters at the news. Then she's hit with the cruel truth. She has to keep her eternal duty underground, no matter what. V squeezes her emotions until she can barely breathe, insisting the world's fate hangs on her, sealing the patron saint. Rukia stands there, totally frozen in shock, while the Vice grins like a villain, drinking in her despair. Vi stormed out with a chilling stare, snapped at Rukia to get the letter ready, and ordered her to slip on the magical blindfold. The door slams shut, trapping Rukia in crushing silence as her fate feels sealed with no way out. Rukia crumples to the floor, choking on grief. Without her brother here, her whole world feels like it's lost its meaning. She sinks deeper into despair, realizing the light that once burned in her heart is finally gone forever. Blindfold still on, the priestess bursts outside with trembling excitement. She can't wait to finally see what's above ground. Her companion urges her to tap into divine magic, dive into the memories, and uncover where that blindfold truly came from. Once she's cleared to move, she dives into the investigation, clutching hope that she'll uncover fresh clues about her brother too. With divine power bursting to life, she funnels energy through their linked hands and summons the Eye of Truth. A massive surge crashes through the priestess as ancient sealed memories finally snap awake, unleashing overwhelming magical power like a blazing wave. As her divine power crumbled, her eyes went wide, and what she saw instantly left her utterly stunned. And she blurts out an apology, but she can't find her brother or fix what went wrong. She's drowning in the weight of her own failure. All she saw was loneliness. This priestess stuck in solitude, accepting an endless doom like it was already written. Haunted by that crushing despair, she's terrified she'll sink right back into the same dark void and lose all hope again. She tightens her grip on her chest and swears she'll hunt down that mysterious man, clawing out the truth about her brother's whereabouts. A tiny winged girl snaps her divine vision to life, God's sharp eye, so she can zero in on the one she's hunting. She sweeps the whole city with her eyes, calls in one person's location. But when it comes to Rukia Husqvarna, there's nothing, no trace at all. Kai shoots her a grateful look, and as soon as the royal guards come back, the plan starts to reshuffle and regroup. The residents roll in smiling, and they hand Kai and the others a handmade souvenir wrapped up in cloth. Inside, a sweet skewer snack awaits, tasting so good it cheers everyone up and briefly melts the stress from their search. They break down where the food came from, an ancient Milwaukee recipe, stacked with sweet beans and topped with nostalgic dango that hits your heart like a memory. Kai spots it instantly, red bean dango, and the moment they finally unlock it together, everything clicks. The elves burst into joyful celebration after uncovering rice-based dishes again, and the flavor hits them like a heartfelt reminder of where they truly come from. Kai jeers at her rice obsession and she snaps. Then she steadies him, promising she'll figure out rice farming. They decide to send a messenger from Pioneer Village out into the world to learn rice cultivation methods firsthand. Kai sinks into his memories, overwhelmed by everything that happened, Rukia on his mind, and the pain of their little sister weighing him down. He swallows his regret, steels his heart, and vows to save Rukia, only for her to cheer him on and place her trust in him. She's all in on his future, and she flat-out claims his strength will carve out a brighter road ahead. Kai discovers he's sitting on inner power that blows past everyone else, even the strongest mages, because only he has a force no one else can match. With gratitude blazing in his chest, Kai thanks everyone, then rallies the crew and hustles them back together to map out the next game plan. The crew maps out a riverside route, then huddles up to plan a sneaky infiltration of St. Arthur Cathedral. Inside, they pore over the cathedral map, and it all clicks. Its huge, tangled layout is exactly what lets Rukia stay hidden. They start to worry he's already been moving somewhere else, and that could blow up their whole rescue plan. Discussion makes it clear V pulled up by boat, but the speed gap screams he'd been moving long before anyone thought. They're convinced V is secretly setting up Rukia's mission in the shadows, leaning on his authority and the access only he can get. They're terrified an Inquisitor will track that divine power straight back to the island and blow their cover wide open. Someone drops a daring idea. Grab Vi and bring her straight to the island to face him. Kai clocks their plan. They're only holding V for a bit, buying time until everything calms down. She lets the lingering resentment spill out as Kai weighs the plan with laser focus, because this move is his last resort. Kai decides they'll shadow Vi in secret, convinced every move he makes will lead them straight to Rukia. The group kicks off strategy talk, convinced they'll sneak into the cathedral's restricted zone, right under everyone's nose in disguise. They're going to slip in wearing custom priest uniforms. One girl steps forward like she owns the place and locks in her spot. Kai quietly steps up and volunteers, and everyone can't help but laugh. Then they keep picking more people for the covert infiltration mission. Abyss snaps her hand up dramatically, swearing she's the only one crazy enough and qualified enough to handle this deadly operation. Kai agrees to bring Abyss in, then drops the shocker and confirms her spot on the mission team. Kai maps out the roles with ruthless precision, pushing for ironclad cathedral security and recruiting allies who can shrug off magical blessings. RIVOL is ordered to track down VEIE before they even leave, and the mission is locked in for tomorrow. While rain lashes Milwaukee, the whole group huddles in silence under the cover of darkness. Morning bursts over the inn, and Kai jolts awake, still drained and wiped out from their last grueling boat ride. Everyone snaps into their disguises. Yeah, the priest robes itch like crazy, but the crew is ready, fully locked in, and set to slip inside unseen. Kai blurted out where V was, and as soon as the reveal hit, V's presence flooded the divine search through the surroundings. V's spot in the cathedral's eastern temple got confirmed, and Kai's whole body went tense, like he already knew he had to move right now. Kai launched Shinobi-kun to slam in an exit stake, then got ready to trigger the instant island transport reveal. The moment they hit the island, that cheerful elf girl burst in with a joyful tackle, springing straight at Kai like she couldn't wait a second longer. Kai snapped out of the tackle midair, and the girl's pout deepened. She was frustrated but swore she had incredible news just for him, and now he couldn't hold back. He pumped up Kai like crazy for hitting level 40, throwing a huge, dramatic celebration that crackled with pure joy. Kai doubted the pace, but Anal fired back, spelling out Rice's power, and then unveiled that long-awaited teleportation stake. With exits in every direction roaring to life, Kai shot Enel a grateful nod for that game-changing upgrade. Kai bolted off in a panic with the reveal, and when Elle tried to push for answers, he slammed the conversation on pause. As Reveal hauled Kai away, Elle kept her smile locked in, silently cheering him on with pure warmth behind him. Kai burst into the towering cathedral, and as the shadows darted across the stone, Shinobi-kun latched onto the teleportation stake and locked it in. They stepped into the colossal grand cathedral, way too huge to make sense, and with no real plan, wandering aimlessly felt like pure waste. One of them swaggered ahead, gripping the moment with a sharp memory of a figure she'd seen before, and together they pushed deeper into the dark with fearless caution. Before long, they stumbled onto a massive dome-shaped structure, and the way it matched those old island ruins screamed, "This place matters." Spotting it as the entrance to an underground chamber, they slipped in quietly, dodging any needless confrontation, and headed onward too. To get in, one brave guy shot a confident bluff. He strutted past the guards, insisting he was an inquisitor sent by Lord Bai. The guard hesitated as the group kept pressing him, quietly, with weird facts that didn't make sense at first, until all those old changes left his head spinning. Other guards huddled and argued in hushed tones. One couldn't stop staring at the girl's beauty, while another tried to justify why this stranger was still here. Finally, with gritted teeth, they grudgingly let them through. Once she was out of earshot, the girl gushed that Kai's performance had been downright convincing. And yeah, his act totally fooled the gatekeepers. Meanwhile, deep underground, a hooded figure felt them closing in, then spotted the crowd of intruders and immediately warned his allies that trouble was coming. Celis, the blindfolded girl, got the order on the spot. No delays. And when she nodded, she slipped forward in total silence to face the unknown visitors. In a hidden chamber, the robed man slid a fresh roll onto the blindfolded girl, then sealed her fate. Starting now, her job would be locked to that single room. Before anything else, he grabbed a magical blindfold, one that looked just like the one Rosalind once wore. Meanwhile, Kai's crew crept down the corridor in cautious silence. Then Ren's instinct screamed, and he slammed on the brakes, freezing everyone, because something was out there ahead, and they had no clue what it was. Tension snapped into the air as Kai ordered Abyss to unleash her lightning. The second danger reared its head. There was no time to ignore the threat of an ambush. Their worst fears surfaced when a cloaked figure stepped out of the shadows, and without even flinching, Abyss launched a surge of electricity straight at the intruder. Abyss hurled her lightning spell at the cloaked intruder, and a massive shockwave detonated, crushing the hallway in blinding electric force. To everyone's shock, the magic died right in midair. Abyss froze in stunned silence, while Kai scrambled to make sense of the sudden turn. The whole group snapped back into formation, staring down the enemy, and then it hit them. The priest's escort spell wasn't just protection. That magic had been wielded like a weapon, uncovering a power they never saw coming. The cloaked figure surged ahead, and the moment Abyss's technique hit, they realized that ancient spell pattern hadn't been seen in 1,000 years. Out of the shadows under that hood stepped a horned girl. Her look matched the same mysterious figure spotted in the ruins so perfectly that it felt like fate. Celestial clocked the horned girl right away, an artificial being, a replicant. And when the stranger smirked, she confirmed it, even as she relived their years-long separation. Their standoff snapped tight. Celestial was reeling that the other actually survived the day of ruin, while the replicant curled into a scoff, mocking the idea they could ever be wiped out. Kai strode up and demanded passage, and the replicant, still obeying her master's orders, blocked every outsider cold. The name that popped up was the one Crosser couldn't stop worrying about. When Kai finally clocked who she was serving, he recoiled like he'd been burned. Then she flat-out confirmed her loyalty and greeted Abyss like she'd known him forever. Confident to the bone, she revealed herself as a war model. Then Celestial didn't flinch, swore she'd smash right through, even if it meant throwing down in battle. Kai tried to talk it out, flaunting their numbers, but the replicant just scoffed, shutting the door on any peaceful passage. Electricity exploded around her as she declared her power with wild confidence, her overwhelming surge screaming that she wasn't backing down. ever. Yuri lunged forward, slammed out a spell, Sanctuary of the Valkyrie, and blasted the replicant with divine power to shut its strength down. They snapped into action. Ren went all in, Abyss sharpened her magic, and together they pressed the attack hard, forcing their opponent to feel it. Still unfazed, the replicant mocked them and warned that their shield wouldn't last forever. Then she lunged ahead, itching for a final, no-holds-barred showdown. Abyss hurled her counterspell and snapped it into the replicant before it could even react. And when the dust settled, horror hit. Her magic had been fully wiped out, like it never existed. Both fighters snapped their hands up and hurled leashing blasts of mana, boom. The air ripped from the collision, but Ren's sudden, ruthless power control flipped the whole fight. While the enemy reeled, Ren surged ahead, blazing with infernal fire, her aura roaring brighter, as she declared herself the great magus of infernal flames. Scoffing at the title, they watched the replicant surge in with pure fury, sparks tearing through the air as their powers slammed together, blasting the chamber with violent momentum. Right in the chaos of battle, Ren flashed a confident grin and slammed a brutal hit. Her strike landed perfectly, rattling the replicant while it was still mid-attack. Ren blasted a towering wall of fire across the battlefield, scorching everything in its path and shoving the replicant back on pure, crushing force. Fighting back, the horned girl hurled her own lightning down, brutal and bright. Yet you could feel desperation shaking her hands the whole time. Ren's sudden strike smashed through her guard and drove her hard into the ground. Blitzed and disoriented, the replicant blinked into a place she'd never seen. Then her strength drained out of her, and moments later her body just collapsed for good. While she was out cold, Kai stood over her and barked for her to rest. Then a brand new girl rushed up, stunned by what she'd just found, confirming it was the real deal. The crew huddled around the downed replicant, sprawled and unconscious, and Kai handed her to Enel, praying she'd stay safe inside Tenohira. He didn't hesitate for long, then nodded and agreed. Because even though the place usually locks out artificial humans, special conditions let one slip inside. Kai lit up the group with praise for their teamwork, and once the battle finally ended, he snapped, "We've got no time to waste, move." Right in front of them loomed a sealed chamber, its door locked from the inside just like Rosa warned, waiting to be kicked open. Rosa can't break free of that magical blindfold, but her memories erupt anyway. Warm meals, non-stop laughter, and waking up beside her brother, pulling her straight back to the days they were still together. Tears spill as she screams for her brother. Then the blindfold drops and her feelings explode. Just as a jolt hits, someone knocks hard on the door and the mage freezes in shock. The crew bursts out at the end of the underground path, and without wasting a second, they race to use Rosa's power to crack that sealed chamber open. Rosa, as stunned by their arrival, she spots the guard watching them and snaps into action. Katie steps forward, channels her power and slams her hand on the gate. Light explodes outward as the shards of glow rip through the air, and everyone braces. The barrier's resistance left everyone baffled, and they started whispering about some protective spell. Then Katie tried to unlock the door and failed, and that one hit sent worry through the whole group. One girl tells everyone to summon the replicant celestial, an ancient magical construct that once fought off intruders, and she swears the copy might still follow the right commands. Doubts explode over whether the replica will actually cooperate, but the leader slams down a new plan. Grab the mock one they found earlier in the ruins. Seconds after the activation, the replica pops into view in front of them, and the whole team stares, holding their breath, as she takes in every detail around her. They beg for her help, and to everyone's shock, she says yes. Then she uses that strange speech habit of hers, stepping forward with nerves of steel as she swings the door open, and you can feel their progress finally turn a corner. While they map out their move, the crew agrees on what Celes must say. Then they spot the door's intercom, and it hits them. Celes has to press a button to get the message through. With everything set, they press Celes to speak, while one member grabs Rosa and hisses that she must stay hidden, or she'll give away the truth that she's still alive. Celes strides up to the console and fires off the prepared message, and her voice booms through the device, while the mage on the other end answers with cautious, mild suspicion. Suddenly, a command erupts, and with zero hesitation, Abyss blasts the enemy with a brutal, magical explosion. The mage gets slammed with the full blast, his guard shatters, and a violent surge of destructive energy rips straight through him. Their surprise hit hard. His magical strike didn't even faze the enemy. It bounced right back, proving his gut feeling that something dangerous was about to crash in. Recognition sparks ignite as the two sides trade brutal words, and the protagonist's mind snaps back to their last encounter. Even with their infiltration, the enemy stays ice cold. He taunts them, smugly pointing out that after this breach, they've got to lock down security tighter than ever. Feigning compliance, the mage agrees to surrender, but not because he's beaten, because he's plotting something. While that's happening, the party double-checks where they are and starts tearing the area apart. The room stays locked in place, but Rukia, the one they came for, is gone, and a hard wave of doubt slams into them as they wonder if they're late. The whole group stops dead when one of them senses someone else in the nearby room. Then panic hits, and the young leader sprints to the sealed door, shouting Ru's name like his life depends on it. He bursts into the room and the dim light hits like a shock. There, a lone figure sits in dead silence, and the second their eyes meet, confusion and tension explode in the air. Draped in filthy rags, the man looks drained and hollow-eyed, his face razor-focused, and every word screams pure caution. When they ask who he is, the man sneers at the question, bitterness spilling into every word as he calls them out for hypocrisy. Right after they threw him behind bars, a jolt of shock crashes through the group, and then one of them spots the man. Moments before the infiltration, a hooded stranger slipped up to the console, copied the voice command perfectly, and the mage inside, confused by how fast it happened, opened access without raising a single alarm. Inside, top clergy showed up out of nowhere. Then a pope-like figure grinned darkly and declared the council's decision was ready to rouse the guardian saint. The mage balked at the wild decision, pointing to the ancient legends like they were a warning sign, then asked, "Are you sure?" Elsewhere, Rosa stood still, swallowing her grief as she realized her magical duty was over, and the silence hit like a gut punch. At the festival's climax, the elder priest bellowed and declared the next move, one that would break the witch's seal and wipe out her mark, igniting the terrifying plan ahead. With a sinister grin, the elder priest drops the real truth and blasts the claim wide open. The guardian saint was just a cover. Their whole plan hinges on Rosa. She's been blessed 3 times, and when she dies, her body unleashes a divine recoil and an enormous burst of power. Rosa's face twists dark. She finally gets it, and if she dies, that truth will explode into a force that shatters everything. Kneeling in shackles, she spits out her betrayal, swearing she'll rot in eternal imprisonment. And now she's being dragged straight into forced sacrifice. The priest shrugs off her despair like it's noble martyrdom. Then another mage snaps back, crushed by the truth, because to them, she's just a disposable price tag in their grand scheme. Rosa stands beside the guardian saint's lifeless body, jaw clenched and eyes cold. Then she flat-out rejects the priestess title, refusing to stay tangled in their plans one more second. Rage and determination flare in her eyes as she snaps, warning them not to toy with her again. Right then, the people around her feel her power start to surge. Rosa snaps with sudden fury and unleashes a forbidden soul-reaping spell, swinging the soul-reaping scythe as her enemies get caught in the impact, while the whole room shakes from the blast. Weird markings light up, and then a mysterious symbol blooms into existence, like it's tied to the spell itself or the price it demands. Shock slams across her face. Her spell didn't land like it was supposed to, and instead of her target, a total stranger gets hit with the full blast. The mage lifts a magical ring that snapped him out of Rose's death spell, then smirks, stunned that she'd fire something that brutal with zero hesitation. Trying to stop the chaos, the group rushes to calm Rosa, and the Pope insists her rage is just lingering side effects from the guardian saint's awakening. As Celes closes in, Rosa jolts with shock, Something feels off and her instincts scream that the aura's changed. Darker, colder, and totally unfamiliar. Selly snaps back, denying she's a demon, then introduces herself by name. Right on cue, pulls Rosa into a gentle hug like she was told, and sends her under with a sleep spell. Once the chaos is finally held in check, the high priest barks his next order. Everyone fall back for now. Then regroup and get ready, because the guardian saint's awakening is coming. The whole group freezes in shock as the sealed guardian saint finally rises from his sleep. And when they call him that, he just bows and humbly denies the title. Cornered and desperate for answers, he finally drops his real identity, Arthur. Tearing his robe back, he reveals a divine mark. Arthur doesn't claim holiness at all. He insists he's an apostle of the creator god Aramira. Kai snapped his allies into a circle to plot their next strike, and the air went heavy with tension as everyone held their breath, staring straight at him for his call. Kai clenched his jaw and vowed his plan wouldn't budge. He was finding Rukia and bringing her back safe, while the whole group geared up to leave the city and head for the island. After locking down the crucial documents, Kai pushed for using the captured man as bargaining power for the temple's next talks. With a firm grip on the girl's hand, Kai slammed the portal device to life and barked one command to yank them through the transfer. They rolled in safely outside, and Kai broke it down fast. This last step was the one only he could do, because he was the only one who could open that sealed room again. Ren got orders to escort Bai and the guardian saint back to the island through the northern exit, while another operative stepped in to deal with the guards, so nobody would get suspicious about it. With a sharp flick of his hand, Kai triggered a device and instantly cooked up a solid excuse for why the other was missing. Kai delegated the authority and ordered the guard to hold the fort until they came back, his calm face hiding the firestorm of urgency behind the mission. Elsewhere, a captive man slipped out into a plain, strange little area. Then his hope crumbled because it hit him. He hadn't been rescued at all. He'd just been moved. Even though the whole mess pissed him off, he couldn't deny the relief of finally breathing fresh air again, no matter how trapped he still was. Staring at how battered he felt, the man finally clocked it. 10 whole years had passed since the day they snatched him, and time was carving scars into him. Inside that tiny cabin, he ached for one thing. He just wanted to crash back into his family's arms, even if it only happened one last time. Somewhere else, Kai stood frozen in thought, crushed by uncertainty, and drowning under the heavy weight of responsibility he couldn't bring himself to say out loud. Yuri sensed the panic in him and demanded to know where Rukia was, but Rosa just admitted she had absolutely no idea where she'd gone. The crisis exploded. The ancient guardian saint finally awakened, and right when Rukia was supposed to take over that crucial duty, she vanished without a trace. Panic hit Kai when he thought Rukia might have vanished without a trace, and he instantly understood. There was no time to waste. Rosa pushed to put Bai under pressure to squeeze out the truth, while Yuri warned them to hold back. Yet even with his nerves screaming, Kai nodded and chose to move forward, fully knowing how high the stakes were. A brutal silence slammed between Kai and Yuri, two faces, two opposites, while their inner conflict fought for control and neither could make the move. Yuri stared at Kai and demanded answers. Once they grabbed what they came for, what would they do to the prisoner? Would he walk free or get wiped out? She warned that talking to that man could spill every secret they'd fought to hide, and the fallout from that choice would echo long past a single interrogation. Kai weighed the interrogation risks hard. If they weren't going to kill him, letting the prisoner learn everything could turn into a deadly problem. Yuri challenged his plan, and Kai finally admitted he had zero plans to kill the man. She wasn't shocked at all. She'd already seen him make that choice, even if it drove her mad. She kept hammering home that Bai was the reason Kai got exiled, and Yuri pushed harder. Could it be Kai really hated him? Her eyes went sharp, daring him to defend his motives. Kai calmly cut through the hate and refused to blame Bai. He pointed the anger at the system instead. But what really shook him was Bai's wild unpredictability. those unreadable intentions that never gave him a clue. Kai shot back at Yuri's feelings. If hatred was the problem, why didn't she loathe the very people who cooked up the plan? Yuri froze for a heartbeat, then gave a small, knowing smile. Frustration surged as she blurted out she hated Bai. Then his calm, unshaken vibe somehow made it even worse. Kai, though, still believed they were getting along. She snapped right back. Bai tossed Rukia aside without a second thought, like she was nothing at all. And while all that chaos unfolded, Kai already had a bond with her long before any of it started. Bai's age and hard-earned experience likely made everyone brush off his annoyance and treat it like it didn't matter. Plans were locked in. Now they'd interrogate step by step with no wasted moves. Support was promised, but the rules were brutal. Talk only when it was absolutely necessary. Bound tight and watched like a prisoner, he stayed cut off. While outside, silent guards kept watch on the building, ready to stop any slip-up. Osa burst into the room with a grin and cheerful energy, greeting Kai like no time had passed, while Bailey lay pinned to the bed. Then they hurriedly checked his condition and quickly made sure everything was still okay. The interrogation started on the spot. Kai snapped that Bai had to stay completely quiet unless someone asked him a direct question. When they grilled him with direct questions, he squared up and introduced himself. Special class inquisitor of the Central Cathedral, proud as a war banner, with just a spark of defiance in his voice. Cornered for answers, Bai finally cracked, revealing he was divinely linked, and the blessing he carried came straight from the goddess Fortuna, bound to fate itself. His power didn't come from muscles, it came from prophecy, and with a sly smile he swore he could read the world's future. A calm kind of terrifying knowledge that wasn't just unsettling, it was dangerous. When I heard about Bai's divine ability, ice-cold chills hit the room. His power could show flashes of world-shaping events, and sure, it couldn't pinpoint personal details, but the big changes, those were absolutely within reach. Doubt clung to Kai's words, so he challenged Bai's claim, asking who would ever stroll into capture on purpose. Bai only smirked like he already knew the punchline, hinting this wasn't a trap at all, but the next step in the bigger plan. Suspicion snapped into the air when Kai brought up another man, and Bai's face shifted fast. Smugness vanished. Panic took over, and he realized someone crucial had been moved. Shock set in. Turns out that person was the keystone keeping the world's balance from collapsing. Kai pushed deeper and demanded the truth. If Bai really could see the future, then he'd already know exactly what would happen to that keystone. They insisted they hadn't gone far, and he swore they were still trapped inside the cathedral, even though the room looked wrecked and ruined. Accusations bombarded the room, and Kai swore there was an insider leaking intel. So he pushed back coolly, warning that any military move would need allies from the inside. With a sly smirk, they pieced it together. Someone leaked the info, even the Forbidden Island status, and that's what. Caught off guard, Kai's mind panicked, and one tiny facial twitch almost betrayed the truth before he swallowed it down. Rosa gasped in shock as Kai slammed his forehead against the chair, stunned out of his mind, while Bai's deduction hit so perfectly that his smug smirk practically screamed, "I knew it all."